Good morning on a Victory Monday edition of the show. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. This hour brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. We have a busy day. I know we say that some Mondays. Today we really mean it. We're going to squeeze in a bunch of Tiger talk and our 4-1 Detroit Lions. John, good morning.
Good morning. How's it going?
Good.
How was your weekend?
Jam-packed.
Yeah, same here. And Heather, how was your weekend?
Awesome.
Yeah?
Fabulous.
Happy weather weekend?
It was
A little warm.
it was a little too warm.
steamy.
It's October.
Yeah, today's the last day. It's going to cool off by tomorrow, and the rest of it will be cooled off. But you know who doesn't cool off? The Lions.
Yeah, they've won 4 in a row. Mm-hmm. They've won 3 of those games by double digits, so Disco Inferno. John, this isn't supposed to work out this way, but it's what they do. That's what they do. I mean, they had, 5 of 5 in the red zone, 14 points off turnovers, defense swarming. It's what they do. They go on the road, they take over your stadium, they beat you by double digits.
And I love the fact that they take advantage of those turnovers. And early in the season, the trip to Green Bay, what did they not do? They didn't take advantage of any opportunities. It was trips in the red zone. They didn't create any turnovers. They didn't get any points off turnovers. And since then, every time they've had the opportunity, well, not every time, almost every time, they've turned mistakes from the other team into points. And that's the sign of a really good team. If you're going to take advantage of those moments and then build on your own, you've got yourself a damn good team. And it was a weird day in the NFL. It was a weird day in college football on Saturday with Penn State.
Guess who was on the air about 7 o'clock on Saturday?
Our only Penn State alum?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so awesome.
He was so depressed.
Oh,
If you guys want to chuckle,
that's so fun.
James Franklin has no shame. He tweeted out last night, game week, let's do this together. 1-0, Northwestern, hashtag we are. Have you no shame? Have you no shame? But yes, Penn State and Texas both go down Saturday.
Yeah.
You won't find a little number next to their name. And then in the NFL, the last 2 unbeatens went down.
Well, and the two that hadn't won win. And so it's the Saints over the Giants, it's Tennessee over the Cardinals in a bizarre game. And then, the Eagles go down to the Broncos, the Bills go down to the Patriots, and our Detroit Lions just keep humming along. And it's fun to be a Lions fan. And that Cincinnati Stadium turned out about exactly how we thought it would. It was Ford Field South.
But this is what the Lions do. Like we talked on Friday, are they letdown proof? Because this is a letdown spot, right? You're going on the road. It's a team you could overlook. No. Detroit was up 28-3. I know it got close-ish for cover purposes. The game was never close in that second half. Detroit got up big. They're at 14-3 at the half. They won going away. They won convincingly. On a day where we could point out some things that weren't good, on a day where they had things to clean up. Like, think about that. They have things that we're going to talk about at some point today that they need to clean up, and they won convincingly going away. Like, this is the NFL. It's not supposed to be, quote, this easy. The Lions are in a lot of ways in that rarefied air where, flaws and all, they go into your house and beat you by double digits. Back-to-back weeks, 3 times in the last 4 weeks, they win kicking their feet up.
And it's because they're as complete a team as you're going to find in the NFL right now. Now, there's been other teams in NFL history, obviously, that are more complete than the Lions. But whether it's offense, defense, special teams, one of the phases picks up where another one drops off. And so if the Lions are somewhat struggling to protect the quarterback, well, give them some short fields. And they did that with the turnovers. If you need special teams, we saw that last week. You get a chance to rip one off for a score and give the team, again, good field position. So there are just a number of things that this team, and at the end of the game, when all of a sudden everybody's thinking, oh, is Cincinnati back in it? You rip off a 6-minute drive and you punch it in the end zone, and all is well with the world again. You respond. This team has responded, not just week to week, Green Bay to week 2, but is being able to respond in game with either adjustments defensively or just, hey, we need points, let's go get them.
Last year, they won games by an average of 11.6 points per game, right? Mm-hmm. This year, 12. So last year, remember they would dump truck people and win by 10, win by 20. They're right back to it again this year. Same thing, picking up where they left off. And John, to do it as quickly as they've done, When we highlighted the schedule and the challenges and the pitfalls, losing both coordinators, 2 offensive linemen, I don't think anybody thought 4-1 was going to happen.
No.
Especially not after week 1.
No, I don't. I mean, is anyone else shocked that they're 4-1 right now? And even the most optimist of us, which is generally me, you look at the schedule and you're trying to find, okay, yeah, well, we could go to Baltimore and get a win. We could go to Cincinnati and get a win. And this week coming up, Kansas City. Well, we can. Okay, well, yes, you're going to play the games, and can you win all those games? Yeah, that's where the Lions are right now. But nobody really thought that they would. And, of course, they lost to Green Bay. What happens when they go to Kansas City? I don't know. We'll find out on Sunday. But what did we say about the first 6 games? If they could just get there at 3-3 and get through this tough schedule.
Get McNeil back and settle in.
And right now, they're sitting at 4-1, so obviously the worst they can do is 4-2. Is anyone shocked, especially following week 1, that this team is performing the way that they are, and they are 4-1 with this schedule?
Yeah, there's an element of surprise. Yeah, I'm surprised, if we're just being honest. Because I was one of the guys saying, just get 3-3, settle your offensive line down, get Aleem McNeil back, and then go on your run in the second half. John, they've said, let's just start our run now. Why wait? Let's rip off another, I don't know, it could be another 14, 15-win season. With the schedule, feels crazy.
Well, it does.
At the same time.
Can I play devil's advocate for just a second?
Please.
All right. Hey, you spanked the Bears. Kind of anticipated. The Bears, it's Ben Johnson's return. The Ravens. All right, we thought this is going to be a great win. Has it been muted because the Ravens are, no, just let me finish, because, and we all know, what the schedule looked like.
Yeah.
And now we're looking back because and the Browns were pretty much what we thought they were. The Bengals are not what we thought we were or we're going to face with Joe Burrow. So are you looking at this going, is there any fool's gold?
Oh, no, because Baltimore, what they look like today is not who they were coming into that Monday night game. Like they're missing half their defense in Lamar Jackson, but that wasn't an excuse that night the 2 teams played. So I think that win anchors.
Yeah.
That surrounds all the other blowouts, and they are blowouts around it, which to me is noteworthy. Like, it's not like the Lions play down to their competition. They do what few teams do. Roll in, roll up, roll out.
Yeah, that Ravens offense was fully intact, high octane. I don't think that's fair. Defensively, yeah, they were flawed. They only gave up 24 to the Ravens until they got a garbage touchdown at the end. So I think you can nitpick it a little bit there, but you look at what happened to Philly. Look what happened to the Bills last night. I mean, I didn't think the Bills were going to lose. Where was the win? Or the loss on their schedule?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
Well, their schedule's set up where they got to host Kansas City and Tampa and Philly, and they play in that terrible division. And they lost yesterday, yeah.
You look at, like, Seattle yesterday, played a good game, but Tampa comes in there and they're banged up and they win the game. It just doesn't seem like that's going to happen to the Lions in those kind of losses,
Yeah. I mean, it's in Tampa. 4 out of their 5 games now have come down to a last-second touchdown or field goal.
I'll just say this about the Lions and their loss. You can go back every season and find a loss in week 1 where you're just kind of scratching your head and you don't get the team that ends up being that team the rest of the year. Like there is that saying, the biggest difference is between week 1 and week 2 between teams.
Well, and when we talked to Ross Tucker last week, what did he say? Week 1 can be a liar.
Yeah,
and I'm calling week 1 a liar. And the reason I bring up the Bills, because I know, or Baltimore, is because I know somebody is going to bring it up and say, well, Baltimore, maybe that win doesn't look as good. Because if you then look at, okay, Baltimore and Buffalo, in the context of what happened to Buffalo yesterday, is Buffalo that good?
Well, or the Eagles. The Eagles, this vaunted offensive line, they ran the ball for 45 yards, blew a 2-touchdown lead at home on their own on their own turf, on grass field there. 248-539-9797. Yeah, I think the Lions have that claim that they're playing as good a football as anybody.
We'll find out on Wednesday.
Oh, the power surge tease. All right, what we're going to do is talk to Lions fans. But Tiger fans, we're going to open up the lines for you guys too today. And really all show. We're not going to turn people away. We got 2 heavy hitters going right now. Tigers are in the postseason. They split over the weekend against the Mariners. May have you feeling a certain type of way. I didn't expect the split to go that way. Figured you'd win the Scoop will start and lose game one. But here we sit, 1-1, coming home for a pair of games if necessary. Well, definitely necessary now. 248-539-9797. Get your phone calls in. It's 97.1.
Hey, your FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who's going to win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, Monday Night Football, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token, better known as PBTs. That's right. You can get in on all the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any and every snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lions hit the road in Cincinnati. Take care of business. Win by double digits. Some people aren't happy on the ticket text. I just don't know what to do with people. Texter says, tamp down the enthusiasm. They beat the Bengals, and the Ravens win has lost a lot of shine.
I knew it. I mean, I tried to get out ahead of it and say this is going to be something that people are talking about.
Guys, don't have fun. Don't enjoy this.
And you know what? The Chiefs aren't what they used to be, and Rashee Rice won't be there, and so we'll just should we just put that asterisk behind all of the wins so far?
When they go to Philly later in the year, yeah, but this isn't like vintage Philly. The Commanders aren't having the year they had a year ago.
Whoa, pump the brakes on the Philly stuff.
I didn't say it. I'm just saying if the Eagles,
we're going to react to one game yesterday though. You know what? They got caught sleeping.
Who did?
The Eagles in the fourth quarter.
No, Tom, you're misunderstanding. I'm not doing the Eagles aren't good radio. I'm like mocking what people are going to say because it's never enough. The Lions are beating people hand over fist handily every week, and we got people going, yeah, but they haven't played anybody. They don't have any impressive wins. Okay, cool.
And they're beating by double digits. I mean, how many?
Which isn't supposed to happen in the NFL.
How many straight double digits? It's 2 and 3 out of 4, right?
3 out of 4, and they were up 2 scores in the fourth quarter against Baltimore until they scored late to make it look better.
Beating teams in the NFL by double digits a lot is hard to do. It's very, very hard to do.
Texter says, with Burrow in that game, we lose. The defense stuffed our run game, gave our O-line fits. Cleveland, the Bears, Browning, it's fool's gold.
Well, they gave... There was a couple plays where I can remember going in, and they still scored touchdowns where Graham whiffed, and there was a TFL. The pressure, and I don't know. I understand there are times where you're going to put guys in a position and you're thinking, well, maybe they can hold up. If you put a tight end on Trey Hendrickson, he's not going to hold up.
Which they did on one of the sacks.
Yeah, and you get a sack. Giovanni Manu, in his first start. Now, there's a lot of things I looked at and say, you know what, it's just not good enough. There were other things where he did much better than I thought he would. There's a lot to break down there. But when you have him there versus Taylor Decker against Trey Hendrickson, what do you think is going to happen? It doesn't mean that this offensive line took a step back. They just didn't have a veteran left tackle playing against one of the best, if not, one of the best defensive ends, edge rushers in the NFL.
And it's going to be a bit of a storyline because, as Campbell said, this was done strategically. They made the decision on Tuesday. They're going to manage Decker. He's been dealing with the shoulder. I think the phrase was diminishing returns. They felt they needed to get him a little time off. Mm-hmm. And this may be a story where they need to do this a couple more times this season.
Yet, they went out and won. Decisively.
Let's say 28-3. Yeah, but the Bengals made some garbage time rally to still lose by 13 points. And we're going to take phone calls from people going, yeah, but it's not impressive enough. I'm sorry they didn't win by 1,000. Let's get to the phones. Sam in Shelby Township. Sam, what's up?
What's up, guys? So I just want to know something. When everybody says, oh, we're going to take a step back because we lost coordinators and stuff, when did the team start with Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn? As long as we got Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes as our GM, this team's always going to be where they're at right now is because of the culture that they built. It's going to be, we're going to go through coordinators. We're going to go through these players. We're going to go through all this. This team is built on depth and on everything that Dan Campbell wanted it to be. And it sure as heck isn't about Ben Johnson and about Aaron Glenn. Our players are solid. We're deep. We're going to be 15-2. Our next loss may be versus the Eagles, and that's it. I said that from the beginning of the year, even when I seen the schedule, how hard it was. I see a 2-loss team. I don't see a 4-loss team.
You are definitely in the minority on that going into the season. We asked people about the shock factor being 4-1. Very few people said they're going to repeat as a 15-win football team.
Right. I think we had one guy call in and say they're going to go 17-0, and then called in. It was Greg. And
16-1. He's holding firm.
So you know what? It's on the table because they've only lost one game. I'm not sitting here and saying I'm predicting that they're only going to lose 2 games or that they're going to go 16-1, but it's on the table.
Tex says, is it concerning the Bengals may have exposed our weakness as the secondary? Ray in Detroit?
Well, I think Green Bay may have exposed some of that. I think the Ravens and the Browns may have exposed some of that, all in wins for the Lions, not the Green Bay game. But I don't know that the secondary, especially without DJ Reed right now, no one's looking at it going, yeah, we're going to be okay there.
I thought Meek did a great job on Chase for about 2.5 quarters.
95% of the time.
Maybe even 3 quarters. But yeah, Jamar Chase breaks a couple big plays late. Again, in garbage time.
You're talking about one of the top 2 or 3 receivers. He's going to make plays.
248-539-9797. Between left tackle and number 1 corner, there are some positions that they need to get right, need to get healthy. But in doing that, they're a 4-1 football team dump trucking people by double digits. 248-539-9797. I said Tigers are going to be part of the show today, a big part of the show after splitting over the weekend. We'll get into them coming up at 6:35. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Randazzo Heating and Cooling and Electrical. Let's talk about the wild story involving Mark Sanchez. This is so crazy. So former NFL quarterback, current Fox Sports analyst Mark Sanchez has been charged with 3 misdemeanors after he got into a fight with this 69-year-old truck driver, apparently over some sort of parking situation. Started on Friday night, rolled into Saturday morning. Sanchez was in Indianapolis for the Colts-Raiders game. He was there to cover the game, and he apparently did some drinking at some establishment, and sometime after midnight got into this fight that turned very violent. Sanchez apparently slammed this guy like it was either into a wall or a dumpster, threw him on the ground. The victim feared for his life, pepper sprayed him, but that apparently wasn't enough to stop him. And the victim pulled out a knife and stabbed Sanchez numerous times. But both were injured. Both had to be taken to the hospital. Eventually, Sanchez was released. He was originally taken in critical condition, but has been released. But he's been charged with battery resulting in injury, public intoxication, and unlawful entry of a motor vehicle.
So I'm guessing, and this is, I don't have any idea.
Speculation.
It's speculation, but if it's unlawful entry to a vehicle, did he yank the guy out of the car? Like, I don't know, because he
at least opened the door or reached in or something.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know. It's wild because I originally got this the news update while we were doing the game on Saturday, and I thought, oh my gosh, like I can't believe this happened.
Yeah.
And then you get the update that he is the one that is being charged.
Because the original headlines were just, he's been stabbed. And you're like, oh my gosh, what happened? And now you're realizing that he, was like
the aggressor,
the instigator in all of this. Wild, crazy story. Taylor Swift's The Life of a Showgirl is already raking up streaming records. Her album release, she had this big theatrical event. It won box offices over the weekend. I mean, it was her weekend, really. So within 12 hours of its release, The Life of a Showgirl has been streamed to more than any other album on Spotify this year. And the song The Fate of Ophelia became the most streamed song in a single day on Spotify history. The song Showgirl also broke the 2025 single day streaming record on Apple Music, and over at Amazon, it's now the most streamed album ever in a single day. The album sold 2.7 million copies on day one, on just day one. Also dominated the box office, like I said. So her Life of a Showgirl album release event, 33 million in theaters this weekend. And just for reference, there's this new movie with The Rock, The Smashing Machine, that made 6 million.
So 5 times that.
Wow. Good for her.
Yeah,
good for her. Diddy was sentenced to 50 months in prison, just over 4 years. He was also ordered to pay a $500,000 fine and undergo 5-year supervised release. Before his sentencing, he broke down in tears. He did apologize to his mother. He apologized to the women that he abused. Some of his kids were also there, spoke on his behalf. And he did tell the judge, quote, "They need me, they're scared, and I'm scared. I will never put my hands on another person again. I have learned my lesson." His attorneys do plan to appeal his conviction. Let's see. One more. The two men accused of posing as DTE workers and brutally murdering a Rochester Hills man were found guilty by two juries. Both men were charged with 1 count of first-degree felony murder and 2 counts of unlawful imprisonment. Both juries deliberated for just a short time after closing arguments on Friday, and now they will be sentenced on December 9th.
It's Heather with the news. Lions fans on hold. We'll keep talking football. Took care of business on the road against the Bengals. Tigers split on the road against the Mariners. Taking care of business, but we got to talk about the Bats. It's 97-1. All right, tell you about KG Law. If you're injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law. Lawrence KG and KG Law, one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents only. Lawrence KG has won millions of dollars for his clients because he fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. So if you, a friend or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, someone you care about, you need to call KG Law, 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. Talking Tigers and Lions today on a Victory Monday. Lions take care of business, win by double digits on the road against the Bengals. That's Dan Dickerson on the call. Tigers split with the Seattle Mariners. And if you had told me they would split, John, I'd be happy.
Yeah. Well, you got to be happy.
Yeah. I thought it would be the opposite. They'd lose game one, and then Scooble would anchor things.
Sure.
Instead, it's out of order, kind of a backwards way of splitting, but a split nonetheless. They'll come home. They have to win 2 of the next 3. 2 of the next 3 are home. If they can split bare minimum, they'll get Scooble again. Mm-hmm. And he was not the problem yesterday.
No, he wasn't the problem. And honestly, the pitching hasn't been the issue. It's just been able to score. It's bat to ball, which, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, other than 1 inning in game 3 against Cleveland, that's been the issue. Mm-hmm. It was, and let's go back to Saturday's game. How about Troy Melton? Yeah. Starting out that game, 4 innings, 2 hits, 4 strikeouts, only 1 walk, and obviously the one run he gave up was a home run, but it was a single shot. And it was a pitching chaos bullpen day, and the pitching has not been the issue. It wasn't the issue yesterday. It's the fact that fortunately they went into extra innings and they were able to manufacture a run in the 11th. But, I mean, let's put this on repeat. The bats aren't what the Tigers need them to be able to win. Maybe they're going to get away with winning a 5-game series. But I don't think there's any way that they win anything past that, a 7-game series.
This series, let's stay here for a second. Do you feel better or worse about them winning this series after the weekend?
Well, I feel better. And maybe not as good as I thought I would feel, because I thought with the Scooble start that they would come back 2-0. Kind of felt like, and I know AJ was asked the question, do you feel like you stole a win? And he said, no, we earned this one, which, okay, that's what a manager is going to see.
And we love AJ, but it's
well, they did. They earned the win.
They're the underdogs on the road. They stole the game. It's normal sports vernacular. You're not the victim. It's not a slight. That's normal sports vernacular.
Right, but I mean, I would have said the same thing if I was him.
I get it. It plays to the base. Look at us. We won it. You stole it, which is also a compliment.
They earned it.
You stole it.
They earned it. And then they didn't earn another win. So they come back 1-1. They got 2 games at home. But, I mean, let's just look at September. Was being at home, playing at home, any type of advantage? No.
John, do you know the last time the Tigers won a game at Comerica Park?
No.
Today is October 6th.
Yeah.
It was September 6th.
Okay. So it's a new month.
I'm not blaming the ballpark and I'm not blaming the fans, but it has not been kind.
It's an incredible stat.
It's wild.
A little bit jaded just because they closed on the road and then they started in Cleveland. They went 2 weeks without even playing a home game, but that is a spectacular stat.
So you feel better about them winning the series because of the split.
I kind of felt like with the bats that Seattle has, and I'm not going to argue Eugenio Suarez and Naylor and Riley and who's good, who's bad, or who is hottest and who's not. But they have a loaded lineup. I'm happy that they came back having split, and they do get 2 games at home, and it doesn't have to go back to Seattle. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how else you could look at it. They're doing what they had to do to give themselves a best chance. Now, okay, yeah, you'd think the best chance is winning both games, but if you get a chance to split,
well, again, it's how you're feeling today. If the order was flipped, I think people would be feeling better. It's the same result, 1-1, right? Mm-hmm. But I think after you win game 1, you get really excited to take both. Maybe you get a little greedy because the thought is, well, Scooble's on the mound. This is a chance to really take them to the brink,
right?
To come home up 2-0, and instead it's 1-1. And it's also, John, how they lost, where they had 3 total hits. They struck out 26 times over the weekend with 3 extra base hits. They're making it so hard on themselves.
And they came back 1-1.
I know.
And they get a chance tomorrow to play at home at Comerica in front of our fans and go up 2-1.
You see who's starting?
Yeah, it's Flaherty, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. They flip-flop the order. So Mize will pitch on Wednesday.
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
To clinch.
What would you guys say? Do you feel better or worse after the split over the weekend? Yeah, ideally it's the clinch. Don't even have to go back. And then you set Skubal up to pitch game 1 of the ALCS. Ticket text 248-539-9797. Phone calls as well. Let's go to John in St. Clair Shores. John, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good.
What's up?
Well, all right, real quick. I play a lot of baseball, and good pitching. I'm going to tell you, the Tigers hitting is the result. Even Cleveland's staff painting the frame of that strike zone, and then that sets up the swings and the misses. You're seeing the result of high quality pitching with the Tigers bats. I mean, I know they're not the strongest lineup, but this has been really, really chess match type pitching. So get your thoughts on that. But John, on the Lions, Dan Campbell, players reflect leadership and coach. Mm-hmm. This guy finally gets it. Dick Vermeil had a formula for Super Bowl. You got a blindside tackle, you control the line of scrimmage, and you get some key skill players. And that's what Dan Campbell finally, I mean, I'm 60 years old watching the Lions. John, you got to love what we're doing at the line of scrimmage.
Oh, we are winning up front. And I know yesterday wasn't quite the win up front as it has been because Taylor Decker was out. Giovanni Manu was in for his first start. But, yeah, we're winning at the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball.
Manu is that big – he's a huge kid, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the big Canadian that had played at university. And then in the – but he's developing. And so, again, it's his first start. He came in as this – phenomenal athlete, big, fast, agile. I didn't really see the agility yesterday, but again, it's his first start. It's on the road. And maybe did he do better in his first start versus Mahogany and Ratledge in Green Bay? I think so.
Yeah, it's always tough because the tackle, you're exposed more, right? Your mistakes are more glaring too. So like when Goff gets hit from the blind side, everybody kind of cringes. I thought from the first drive of the game, they knew what they were working with because they helped him. They had the double tight ends and they would help him. You can't help him every snap. He's clearly not Taylor Decker. No. And that's something that they're going to be managing for maybe the whole season.
Well, yeah, he's clearly not Taylor Decker yet. And I'm not saying he will be, but I mean, for a first start, I thought he did an admirable job. There's a lot to improve upon. There's a lot. I mean, he left a lot of room to get better.
248-539-9797. Texter says, I wonder if AJ should have left Skubal in for the 8th. Was only at 97 pitches. Does he give up back-to-back doubles like Finnegan did? What are your thoughts?
I mean, do I think Skubal is greater than Finnegan? Sure. Do I think
at 100 pitches is he greater than Finnegan? That's the debate.
I mean, I would put my money on Skubal.
You'd live and die with Tarik Skubal.
Yeah.
I think would have been 4th time through the order, top of the order coming up.
And
about 100 pitches. I didn't in the moment. Like, look, I always want Skubal to stay out there until he can't. In the moment, I didn't think it was some managerial malpractice. No,
I didn't either. And it wasn't the number of pitches. It was, like you had said, the 4th time through the order. And you look at all of the stats, and the first time through the order, all pitchers are, hey, that's their best ERA. The second time through it raises a little bit. Third time through it raises even more. And so I didn't have a problem with it in the moment. Obviously, you see what happens, and you look back and you go, well, what if Skubal would have stayed in? If I didn't have an issue with it when he came out, I'm not going to sit here and crucify AJ for making that decision now.
Text says, this is why people wanted them to lose to Cleveland. The offense is atrocious. 1 hit for Tarik. Just wait for Seattle to get hot. They haven't been hitting. Lose Tuesday, and the series is over.
Well, technically, no, it's not. You still have 2 more opportunities.
I don't get the first part of this. This is why people wanted them to lose to Cleveland. Why? Because they didn't think they'd win the World Series?
Right,
So what's
yeah,
the point?
yeah,
Don't
yeah.
even play.
If you're just going to lose in the next round, why win this round? That's the dumbest
That's
thing I've
so
ever heard.
bizarre. But it is a real, like, I'm hoping not a major sentiment, but a real sentiment among some of these Tiger fans. Oh, boy. 248-539-9797. You feeling better or worse about the Tigers' chances to win the series after a split in Seattle? Overreact Jim's at 702. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch football, and we still have the pleasure of watching baseball, is at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games and moments at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view, no matter where you are, of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Tigers lost game 2. Series is split 1 apiece.
Mariners stole it.
I see what you're doing.
I mean, if you're going to say the Tigers stole game 1, Mariners stole game 2.
Okay, quick aside on this. This is what we've done since the dawn of sports. If the team wins game 1 on the road, they stole game 1. It's not disrespectful. It's not a slight. Nobody's saying anything bad about the Detroit Tigers.
Can you say they also earned it?
They earned a steal?
No, they just earned a win.
They had to.
They scored
They had to
more
work
runs
really hard, and they had
earned
a
it.
great effort, and they earned stealing game 1.
Okay, so now that the home field advantage is in
Flipped.
the Tigers' favor,
Yeah.
if Seattle wins either of these games,
Then they would steal.
They stole a game in Detroit?
Yeah. I think that's like normal sports phrasing. Like, I don't know why we're rewriting this or getting offended on AJ's behalf or what.
I'm
Here's
not-
the point that I would argue that is you're saying we have said this for the dawn of time, right? So I just think what AJ's doing is like, wait, hold on a second, and reworking how we think about that. Because sometimes we say things so many times that they lose their meaning. And it's just fine-tuning that message.
Right,
That's
but,
all.
but again, if I told you, okay, the Tigers are going to go rookie pitcher, bullpen day, they're betting underdogs, they're on the road, and they win, we would say they stole game 1.
You could also say that they earned a victory.
Right, but by saying that, you're implying that I'm like discrediting their win. No one was
No.
discrediting the Tiger win.
I just choose to view it from the fact that they earned a win in Seattle. And it was a hard-fought win, one that nobody expected. And if because it was unexpected, you want to say they stole it, then hey, good for you.
That's
I'm
all
happy
it is.
for you.
That's all it is it's like a compliment that you won one you weren't supposed to.
Right.
It's a series shifting win in game 1, and it got you thinking, boy, with Scooble in game 2, we could be coming home up 2-0. Instead, it's 1-1. And I take the split all day.
Yeah.
When I said, hey, I actually think we got a shot to win this series, I said it pretty quietly because people don't like when I say it loudly. Part of that was splitting over the weekend in Seattle. But I also thought part of it was going to be, hey, they're going to carry some offensive momentum from game 3 in Cleveland. And, John, I think it's pretty safe to say there was no offensive momentum carried over from game 3 in Cleveland. They had 3 extra base hits and 26 strikeouts.
Yeah.
They make it so hard on themselves to win.
Oh, sure. But they are coming back 1-1. And, Flaherty's going to be on the mound on Tuesday night. And we'll see what happens. And I'm hoping that, and I 100% believe that even though in the month of September there weren't sellouts at Comerica, it's a tough watch. It's still not an enjoyable watch, but it's playoff baseball. The environment of being able to go to playoff baseball in your city, and I think Tigers fans are going to show up, show out, and they'll be heard.
Game 3, Tuesday, 4 o'clock, 4:08. Sound right?
Yeah.
Thumbs up. Okay, great. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't think it's going to be like Cleveland where they're begging people to come to the ballpark from the office.
Right.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. My goal was to steal one in Seattle. I feel like we missed a golden opportunity to go up 2-0 last night, but I still feel good about the Tigers advancing. That's from an unnamed texter. Mm-hmm. I'm happy with the split in Seattle. Split at home, and we have a game 5 with Scooble back on the mound, right where we want to be. I'd avoid pitching to Raleigh and Rodriguez with the open base. I would have walked Julio after Raleigh's double. Would have set up the double play. Can't score in that spot.
Sure. I mean, yeah, those are all, in the moment, we're probably all thinking that. I'm sure AJ was thinking it too, but he decided not to.
He explained it too. If you walk Julio Rodriguez, really good batter, do you know who it brings up? The guy who had 2 home runs that day. Not exactly a better situation.
Right.
And I want to give it up to Seattle's stars. They stepped up in that game. They're 1, 2, 3, 4. The top 4 in their lineup went 6 of 16, 2 doubles, 2 homers. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's part of this series, too, is they've got those star bats. And as much as it comes down to pitching, someone has to make a big-time swing. And their guys did. 3-2 games on both sides. Nail biters both ways. Do you feel better? Do you feel worse?
I feel better that they're coming home, that they do have home field advantage. And I don't know if you've ever stated to this point. Do you feel better or worse?
I feel worse. I expected them to split over the weekend. I think it's important they split over the weekend.
But because they lost a Scooble start, you feel worse?
Because they struck out 26 times with 3 extra base hits. Yeah, John, that's concerning. And I know a lot of them happened in the first game where the strike zone was a joke.
It was bizarre.
But they had 10 yesterday, and they have 59 in 5 playoff games. So this is just kind of who they are.
Yeah, and they won the first series, and they earned a win in Seattle.
Yes, they did, John. 248-539-9797. They stole game 1 and earned a 1-1 split over the weekend in Seattle. The Lions, that's out there for people as well today, John. And I've already seen people using the fool's gold phrasing on the texts. It's not enough to beat people by double digits. You have to beat them by 50.
It's hard to win games in the NFL, and the Lions are making it look easy. And I know yesterday everybody thought, oh, well, this game should be 45-0 because Joe Burrow's not playing and they've had a hard time scoring points. All of that's true. However, they have one of, other than Philly, other than Detroit, and maybe the Rams, you could argue that they got the best tandem of receivers and maybe even Minnesota. But what's happening in Minnesota, right? It quarterback issues, protecting a quarterback. Like there are few teams that have as much talent at the wide receiver position than Cincinnati. And you could say, hey, the secondary for the Lions is subpar. Well, the first touchdown that Jamar Chase caught, first of all, I know on the broadcast, and by the way, we were listening to my broadcast team, Moose was talking about, oh, this is such a great pass. I think Jake Browning just threw that ball up because Aiden Hutchinson was bearing down on him, and he threw it up and thought, you know what, let's just see what happens. And Jamar Chase made a spectacular catch. Now, the second touchdown that Jamar had, it was a gamble by Amik. Amik lost, and it was an easy, pitch and catch for them.
And it sucks because Amik, I thought, played a pretty good game up till that point.
Yeah.
But that play is a big splash play. And, okay, so Chase scores his second touchdown. You know what the score was at the time? Lions were still up 11 points in the fourth quarter.
Right.
This epic play by Cincinnati. Wow, look at this.
And then a team that you think you're supposed to blow out even more than double digits in the NFL, on the road, in their house, no less. And what happens? The Lions respond.
Yep.
They go on a drive, and they shove it right down their throats.
Yeah, look, I don't know what the point is of the detractors. What are you trying to say? The Lions aren't a good football team? They're 4-1. 3 of their wins are by double digits. Yeah, but those don't count. I'm sorry. Okay, so what did you want them to do in those games? Win by 40, 50, 100, a million? And the Baltimore game, I'm sorry, we're not allowed to take that win away. I know some people are going to try to take that win away because Baltimore is now 1-4. Baltimore is 1-4 in part because the Lions kicked their teeth in and left them a battered, empty husk of a football team. They were healthy when they played Detroit. They haven't been since. Gee, solve for X. Who could have been responsible for this? The Detroit Lions. That is a marquee win. I'm not taking that away from them.
No, and it was, again, it's a road win. You win by double digits against a team like that. What that was healthy at the time, in large part. You had Lamar Jackson. You had Derrick Henry. All of those guys. And you were able to so up until that point, no one thought that the Lions could ever shut down a mobile quarterback. And then they do, and then, oh, well, it's just not good enough. Lamar Jackson is a 2-time MVP. There are people that really believe it was stolen from him last year. He should have been a 3-time MVP. Regular season Lamar is good Lamar.
Should have earned it then if he wanted his third. 248-539-9797. We'll keep taking phone calls on the Tigers and Lions. I had to. It was right there. Overreact Jim's next, 97.1. Hours brought to you by Mother Waddles. Overreact Gyms. Let's get into it. College and pro, some of the overreact gyms from the weekend. Miami will have a bye in the college football playoff. That D-line is real. The veteran quarterback on the road, the downfield weapons, they are as impressive as anybody in college football.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that holds me back from I don't do guarantees very often, but of guaranteeing this is Mario Cristobal. Like, he's got a track record of pulling some bonehead coaching moves if he's learned from those, and maybe he has, this is the team that is going to come out of the ACC as ACC champs. I don't know that they lose, and if they don't, they're going to get a bye.
This is not an overreaction. I mean, I think they could lose a game and get a bye at this point. You know, especially considering what are we looking at? They got to win over Notre Dame. Notre Dame's probably going to end up being a playoff team if they win out. As disgusting as that is, you know, Miami's played some of the best football. You could argue they could be number one in the country right now.
So it all depends on who they would lose to.
I don't think that matters at this point. When you look at the landscape of what's going to happen, the cannibalization of the SEC still that has to take place and what's happening to some of the teams there. I mean, to me, they look pretty firm right now unless they just go Miami like Miami did last year. This is different. Carson Beck, I really trust him at this point.
Well, I do too, but let's just say in a couple of weeks they were to lose to Stanford. I think that would be one where you're like, maybe not.
But if that's the only loss, then they win out and win the ACC title. They're going to have a first-round bye. Maybe not the 1 seed, but they'll have a first-round bye, yeah. Chase Brown kids.
Where was he yesterday?
Had to face the Lions defense. Penn State and Texas should not be ranked and will miss the playoffs. Neither has beaten a Power 4 opponent, and we're into October. Neither team has a difference maker at quarterback, despite all the hype. And both defenses have not been as advertised. Both are going to lose at least one more football game.
Well, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but neither of them are ranked, right?
Correct.
So here's the deal. Not ranked in the AP, but both are ranked in the coaches poll, which is laughable.
Texas is at 19 and Penn State is at 22. So, so you've got, depending on the poll that you looked at, a number 1 team and a number 2 team to start the season unranked now. I don't think this is an overreaction at all.
This is not an overreaction. It's pathetic that they're ranked in that coaches poll right now. It just goes to show you that, you know, maybe they put in their ballot on Friday night. Seriously. It's sad. What world are we living in where these two teams deserve to be ranked right now? I don't think Texas stands a chance right now to make the playoff. Arch has too much growing up to do too fast. They get Oklahoma this week, right?
Yeah,
River.
Yeah.
And the schedule's just loaded. No, Texas will be a 4 or 5 loss team, I think. Penn State as a 3-loss team in the right world. Look, at the back end of this thing, it's going to be garbage. We saw it last year with the playoff and stuff. I would just say I don't think this is not an overreaction, but there could be a world where they could wiggle into the bottom.
Okay, and at the at the very end of the season, what's the one thing that's going to come up? Well, they lost to a team that hasn't won any games in UCLA. Didn't have a head coach. They had an offensive coordinator that didn't even know how to use his headset.
Yeah, they had Will Birchfield calling plays. He showed up 2 days beforehand.
Yeah.
Anyway. Do you believe? Jonathan Smith will not see a third year in East Lansing. Off a bye, they were sloppy. 2 special teams blunders led to 14 Nebraska points. They can't develop an offensive line, so the quarterback's getting killed. The AD didn't hire him, and there's no fire or fight in East Lansing. This will be his last year to avoid staleness setting in.
No, he'll be back because if they fire him, he's owed $33 million. So no, it's not happening. The only thing that happened when Alan Haller decided to step down or they let him go and they brought in a new AD, it made it easier for Jonathan Smith to leave because his buyout's only $3 million, but that's if he goes somewhere else.
That's the only way he's gone, is if he goes somewhere else,
right.
Since there's some sort of mutual partying here.
But
and we
he's
just talked about the team
million.
Where he might go, UCLA, maybe, right? That's where he's from.
Yeah.
This is an overreaction for now.
The Lions are the best team in the NFC. The Eagles rank 29th in yards per carry. The best offensive line in football got their quarterback sacked 6 times yesterday, a game where they blew a 2-touchdown lead at home. The Lions are the best in the NFC.
I'm not sure if I should abstain from this because I have to put my power search together Wednesday morning, and I think you're just trying to get a peek.
Fishing?
Yeah. No, I'll go ahead and answer this. Yeah, They are the best team in the NFC right now. They are operating on all three levels. Even when you have guys in the secondary that are down their number one corner, they find ways to win games. Even when they don't operate as efficiently up front as you want them to, with 4 sacks on Jared Goff. A large part of that was the fact that they couldn't protect his backside with Giovanni Manu. They are the best team in the NFC right now.
I think this is an overreaction for now. I think it's way too much piling on the Eagles. And for what they have done, yesterday was not a good win or a good loss. I mean, look, they fell asleep at the wheel, to be honest. This happens in the NFL. Let me throw some numbers at you. The Eagles have one loss since September, 2 losses now, since September 29th of last year. 2 losses. One of them, Jalen Hurts didn't play. It was Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
They had won 20 of 21 football games in the NFL, including the playoffs.
Yeah, but this is where they are this week.
No, this is why this is labeled this overreactions. They have the best roster in the NFL still. Now, do they have problems? They have to run the ball, or this will change. And I will say the Lions, if the Lions keep playing this way. But to do this after week 1, after a team just lost its second game since September 29th of last year, is insanity. It's the stupid world we live in right now, where people go crazy after one thing.
But
I don't think it's crazy.
It's not 1 week. The Lions, what they did to Baltimore is more impressive than anything Philly's done this season.
This isn't about the Lions. This is about the Eagles.
The first words out of my mouth were the Lions are the best team in the NFC.
They're not, because the best team has lost 2 games since September 29th of last year.
Well, if we were comparing the last 2 seasons, I would agree the Eagles are better. They won the Super Bowl. I'm comparing this season.
Guess what? That team's been to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. They won one of them.
Okay, so maybe they got a better GM, and we can make an argument about head coach. But right now, this is the here and now.
Right, and they do maybe have a guard issue. And something to keep an eye on here, since we're getting into the weeds here. Is there going to be a market for Sauce Gardner?
Maybe. I mean, they're the only winless football team. We'll get to them in a second. Do me. The Jets didn't hire their version of Dan Campbell. They hired their version of Antonio Pierce. They're the last winless team in football. They're the first team in NFL history to start 0-5 and not have a single takeaway. They hired a defensive head coach. Rah-rah guy, but very little substance.
This is a gigantic overreaction. I think the issue that they have is they don't have a quarterback. Like, they tied their wagon. They're hitched their wagon to Justin Fields right now. And Justin Fields isn't a franchise quarterback.
But that
he never has been, never will be.
That doesn't explain their defense.
This is a matter of setting a tone. And in year 1 of Dan Campbell, they went 3-13-1. And they started off this very similar. So, no, I'm not going to sit here and say that Aaron Glenn. In fact, I know both of these guys, and I played with Antonio Pierce. There is absolutely no comparison between Aaron Glenn and Antonio Pierce. It's almost offensive to me that you would even utter these words in the same sentence. There hasn't been an overreact, Jim, where I've been like, you know what, I really want to punch you. And this is one, because it's offensive to put those 2 guys in the same sentence.
Former player without results. I just think there's a danger in saying, well, every winless coach is going to be Dan Campbell. There is one Dan Campbell.
And standard. You're talking about 2 guys with completely different character and completely different standard. I think Aaron Glenn will get it right. And I don't know how long it takes. I don't even know if they're going to give him enough time, but he will get it right.
This is a major overreaction. I couldn't agree with John more. Look, at 4-19 Campbell started at. And I overreacted and started questioning if he was the right guy for the job in that 1 week. Remember that, John?
Yep.
It was when they fell to the 1-6 in the second season. I'm like, at some point, he's tracking to be Marty Mornhinweg. And then it turned. I agree, John, the character thing. And you got to know this, Jim. John has a list. And his list starts with Clinton Portis. We all know that. I haven't heard him say many bad things about guys that he's played against or knows about in the league. But he has done it with Antonio Pierce.
Yep.
Therefore, Antonio Pierce is high on this list as well. This is garbage.
Yeah.
It says Mew. I got 2 more. The Colts are the second best team in the AFC. 4-1 with a convincing win. They're winning by 14 points per game. It's the largest margin in the NFL.
So I want to say it's an overreaction, but then I look and say, okay, well, who could I possibly put in front of them. The only thing I'll say about the Colts is, okay, look at their schedule.
Oh, you're going to do what the Callers did to the Lions.
The win against the Broncos is a good one. The loss against the Rams is a good one, but they've also beaten the Dolphins, the Titans, the Raiders. So is everyone else.
But decisively, convincingly, the way you're supposed to.
Cardinals haven't beaten the Titans.
No.
How awesome was that
Yeah.
yesterday?
I don't know. I put them still right there, and I know the Chargers had a really bad day yesterday. Denver, I mean, don't sleep on Denver in that division. There could be 3 teams in the AFC West that are ultimately better than the Indianapolis Colts. I'm not going to throw the Chiefs out, the Broncos, or the Chargers, so I think this is a bit of an overreaction at this point.
Yeah, I think it's overreaction simply because I put them at 3. I still put the Bills and Chiefs ahead of them.
Grit. Someone mentioned the Chargers. They're going to miss the playoffs. The offensive line's a real problem. They lost Slater before the year. Joe Alt is out. They've given up over 50 pressures the last 3 weeks. It's crippled their run game. It's put Herbert in a bad spot. And suddenly their big lead in the division, it's gone. Denver's at 3-2. Kansas City could be 3-2 at the end of tonight.
They got a chance to get right going to Miami this week. And then they follow it up, and we'll get a chance to see Chargers, Colts. And then you think about the rest of their schedule: Vikings, Titans, Steelers, Jags, Raiders. Like I don't think that they missed the playoffs. No.
I think this is an overreaction, but barely. And the reason I say that is it's not about them for me. It's about the AFC for me. And I can see this team backdooring a 9 and 8 7th seed just because of the depth of the AFC. The fact that the Ravens have fallen off. If they recover, I think the Chargers miss. But I don't know if the Ravens can recover right now. How about them, Harbaugh?
Those are your overreact gyms. Let's be honest. Nobody's planning for a new roof. Nobody's been squirreling away money, excitedly ready to purchase a new roof. It always seems to come at the worst time, and you probably don't have all the money up front. The cost can feel overwhelming, and that's why you need to know about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. Right now, Shaner's making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing. That means you don't have to skimp on the quality. You can get the quality roof you need without the stress of that big upfront payment that nobody's been saving for. Here's the thing. Shaner's not some fly-by-night company. 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of satisfied homeowners who rave about the professionalism, the craftsmanship, and the customer care. So if your roof's leaking, aging, or if you're just ready for that peace of mind, go to mymichiganroof.com. You don't have to spell Shaner. mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability.
You hear the ads, law firms bragging about some giant verdict, and to them, it's a trophy. It's a number that they want to brag about, and that's good for them. But if you've just been in a car accident, really doesn't do much for you. Here's the truth about David Femininio. He wins big, of course, but he also knows that it's not about the headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills. It keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. And with David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you. You can give him a call at 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Heather with the news.
So Holly Rowe didn't let a sideline tackle slow her down. I don't know if you guys saw this, but on Saturday, while broadcasting on the sideline of the Miami versus Florida State game, she, along with Michael Irvin, just were taken down by this avalanche of players in the third quarter. And almost as quickly as she went down, I mean, she went down, feet went up.
Oh, yeah.
But she got right back up and immediately addressed her colleagues in the booth, and she gave an injury update on herself.
Yeah, I thought the same thing too. I'm like, what the hell was Mike doing? But yeah, Holly is one of my favorite people in the broadcast business, and she has such great energy. She's a true pro at what she does. And
because that could have rattled anyone.
And I mean, just an update on if anybody doesn't know all about Holly, she has battled cancer and she has come back stronger for it. She is just an amazing individual.
I'm just glad she didn't get hurt. I mean, she took it like a champ.
Yeah, I'm glad she protected Mike.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Stoney in the booth with Chris Fowler, by the way. You all right, girl?
So football fans in Michigan will have one less team to root for. The Michigan Panthers are officially leaving the state. So after a thorough analysis of all markets and venues, the United Football League made the decision to depart from Michigan. They also say the league will be leaving the Memphis and San Antonio markets as well. They did release a statement saying, unfortunately, due to stadium constraints, the available venues do not align with our new vision of focusing on smaller, more intimate settings that elevate the fan experience. So they're gone.
Yeah.
They did want to say they're deeply grateful for all the support of the devoted Panthers fans out there, but it's not clear yet where they're going to go at this time.
It's too bad. I mean, I understand the financial aspect of it. They're just trying to keep a league up and running, as many teams as possible, but it's disappointing because it was fun to go down to a game and be able to watch them and feel a little connected to another team.
Trying to tap into nostalgia. It's just spring football is a tough sell for people. It hasn't been able to stick.
Yeah. Michigan State police are searching for the driver of a white Infiniti SUV who allegedly fired shots at another vehicle on I-696 near Woodward on Saturday afternoon. So it was a road rage incident is what it sounds like. The driver of the other vehicle called the police to report that while they were driving, the Infiniti's driver pointed a firearm out the window, fired 2 shots towards their vehicle. So that vehicle wasn't struck by bullets and nobody was injured, which is the good news. And it sounds like no evidence was found during the investigation as well. But Michigan State Police First Lieutenant Mike Shaw is taking the time to remind everybody that There's no reason to settle a dispute with a firearm, especially over something as simple as a driving error. And he did say that if you find yourself in a situation where somebody who is out of control while driving, you should create some distance between obviously them and you and call 911. Former NFL quarterback and current Fox Sports analyst Mark Sanchez was in Indianapolis over the weekend. He was there. He planned to call the Colts-Ravens game, but instead he ended up in the hospital with multiple stab wounds and also multiple misdemeanor charges. So he got into this physical altercation with a 69-year-old truck driver that allegedly started over a parking dispute. So it sounds like the truck driver was parked at a loading dock. He was there at this hotel to collect like the used cooking oil from the hotel kitchen. And for some reason or another, Sanchez had told him, you can't park there. Shouldn't be here. So the driver said, hold on, let me call my manager, figure out what's going on. Because Sanchez was saying, like, I talked to the hotel manager, you can't be here. And then apparently Sanchez climbed into the cab of the truck.
Oh, to try and move it?
I don't know what he was doing in there, but he climbed in. The victim told Sanchez, hey, you're not allowed inside this truck. You got to get out. And I guess that's when things really escalated. Sanchez threw this driver up against a wall onto the ground. The victim feared for his life, sprayed pepper spray onto Sanchez, but that only slowed him down for a minute, and then he was charging at him. So this guy pulled out a knife, stabbed him multiple times. Both men were hospitalized, and Sanchez was charged with battery with injury, unlawful entry of a motor vehicle, and public intoxication. And it sounds like afterwards, he has since been released from the hospital, doesn't have any remembrance of what happened, where he was, who stabbed him.
Oh, Sanchez has no recollection?
It's
one of those nights, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Heather with the news. Lions picked up a win. Let's talk about it. We have Dan Campbell's victory speech following the game. Let's play that for people. Penisula at the end. Sam Laporta.
You know what? Laporta said something very important there. And this kind of goes back to one of the overreactions of, are the Lions the best team in the NFC? Are they better than the Eagles? Are they better than the Bucks? And I'm going to leave the Bucks out of this conversation for right now because I think they're very similar to the Lions. They've got that next man up mentality. And you look at Amon-Ra St. Brown. Now, I know he had 8 catches, 100 yards. J-Mo, 1 catch, 9 yards. There are a lot of different guys on this team that could look and say, you know what? I'm not getting the ball enough. I'm not scoring enough. And let's go to A.J. Brown and the Eagles. He's pouting because he doesn't have enough receptions. Yet they were winning. And I don't know what caused them to lose yesterday. There's a lot of factors involved. But is there something regarding guys on that team that just They want more individually. And then when Laporta comes out and says, one of the things I love about this team is that it's all about the team first and the individual second. Jahmyr Gibbs, he only had 12 carries. Well, David Montgomery had 18. How dare they? But you're not going to hear Jahmyr Gibbs complain about it. You're not going to hear J-Mo complain about it. We haven't heard any of that stuff. And so the best thing about this team is exactly what Laporta said. And it's so rare in professional sports. You see it a lot in college. There's a lot of love in college for the team. But in the NFL, when you have a team with as much talent as they have and guys that are getting paid, but they always want more, for them to not have an issue of, some, behind the scenes tweet that says, well, I'm going to pout because I'm not getting the ball enough. You don't see that.
A lot of teams say they're unselfish. Oh, we're a team. We're egoless. The Lions are about that life. Mm-hmm. Like J-Mo's not putting Bible verses out about how he's not getting the ball enough. I'm not quite sure why A.J. Brown's doing that, but that's something for their locker room.
Yeah, he's not. We don't have anybody reading books on the sidelines in the middle of a game. And I know A.J. Brown did that last year. They still won a Super Bowl. But at some point, that starts to wear away at the fabric of the team.
Again, if you just talk about these two teams, they're both 4-1. The Eagles won last year because of a badass offensive line, and they ran over everybody. And Saquon Barkley was the perfect addition to their offense. They're 29th in yards per carry this season. That is not a overreact to 1 week thing. That's 5 weeks in. The offensive line is not as dominant. The run game is not as dominant. And they just gave up 18 unanswered in the fourth quarter at home, so it's not like the defense is let off the hook either. You absolutely can say the Lions are the best team in the NFC after watching them dismantle everyone they play. Well, who have they played? I'm not doing this thing where we take away the Baltimore win. Mm-mm. Lamar was healthy. Most of the defense was healthy. It was on the road. Detroit was up double digits in the fourth quarter. It was emphatic. It was dominant. And what do you want them to do when they play the bad teams? Play down to their competition? No, they never do, John. We talked about it last Friday. There's no let up or let down for the Detroit Lions. They roll in, they roll up, they roll out. Ho-hum, another double-digit win.
Very much a sign of average teams that want to be good are the fact that when they play bad teams, inferior teams, that they do play down to their level. They may still win, but they're in a dogfight to beat a bad team.
Overall reaction to the Lions game. Are they the best team in the NFC? Look, there's a lot to clean up, but it's saying something when you have, quote, a lot to clean up, and you're up 28-3 on cruise control on the road en route to a double-digit win. There's a bit of that going on. It's 97-1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and even stronger relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me over the years and my family, so that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That website again, firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Dan Miller on the call. Lions take care of business on the road in Cincinnati. 4-1 start to the season. They are officially letdown proof. Roll in, roll up, roll out. And it doesn't matter. Well, you could play down to the competition and mess around, play with your food. 28-3 in the second half. Kick their feet up, win by double digits. You're not supposed to win by double digits every week, but the Lions have done it in 3 of the last 4 weeks. This is still the NFL. To roll up people the way Detroit is, to play this way. Last year, they won by an average of 11 points per game. This year, they're winning by an average of 12 points per game. Mm-hmm. They look better than anybody in the NFC right now.
And I'd love to hear, first of all, the reaction of Lions fans to just the game yesterday. What did you like? What did you not like? Are there concerns? Are there things that you are surprised that they're doing well, not well, all of those different things? But it's, one, are you shocked? Going into the season, we said, hey, the start of the schedule is brutal. They happen to be 4-1. They have also 2 games coming up where it's at Arrowhead, the Chiefs, and then it's home against Tampa. Then you got a division game against the Vikings. But in between there, after the Bucs game, you got your bye week.
And yeah.
So it's a 2-game season right now. What are you going to be able to do at the Chiefs and then home against Tampa Bay? 2 teams that we don't really know what to make of the Chiefs. They still won't have Rashee Rice back. But going into their bye week, they play better. They're coming out of a bye week. What's it look like with Andy Reid coming out of a bye week? And then it's obviously Tampa at home. So
what do you mean? What do you mean the Chiefs are coming off? They're playing tonight. They're on Monday
that's
night.
right. I'm sorry.
They're
playing tonight. Yeah, they got a short week. Yes,
yeah.
I was looking at the scores, going, well, the Chiefs didn't have a game. Bonehead. Sorry.
You're good.
Take that one back. Let's. I'm going to do the Doug Karsch. And 3, 2, 1. The Chiefs are going to play tonight, so we'll get a chance to see exactly what they're doing against the Chiefs and who they're going to face.
And we all picked them, and I think they're going to win tonight. And I think they are starting to get back into form. But they're going to be on a short week. It's one of the many little quirks that favor the Lions and the tough schedules, an extra day to prepare. Game's a coin flip on the sports books. Detroit is playing so much better than I thought anybody could reasonably expect, given losing 2 offensive linemen, 2 coordinators, and the opponents that were on the schedule to start. Yet here they are, 4-1. Won't surprise anybody if they're 5-1, 6-1, or 5-2 when we get the bye week, which is way better than we could have expected. And then you get Aleem McNeil back along the way. DJ Reed is not done for the season. Taylor Decker, I think it's smart what they're doing right now, understanding that they have to manage him, get him to the finish line. Hey, if I got to sit him for a day at Cincinnati where we're going to win by 13 points, so be it.
Yeah, and you get a guy some experience because who knows what happens with Taylor Decker's injury. Are you going to need Giovanni Manu at the Commanders, at the Eagles?
Maybe.
You don't necessarily know. If you could pick and choose when you're going to play Taylor Decker, all right, you don't play him against the Bengals, but then hopefully you have him, and maybe the plan is we get you a little bit of rest, we get you further along, and then when we go to Arrowhead and we play against Tampa, we need you those 2 weeks, and then we got a bye week. All right, then you could take all the time you want to get healed up. So it's going to be surprise or interesting to see how they continue to handle that.
Ticket texters, you guys are the least objective fanboys I've ever seen. Best in the NFC after beating the Browns and Bengals. Are we kidding?
Well, it has to do with beating the Ravens on the road, and it is the Bengals on the road. And like I said, we'll get a chance to learn a lot more about them going to Arrowhead. Now, I will say this. Has Jared Goff ever in his professional career lost to Patrick Mahomes?
Johnny is not. 2-0?
I think it might be 3-0.
I know he had the Monday night shootout when he was with the Rams, and he had the season opener.
Yeah.
Is there another one I'm missing?
I don't know. I'll have to go back in.
Either way, you are correct. I know he hasn't lost head-to-head. But I'd like to ask this ticket texter who calls us fanboys. Who's your best team in the NFC? I know the Lions aren't blowing 2 touchdown leads in the fourth quarter at home. I know the Lions can run the ball, unlike Philadelphia. Who's your best team in the NFL, tough guy? Go ahead. Let us know. 248-539-9797. We got till 10.
It is only 2 times.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's not like it, guys, it's more than one thing here. It's the Lions really stepping out and accelerating things with a hot start here. And it's Philly, who for 5 weeks has really struggled. They've won a lot of their games in nail-biter fashion, and they got popped yesterday because they've been playing with fire. Meanwhile, Detroit doesn't give you a chance to win it in the fourth quarter. Mm-hmm. You don't get a chance to steal one against Detroit because you're drowning, because you can't keep up, because the game's out of hand and we're discoing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm not going down that road.
John,
you can.
They did. I'm not forecasting anything beyond what we're talking about.
They have won by double digits.
3 of the last 4 games. We can acknowledge it or we can't.
We can talk about them winning by double digits, yes, without having to go
much?
God, you're really annoying me.
8 o'clock, we'll talk Tiger baseball. They split over the weekend. You feel better, you feel worse. Let's get to Bill in Brighton. Bill, good morning.
Good morning. I was just calling in, but Jansen was talking about what has surprised me the most, and it is that we were in the top 3 sacks going into that game. I don't know what we are now, but we all thought that defensive line was going to be suffering. We wanted help for Hutch, with McNeil not back, like you said. That's the biggest surprise I see. I just did not see that coming at all.
Yeah, they're second in the league right now in sacks, and that's, with 16 of them. Denver right now has the most at 21. Third in the NFL right now is the Rams at 15 with their vaunted defensive front and all the young players that they have up there. The Commanders are tied as well with third with 15 as well.
Yeah, I just did not see it coming because we all said they had to go get someone. And they told us to relax. I guess maybe I should have. I don't know.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, they should have. Yeah, they should have 2 more if Hutch wouldn't line up off sides. And then get a sack. As soon as it happened, too, I'm like, before the play, I'm like, Hutch, back up. Please back up. And then he goes and gets a sack, and there's a flag, and Lisa was watching. I'm like, well, he lined up off sides. And she's like, yeah, no one saw that. I'm like, yeah, he's off sides. Well, then it was Terrion Arnold.
Yeah, that's the other one.
It took away the not only a sack, but a safety. Yeah.
I'm not telling you have to love everything. Like, if you think left tackle's a concern, if Decker were to miss significant amounts of time, cool. I watched the same game you did. You want to tell me they don't have a true number 1 corner without DJ Reed? I would agree with you. I just think it says something where they have a couple matchups that were not advantageous, and they win handily on the road.
But what do we also know about this offensive staff? And I'm not going to say just John Morton and not just Dan Campbell, but it's an offensive staff that looked at game 1 and said, okay, well, we underperformed on the offensive line, especially at the guard position. And now those guys have gotten better and played better, but they've also, we heard it from Goff on the Carson Anderson program, there are things that they're doing, calling plays that protect them a little bit. What did I say in the offseason? There are ways that you can call, even for tackles. There are ways, and yesterday we saw it with Manu. Hey, every once in a while you get a tight end. Running backs. I thought the running backs could have done a better job of helping Manu out a couple of times, and I think maybe they just got in the middle of the game and just assumed, hey, left tackle's taken care of because they're used to having Decker. No, you have to remember some of those things to give help where help is needed.
Yeah, look, Manu gave up, I think, 2 of the 3 sacks.
Well, there's 4.
Oh, sorry. 2 of the 4 sacks, and a third was on a play where they had the tight end blocking, and I think they did that because they didn't trust that they'd have a steady presence at left tackle.
Yeah, but they were also running a play action, pass.
They had him blocking down. Yes.
Yeah. So it was.
Yeah. Let me rephrase. 3 of the 4 sacks came from the left side of the offensive line.
Yes.
248-539-9797. We'll get some Lions fans in the mix on this. John, you asked a great question about the surprise that is this 4-1 start. We've brought up that they're the best team in the NFC, and we have more of your feedback. It's 97-1.
You guys have heard me talk about the new roof that I got on our house a few years ago, and we've since sold the house. But one of the reasons I went with Rapid Roofing because I absolutely trust them. And they replaced my roof a few years ago. They did a tremendous job, and it was everything that they said they would do. They showed up. They gave me a great estimate. It wasn't a high-pressure sales approach, but they showed up, and they complete most roofs in one day, was what they did with mine. Replaced or ripped the roof off, made the repairs, put the new roof on, cleaned everything up, and they were gone. It was a tremendous experience. It's family-owned and operated. Give Mike a call, and you can give him a call at 888-360-ROOF, or you can find him on the web at rapidroofing.com. Trust me, you're going to be happy you did.
That iced the game. Dan Miller on the call. 8 o'clock, we'll mix in the Tigers. Playoff baseball. Back at Comerica Park this week. They split over the weekend. You feel better? You feel worse? Talking to Lions fans, let's get to Eric in Allen Park. Eric, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, I'm going to be homers for the homers here. I'm going to back you guys up in why that texter or whatever that said you guys are homers he's an idiot. All right. So first off, you're not the only people saying or, putting out there the Lions are the best teams in the NFC. As a matter of fact, most of the experts, if you listen to, football analysts and experts on TV and wherever, they've been putting the Lions not near the top of the NFC. Most of them last week had the Lions as the number one team in all of the NFL. And certainly in the top three, let's say in the NFL, is a consensus. All right, number one. Number two, the Lions, when they're playing these teams, they're not playing them when they're bad teams. As a matter of fact, I believe the Lions were underdogs against the Ravens when they went and beat, and no one predicted them to win that game. When they played Cleveland had, and actually still has, the number one rush defense in the NFL. That is not a horrible team. Now, granted, they have injuries. Cincinnati, that should have been a laugher. They went and took care of business, but it's on the road. The Lions also have coming into the season, the second hardest schedule in the NFL, including they face 11 playoff teams this year on their schedule. If they continue to do what they're doing, which I do expect them to do that, I don't think there's any question, who's the best team in the NFC. You could say maybe between Detroit and Philadelphia, but my point is that you guys keep doing what you're doing. You guys are not being biased. You are speaking facts, and I have, unless it's a Green Bay Packer fan or something here in Detroit that's commenting, I have no idea what they're talking about. I think you guys are spot on. I think it's just we still have a bad taste from the first game and also how we lost to the Commanders last year. I think it's just people that don't want to face facts because they're in their feelings. But Detroit, listen, good news. We have not just a good team, we have a great team. Matter of fact, I think we have the best team in the NFL. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Eric. Yeah, it's a recognition to Detroit. You could have said the Eagles a week ago, and I think a lot of those sites did have the Eagles ahead of them. They were undefeated. Well, what happened? The Eagles lost at home, blew a 2-touchdown lead, still can't run the ball. And Detroit, all they're doing is decapitating people. Mm-hmm. So it's a recognition to what the Lions are doing. Their standing in the NFL today ultimately means nothing. We know it needs to actually show up in January and February, but there's nothing wrong with looking at this weekend of football, looking at the way the Lions have started much faster than anticipated, and giving them their due.
And just because in week 5 or coming out of week 5, we think that they're the best team in the NFC doesn't mean coming out of week 6, week 7, week 8, that they will remain the best team in the NFC. The Eagles do have an opportunity to fix some of their issues, just like we talked about the Lions coming out of week 1.
And they'll play each other head-to-head in a regular season, and honestly, probably the postseason too.
Yeah.
And that one's going to matter the most.
And it will be televised.
Yes, it will, John.
So it'll count even more.
Even doubly. Josh in Birmingham. It's 97.1. Josh, what's up?
Josh, good morning. You want to talk a little Tigers?
He did.
Apparently.
He's like, well, I got to wait till 8:02. Look, I'll put you back on hold. We are going to talk Tigers at the top of the hour. On the Lions, 248-539-9797. Game reaction. They let up too many points and made me sweat out my cover at minus 12.5 points.
Yeah.
Is that what the line moved to?
It closed at 9.5.
Okay.
But
so
if this guy did it live or alt spread or something, they were up 28-3. I really don't care what garbage time Jake Browning did. Detroit went in and won that game handily.
I can't believe the reaction this morning. Like, it's leaning towards they haven't beat anybody, and a little truth to that, but it's being over-exaggerated.
Yeah. I mean, they're playing other NFL teams.
I just hope Kelsey doesn't get hurt tonight or Chris Jones.
More asterisk. Still haven't beat anybody. I'm concerned about Goff's blind side. What can be done to help Manu if Decker doesn't play? That's Deanna in Clinton Township.
Well, they could turn protections to him, which seems like it would be a no-brainer. So you'd get help from Mahogany, maybe even a tight end, a running back. Like, they can do a lot of things with formation by itself, putting somebody in a wing position there and widening out. And we see it with Hutch all the time, right? Tight end there. Tight end releases into a route, but on his way out, he hits Hutch. And then the tackle is there right behind him to help out. Like, those are all things that you could do because you have somebody on the other side, Penei Sewell, who is shutting down the best rushers in the league.
Let's circle back quick to the 28-3 comment you made there, and then the garbage time and what was happening. Yeah, did they put themselves in a slight jeopardy maybe for a second? Yeah, I don't think they did.
The only thing they put in jeopardy was like people's bets. Like, there was no way they were losing the game.
But the answer that they had should make you feel very good when they went down, marched down the field, drained clock, and put up another 7 points. That is a sign of a great football team.
Yeah. So they go down. It's 8 plays, 68 yards, 5 minutes and 8 seconds off the clock, and punch it in the end zone.
That's kneecaps.
Yeah, multiple people referencing that. Some more ticket text. This one says the league is based on parity. Teams should not regularly beat each other by double-digit points like the Lions have done now for 2 years. Yeah, the league is designed to tear the good teams down and build the bad teams up. The draft, the salary cap, and just the reality, most games come down to
a field goal.
A final possession. Tampa. Thank you. And what the Lions did last year is beat people by an average of 11 points per game. And then they shed 2 coordinators and 2 key offensive linemen. And what are they doing? They're winning by 12 points per game. Once again, beating people by double digits. I really don't understand. Like, another texter says they haven't beat anybody. Says you're basing it off the schedule difficulty of what those teams did last year. They beat nobody. Ravens, Browns, Bengals, and Bears are all trash. Sonny in Birmingham.
Well, the Lions sure made them look like trash. And the Browns, I don't think there's anybody that's going to argue the Browns' defense. Like, okay, their offense, it's a pile of dog poo. But their defense is really good. Is Myles Garrett, is he in the running again for Defensive Player of the Year? Absolutely. He will be consistently.
I'm just so baffled that is like a talking point today. Don't be excited about your 4-1 football team that beats everybody handily because those teams aren't any good.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, we're not allowed to have any fun until they win the Super Bowl.
I think about Texans fans this morning. Nah. It's the Ravens without Lamar. I mean,
yeah. You think they're jumping through hoops right now?
When you win big, you celebrate in the NFL.
Right, but there would be a little bit of an argument there. There's none with the Lions. The Lions beat Lamar.
But they
sacked him 7 times. It wasn't Cooper Rush fire up chips. It was Lamar Jackson in Baltimore on Monday Night Football, where they never lose.
In Baltimore.
Yes. Oh, well, their defense is beat up. It wasn't that night. It was after what Detroit did to them. I'm sorry, we're not going to relitigate the Baltimore game because they're injured now. They were healthy, and Detroit made their statement. Is Buffalo no good? Who's Buffalo beat? Nobody's any good.
Nope.
Everybody's terrible, even when you win by...
Yep, and the Bills, to make the Bills even worse, they just lost to the Patriots. Oh, okay. Their season might be over.
Nobody's any good, so you can't celebrate your football team. The ticket texters have policed it. No fun today. All right, we'll talk about the Tigers next, 97.1.
The 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Away we go. We'll get the phone calls in on the Lions and the Tigers. You can call about either team today. We know it's an exciting time. Both teams played yesterday, a little double dip. The Lions win the first game on the road. They're cruising to a victory. It's what they do. It's who they are, and we've made the case they're the best team in the NFC. You can fight about it. You can talk about what stood out. The shock in being 4-1, given what was staring this team in the face when the year began. With the Tigers, 1-1, split over the weekend.
Mm-hmm. They now have home field advantage.
They do. They'll play the next 2 at Detroit.
Mm-hmm. And if they win them both, they move on to the ALCS.
You save Tarek Skubal for the next round.
And I think the question coming out of the weekend is, do you feel good about it?
I thought they'd split. I did.
Yeah. And so they did. So you must feel good.
But I don't. And I wish I felt better. John, they had 3 extra base hits and struck out 26 times. They did not carry over any offensive momentum from the end of the Cleveland series. In fact, they continue to be a team that makes it very hard on themselves.
Right, but if you're looking at one inning from the last 3 weeks, then yeah, you're going to feel bad because that one inning doesn't fix everything. All it did was mean that they get a chance to play a new series. And now in that new series, they go on the road. They have a rookie pitcher, Troy Melton, throw 4 really good innings. And then they go through their entire bullpen and come away with a hard-fought, earned victory.
Yeah,
they lose a school start because they can't hit enough.
I know.
So they come home 1-1 in a series where and I asked you this question last week. Are the Mariners a better team than the Guardians?
Yes.
So to be able to come back 1-1 and have home field advantage must make you feel pretty good.
You would think. John, they have the lowest slugging percentage of any team left in the playoffs. The only team worse was the Cincinnati Reds.
Play a little game with John quick. Guess what their OPS is?
Through the playoffs?
Yeah.
I'm going to guess it's right around 450.
Oh, wow.
Terrible.
That was Javi last year.
Yeah. No, I mean, because I over-exaggerate a little bit because I know it's not great.
545.
Okay, so I'm not that far off.
That is horrible.
So
It's horrible. You're right, but they're 1-1.
When you couple, but you got to forecast ahead.
They're giving themselves a chance.
They have a ton of chances. The problem is they have to string together hits. And when you strike out this often and you don't hit doubles, triples, and homers, you make it really tough to win. So
if they win the series, are you going to be the current Lions fan and say, well, I mean, it's the Mariners in the postseason. They don't win postseason. Don't do it. You're doing it to yourself.
Winning is good. Splitting is good. I'm asking, how do you feel about the future? The game's upcoming. Do you trust the Mariner bats, who, by the way, stepped up in Game 2? Do you trust their bats more than our bats?
Sure.
So then you probably don't feel very good.
Oh, I feel great. For the reason that I said going into Game 3 against the Guardians, you play the game. You have no idea what's going to happen. Did we think in Game 1 that and I text you guys as soon as I saw Melton was starting, because we didn't think we thought it would be Montero, and then at least one of them, and then Melton.
Mm-hmm.
They decided to go with Melton. And I was kind of excited because he's done better as a starter than he has it coming out of the bullpen. And he gave them 4 really good innings. They end up winning that game. And so, yeah, I feel good because I don't know what Flaherty's going to be when he's on the mound. If the season that he had is what we're going to see in the postseason, then it's probably not a great prospect because it was one good, one bad, one good, one bad. But he's going to be on the mound. He's got a lot of postseason experience. And albeit that was his best postseason performance against the Guardians, but you play the damn game.
I just loathe that you would compare the two. Like, the Lions are winning handily, feet kicked up, badass football team.
Oh, I know. You loathe it. And the Tigers are just doing what they have to do to win enough games to move on.
Who would I feel better about? The team that's rolling people or the team that won with a walk, wild pitch, and a broken bat? Like, hey, dude, I'm not complaining about a split, but the question was, do you feel better or worse? I don't feel good knowing my team can't hit extra bases and is striking out at a ridiculous clip right now.
Yeah,
I don't
sucks.
feel good knowing that the Skubal starts are far from guaranteed. So I love having him in Game 5, but the idea that I should feel good right now, I don't.
Well, and okay, if we're going to talk about history, then what happened in Game 5 last year with the Skubal start?
Right.
The results weren't great, but you line up, you play the game, and the Tigers just have to do enough to win.
I'm not even putting out there that I think they're losing or they're winning. It's just, how do you feel after a split? 248-539-9797.
It is absolutely painful. It's torturous. But what did we say about this team for the past 3 months? They are a torturous, awful watch.
So then wouldn't it be the most fitting thing to feel bad about them but have them keep winning?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's why I say you play the damn game.
John, I think they will. And I would encourage them to do just that. Let's get to Joe in Grosse Ile. Joe, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I feel good enough I don't feel great because of the way they're hitting, but they're still playing. And to me, the whole season's going to come down to tomorrow. If they can win tomorrow, that guarantees they go back to Seattle. If they can't get by tomorrow, I'm not sure we get back to Seattle and back to Skubal, because Skubal is not losing to those guys in a Game 5. He will not. So, yeah, I feel good enough, but I wish they'd hit the doggone ball a little bit better.
Yeah.
Good enough is a good way of putting it.
Yeah, that's probably, I mean, the rant that you and I just went on is probably me saying that I feel good enough.
You feel good, and I think they did enough.
Yeah.
Good enough.
Put them together. We got ourselves a winning series.
Yeah, because splitting is what we needed to see them do. I think some of this is that they did it backwards.
How dare they?
Well, it impacts how people feel. Imagine a world where they lose the melt and start, and you go, well, that was kind of expected. It's a bullpen day against a loaded offense. But then Skubal, he nails them down, and they tie the series up. It's the same result.
Yeah, and so I have the same feeling. I'm pretty happy that they're coming back 1-1.
I just wish I saw a little more out of the offense.
Well, we all do.
You know what it is? Jim, you know, I think you stressed more about last night, the lost opportunity.
Yeah.
Like, this town would be buzzing big time if they won that game last
Up
night.
2-0, coming home.
Yeah. And it's all because they couldn't get a couple more hits. They got 3. You can't give your ace any hit support, let alone run support. Now, technically, last night, the 2 runs in the 8th were run support for Skubal because he was still the pitcher of record.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
he left the game with no runs on the board.
Exactly.
And, they didn't give him much run support against Cleveland. And that you can date that back to last year. Heck, the Carpenter home run game that I went to.
Yeah.
They didn't give him any run support. The home run was in the 9th.
How big was that Carp home run on Saturday?
Ooh, flashback.
Well, and how about them? They decide to leave their starter in. Carp had owned him, and he crushed him. Now, in Game 2, they didn't make the same mistake. They pulled Castillo, got their lefty in to face Carpenter.
I mean, this sounds crazy, as bad as the Tigers lineup is. But if I was in the playoffs or in big moments, I would almost pitch around Carpenter. Because who else is going to hit the home run?
Sure. We're talking both Tigers and Lions. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Josh in Birmingham. Josh, good morning.
Morning, guys. You got me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Perfect. Sorry about that. Jim, I think I'm kind of in between both you guys, right? Like, definitely the missed opportunity, but still trying to be positive. And I think I'm a little more positive than maybe Jim is right now. But I would say the main thing outside of the hitting, obviously, that's causing the concern, especially for the long-term forecasting if they do get by this series, is the Skubal starts aren't as guaranteed as we want them to be or that they should be. We even saw it in Game 1 Cleveland. They tried their very best to not win that one too. So I think that's what's giving me the most pause too, that they're not what they should be or what we want them to be.
Yeah. No, we do want Skubal starts to be automatic.
They've been anything but.
Well, especially against Seattle.
And it's not his fault. It'd be one thing if, this guy is just leaking oil and it's the end of the run and he's just giving up too much.
Yeah.
Gave up 2 solo shots. They had every right to win that game on the road yesterday and go up 2-0, but it's the same thing that holds this team back, that's been dragging them kind of like dead weight.
Yeah.
That kept them from spreading their wings and winning the division, or that would keep them from advancing. They need to be able to hit even a little bit. If they hit even a little bit yesterday, they're up 2-0 right now.
Could be.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to Dave. You're next up. Dave, you're on 97.1.
Hey, back to the gridiron.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah, go for it.
So, yeah, thanks. Yeah, because pitchers and catchers report in February. Anyway, you're talking about the Lions and being the best team in the NFC. You can be the best team, but if you don't match up well against another team, like the only team that scares me in the NFC is Tampa Bay, because they match up real well with us.
Throwing the ball?
Yeah. That they could possibly be the best team in the NFC.
Possibly.
When the Lions have faced Tampa, they tend to put in a ton of emphasis on throwing the football. Remember last year they threw it way too many times against Tampa?
Yeah, was it 55 times? I think it was the number that passes Goff through, but it was 7 trips to the red zone, and they only scored once.
It was one of only 3 losses the Lions had all of last year. Now, the year before, they beat Tampa in a playoff game and in Tampa. It's a good competitive series between these two teams. Monday night's going to be awesome.
Oh, yeah.
That's 2 weeks from today. Mm-hmm. Let's get to Jeff in Royal Oak. Jeff, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
What's up?
Yeah, so my wife and I drove down to the game yesterday, the Lions game, and it was my first road game ever, and it was a great time. I swear, half the crowd had to have been Lions fans, and those guys that are saying, they're texting in, oh, the Lions, who'd they beat? I mean, what team are they watching? Never at that time that point in that game, did I think that, the Cleveland Cincy was coming back. They came back a little bit, but then when the Lions needed a drive, they put one together and scored and put the dagger in their heart. And I thought it was great, too, that Montgomery, he got a lot of carries. I did not know this, but talking to Cincy fans, I guess he went to school right around there.
Yeah.
So he was from there, so he got to show up for his family and his fans.
Leading rusher, he threw a touchdown. He played a little high school quarterback back in the day. And the story that they highlighted on the broadcast of his sister, who was tragically paralyzed. She was at that game for the first time to watch him. So it's a really cool feel-good story for David Montgomery.
That was awesome.
All right. You feeling good about the Tigers? 248-539-9797. We won't turn you away if you want to talk Lions. We got both teams in the mix. It's 97-1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you this month. And if you're looking for a stylish SUV, you can lease a new Buick Envista or a stunning new Buick Encore GX for just $229 a month. Both are exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment not included. Dealer sets final price based on due at signing amount of $3,569. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents a mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions do apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com. That's gmcofferinfo.com for more details.
All right, Lions fans, it's time to roar louder than ever. Despite what people were saying, who have they played? They're beating everybody. 4 in a row, 3 by double digits. The 2025 season is here, and the ultimate way to celebrate is 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila. It's back as the official tequila of our Detroit Lions. From pregame tailgates to postgame celebrations, 1800 Tequila brings smooth, bold flavor to every moment. Sip it in a sideline margarita or enjoy it straight. Either way, you're raising your glass to a championship season. Make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, official tequila of the Detroit Lions. Proximo, 1800tequila.com. Please drink responsibly. Ho-hum, Lions on the road, win convincingly, double digits. Not enough for some people. I don't know who some people are. But that's what this team does. They're in rarefied air. They are letdown proof. They double-digit disco people seemingly every week. They were perfect 5 of 5 in the red zone. And for anybody going, well, they let Cincy back in the game. No, they didn't. They let us sweat out the bet.
Right, they never trailed by, when it mattered, they never trailed by two possessions, or never led by less than 2 possessions.
It was never a one-possession game in the fourth quarter. At no point were the Lions going to lose that football game. So if you want to say Jake Browning's bad and the Bengals are bad, fine. But Detroit's doing this like every week now.
Mm-hmm. It's what we've come to expect. And is it realistic that they win by double digits every week? No. It's not going to happen. And who knows what happens when they face the Chiefs at Arrowhead this weekend. It's a completely different environment and a different team. And we don't know really what to make of the Chiefs this year. They haven't been the Chiefs of old. And is it simply they don't have enough at wide receiver with Rashee Rice out and suspended?
You get a chance to watch them tonight. Their offense came alive a little bit last week. They'll play in Jacksonville on Monday Night Football. We're taking Lions phone calls. It's a Victory Monday. Call in, talk about this team. I said they're the best in the NFC. It was an overreact, Jim, but I don't think it's an overreaction. John, you've asked people about the surprise level. Like, you're surprised at this team being 4-1. It's not what people have forecasted. This team has gelled and come together and looked like a complete football team way quicker than anybody anticipated. 248-539-9797. And then there's the Tigers. Oh, yeah, there's playoff baseball going on. They're going to be in town, back home at Comerica Park, playing Tuesday. They did the job this weekend. They split the series. Do you feel better or worse after the split? And I would love to tell you I feel good because that was the goal. Go in and split. I expect them to go in and split, put themselves in a great position. 26 strikeouts over the weekend. I don't feel better.
So I know you say that, and it just because it didn't happen in the order of which you thought it would happen. It didn't happen because you didn't win the School Bowl start, and you won the pitching chaos day with Troy Melton going 4 innings, 4 really good innings.
He looked good. He looked confident. But even if the order was reversed, if you told me they had 3 extra base hits and 26 strikeouts, I wouldn't feel very good about their approach at the plate. I think they're making it way too hard on themselves. I would not be happy with that performance.
Sure. Same thing they did against Cleveland.
Yeah. But this is, to your point, a better team than Cleveland. Their bats are far more potent. So with Cleveland, you were just, you're going to get 4 to 5 times as many chances as the Guardians, and all you got to do is break through one of those times. You're not going to have that many more chances than Seattle, and in fact, Seattle has the ability with one swing of the bat. They're one of the most prolific, prodigious power teams in baseball. They can get away with it. They don't need as many chances. Detroit needs a ton of chances because they don't capitalize.
The reason I'm on Jim's corner is because I feel like they had to win those types of games in this series. The low-scoring, you biting your nails type game because of the respect of the Mariners lineup. Now, who knows? The Mariners might never get it clicking here. But you're playing with fire, and you have to win those kind of games because that's who you are.
And they can. They can't. At no point have I said the series is over and Seattle's going to win. Detroit absolutely can win, ugly and grimy and gross. But the fact that it has to be ugly and grimy and gross doesn't give you a lot of encouragement.
Well, we said before the series started, Seattle's, you're going to have to hold them down. They're going to have to be lesser than they normally are offensively. And the fact that they hit here in July, so the stadium, dimensions is something that sometimes would favor you against a team like that. Doesn't really apply here, and you just saw it last night, like those guys back-to-back doubles. It's just like it happened so fast.
Well, their top of the order, 1 through 4, went 6 for 16, 2 doubles, 2 homers. Their stars were stars yesterday.
Yeah.
Detroit doesn't have those stars.
And that against Mize and Flaherty, even if they do hold serve, and keep the Tigers in the game, they're only going to get to the 4th or 5th inning. And it just, man.
Yeah, trust me, no one is sitting there going, oh, we have better pitching or our bullpen is better. We just need it to be better on Tuesday night.
In that lineup, the later you get in the series, the more familiar they're going to get with this bullpen. It just feels like it's a ticking time bomb to me.
I wondered with that, too, because I believe Finnegan faced the same guys back-to-back days.
I don't know off the top of my head.
And I know that's something AJ tends to want to avoid. Now, you can't
avoid it in a 5-game series. Yeah.
Well, let's face it. Last night, he could have at least let Skubal start the 8th with the pitch count away. I know it's not what they do all season long, but the pitch was, 92?
I think it's 96 or 97
Okay.
pitches.
But
he could have started the inning, to your point.
We could have gone batter by batter.
Let's get to the phones. Again, dealer's choice. Lions, Tigers, plenty to talk about. Let's start with Nick and Flint. Nick, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm kind of disappointed with the way that the reaction is kind of shaping up to the Lions this year, man. 2 years in a row now, we've been pounding the ground, biting kneecaps, and I feel like we're forgetting that we lived through decades of the brown bag on the head, same old Lions, and that's not us anymore. So for us to go in and do what we're doing, and these guys, gelling the way they are, just anybody can beat anybody on any given Sunday, and we're going out and making it happen. And I think that's something we need to encourage and embrace and say, hey, the Lions are here to stay. This is who we are, and be proud of what we're doing.
I agree. It feels a little bit like we're kind of acting like a spoiled fan base. Like, hey, well, look at who we've played. Like, this is not Bowling Green, New Mexico, UNLV. These are NFL football teams, and a large part of those games have been played in the opponents. The best teams you played have been in their stadiums.
Yeah. It's so funny because if any fan base was going to be the opposite of spoiled,
you would think it would be us. Yeah.
Like, come on. We're supposed to thumb our noses at 13-point road wins after a 24-point win, after a beatdown in Baltimore, after a 50-burger in Chicago.
Right.
And God forbid Lions fans are feeling good about their football team.
Right. And we all knew, and we all predicted. I don't think there was anybody on this show that didn't think that the Lions were going to go to Cincinnati and win.
Correct.
If you don't like how they did it, like I still don't understand that. Dan said it in his post game, like, okay, it wasn't perfect, but you went on the road and you beat an NFL team.
But you understand that, like, they have things to clean up, and yet they still have full game control, no chance for Cincy to win the game, and you want your style points. I mean, John, again, this team's rolling. I don't know what more people want to see or need to see. They have not beaten the Philadelphia Eagles. Okay? They haven't played the Eagles yet. Like, it's just so weird. Like, what more did you want to see? Are we propping up the Eagles who lost yesterday at home, blew a 14-point lead? No. How about Buffalo? Ask them about how good they are. They went out and lost a home game to the New England Patriots. So what more did you need to see from the Lions to feel good about this team? They needed to beat, like, the Monstars? I'm not really sure. Like, they've played the schedule they've played. They have the best record in football. They have convincing results along the way. And at no point does the other team have a chance. They don't let up. They don't let down. What is there to complain about with this football team? If you want to have a real conversation about, hey, this Decker thing, I'm a little curious how they're going to manage him. They need to get him right at the end of the year. 100%. DJ Reed, they don't have the number one corner. That could be a problem late in the year. Good thing it's not a season-ending injury. Like, there's plenty to discuss that didn't go perfect for Detroit, but to push back any optimism with they haven't played anybody.
Well, and
I don't get it.
Let's go back a couple of years. And you don't have to go back that far, because the question coming out of halftime was always, was the team going to be able to come out of halftime and do something? Because that was kind of their bugaboo a couple of years ago. So, you go into the halftime up 14-3. Well, how did they come out? Interception, get the ball back to the offense. 5 plays later, touchdown. Okay, well, let's put the defense back out there, not because now you're only up 21-3. And what does the defense do? 3 and out. And then what does the offense do? 7 plays, 80 yards over 4 minutes. Touchdown. You're up 28-3.
Like, John, Jamar Chase was a 65-yard score.
Yeah.
And Amik, who I thought played a good game for the most part, he got beat bad on that play. The double move,
Sure.
and Chase has got him, and he's wide open, a touchdown. And
Is Jamar Chase good?
Jamar Chase is really good. Probably the best receiver in football, 1A, 1B. But he scores this touchdown. You go, oh, how could the Lions have blown the coverage? Here we go. They're up 11 after that play.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go down and score again. At no point was the game in doubt. I don't get it with some people. Tiger fans, Lions fans, we're going to talk to you guys. It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather here with some big news. America's best 5G networks wants you to bring in your AT&T and T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a post-paid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers.
Mariner bat stepped up. Raleigh, Rodriguez, Polanco. Waste of Skubal start, but split over the weekend. Tiger fans, you feeling better? You feeling worse? Comerica Park on Tuesday. Let's get to Adam in Flushing. Adam, good morning.
Hey, good morning, man. I just wanted to talk about the Tigers and like how they left Luis Castillo. They let him off the hook. Like he threw 50-plus pitches after 2 innings. We had him on the ropes a couple times, and they just strike out. And the most frustrating thing to watch, like clearly when you put the ball in play, something can happen, as we saw with Naylor bobbling that ball over at first base later in the game. And then we ended up, tying the game up because of it. They took advantage of a mistake. And when you don't put the ball in play, there's no mistakes to be made from the other team. And at this point in time with the Tigers offense, it's like they almost need every single break that they can get because it seems like they can't do anything right. Riley Green strikes out nearly every time. Carpenter's the only power bat we have. Yes, Torkelson, he came through last night, which is great, but Gleyber Torres, he's been super cold. You're pinch hitting Wenzel Perez, who's been pretty cold for Cole Keith. I know he just got back from injury, but it's super frustrating to watch. We let Castillo off the hook, and we just wasted a really good opportunity to come back because, think about it. If you get their pitcher out of the game, the bullpen was already taxed, and, there's going to be trouble for Seattle, but they, credit to Seattle, their bats, their big boys, they showed up, and our guys didn't, and it sucks.
Yeah, Castillo had 4 walks. He gets chased early. You had 2 on. Now they went with their lefty. They learned the lesson from the day before. They weren't going to let Carpenter beat him. He had the big homer on Saturday. Detroit's runs late on Saturday, their big go-ahead run, was the result of a walk, wild pitch, broken bat. But again, put the ball in play and see what happens.
Yeah.
Their runs yesterday, walk, error, double where the ball kind of gets stuck. Put the ball in play.
Yep.
The problem is they struck out 26 times this weekend, and they only had 3 extra base hits, which means they're going to have to single somebody to death, and that's hard to do when you're striking out a ton. It's like, hey, if you're going to be a free-swinging team, I need to have some of the power that I get from Seattle. I mean, that's them roping a couple doubles and hitting a couple homers, and that was the difference yesterday.
Yep, some of the contact. They're just not getting a lot of contact.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Jason in Northville. Jason, good morning.
Good morning. Hey, just want to talk about the Tigers really quick. Your previous caller made a good point about putting the ball in play. I mean, Seattle's the 3rd worst defensive baseball team in all of baseball. But what I'm really nervous about is that we don't execute fundamentally just hitting the ball situationally. I don't know how many times I've seen in the last week where we've got runners in scoring position, we get a pop out to shortstop or a foul out behind home plate, or we just can't simply move a runner along. We expand our strike zone, swing at all these horrible pitches. And to your point, we need breaks everywhere. And you're not going to get those all the time. I don't feel very optimistic coming home right now like a lot of other people do. I just don't. I mean, they beat Skubal 3 times this year, once in Seattle, Comerica in the summertime, and then yesterday. They know our bullpen. The further and further we keep using our bullpen, to your point earlier, AJ doesn't want to do those matchups where they keep using the same people, but Seattle's got great bats. I don't feel good about this week, them coming home as much as I should, because we're just not doing the basic things right. We're not doing anything really offensively to give me any type of hope. The strikeouts are gross. I know a slider going low and away to right-handed hitters is coming every single time sitting on my couch, and yet Javi Baez is going to swing for the fences and try and pull that pitch. I know they know it. I know it. But for whatever reason, it consistently happens. So I don't think any of that's going to change. We do need every little break, and I just don't feel really good going into this week like everyone else does. So I appreciate you guys, taking my call, and you guys have a great rest of the day.
Dude, thanks, Jason. Appreciate the thoughts. Yeah, I mean, look, Saturday strikeouts, some of that was a ridiculous strike zone. Like, apparently everything's a strike. It's the largest strike zone I'd ever seen. The pitch, high and at someone's
both ways.
Chin is a strike. Yeah. But the Tiger strikeout problems are beyond what happened Saturday, right? It was 10 strikeouts on Sunday. It's 59 in 5 playoff games. Like, that's a little more of just their problem beyond a bad strike zone on Saturday. And you're right. It makes it like this team, like it's got to be the hard way.
It does. And I mean, it's how about was it second inning when Javi gets up and the first pitch he goes to bunt, and it was halfway into the other batter's box, and it was and it didn't appear like it was that was something that he just tried. I don't know that was necessarily called.
Probably not.
By A.J. Hinch. And, he's even at that time, he's chasing. Now, I don't want to, slam Javi too much because he's been one of them in the postseason that's shown up.
Mm-hmm.
But it was ironic that he's trying to butt a ball in the other batter's box. And he actually got a bat on it. It was a foul ball. So, but they just haven't. My point being, that was a situation where he's just trying to move. Two guys that walked, Keith and McKinstry, move him along.
Mm-hmm.
His hit ended up being very much like a bunt and moved him along, but he was out. So, now you get runners on second and third, 2 outs.
I thought it was a good point, too, he made that this is not a good defense for Seattle. Get them moving a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, so that's the whole thing is, and then we go back to Riley Green saying, well, no one cares about the strikeouts. Well, yes, everyone does, because if you put the ball in play, even some of those routine, should be an out, doesn't necessarily become an out if you're playing against a team that's not good defensively.
All right, TJ Lang's going to join us at 9 o'clock. Get some of his thoughts on the Lions. We've got Overreact Gyms coming up. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, excuse me, Bad Bunny hosted the season premiere of Saturday Night Live, and he used his opening monologue to, my goodness, excuse me.
That's all right.
It's okay. Take a minute.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Whew,
Here
we go.
He wanted to send a message.
He did. He addressed the backlash surrounding the NFL's decision to book him for this year's Super Bowl halftime show. He did say he was excited for the opportunity, and he did jokingly tell critics that they have some time to learn Spanish. He had some fun with it. I mean,
yeah.
That's what you do, right?
You have to.
Yes. Oh my gosh, listen to this story. A beloved horse died over the weekend pulling a carriage in Frankenmuth. Oh my goodness. The carriage company says Ruby suffered a sudden medical emergency, passed away instantly on the scene. The driver of the carriage was not injured. In fact, there were no passengers at the time, so nobody was injured. But they did go back and kind of share the horse's story, how Ruby was rescued from this kill pen just before she was sent away to be slaughtered. And at the time, she was still terrified to be around people. But as time went on, she learned that, wait, I can trust people again. And she said everyone loved her and spoiled her with treats and brushings and, and just some love. So sad story to hear that for sure. Also, more sad news. 2 people were killed. 12 others were wounded in Montgomery, Alabama on Saturday night when apparently rival gunmen opened fire in a really crowded downtown area. So the victims have been identified, a 17-year-old boy and a 43-year-old woman. Of those who were wounded, 7 were teenagers, 5 hospitalized with life-threatening injuries. And police say that this mass shooting happened in the city's busy tourist district. It was right after a football game, even though there was no affiliation to the football game. That's when it happened. So the streets were very crowded, and they're calling it just a very much avoidable act.
Yeah.
Basically, they're still searching for a motive. They're still searching for the suspects. There is a $50,000 reward being offered for information that leads to an arrest. So Michigan saw record temperatures over the weekend. I know we all felt them. Yeah. Multiple cities hit 89 degrees on Saturday, breaking records that were set over 100 years ago. So in Traverse City on Saturday, it tied its warmest October day on record, matching 89 degrees set last time in 1922.
Wow.
Tons of other cities. Alpena, Jackson, Lansing, Flint all hit 89 degrees. Ann Arbor set a record for 88 degrees. In Detroit, we saw 87 degrees. The record is 89 degrees in Detroit, set in 1951. So everyone saw record temperatures, basically. So what's next, though? We're going to have some rainfall this evening into tomorrow, which is going to cool the temperatures down. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, temperatures in the 60s. We will be highs of 70s this weekend.
Yeah.
So
awesome.
We'll get that October weather
jeans and flannels
soon.
Any day now. All right. Overreact Jim's next. TJ Lang, top of the hour, 97.1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. So whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
This hour is brought to you by Twin Peaks. 9 o'clock hour. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. And in studio for the last hour on Mondays, it's TJ Lang. TJ, good morning.
Good morning. I didn't know I was sponsored by Twin Peaks. That's great.
This hour.
That's awesome. I would have, yeah.
It's your hour.
My hour.
It's the TJ Hour, brought to you by Twin Peaks, yeah. You get any free food over there? Yeah.
I didn't know that. Now that I know that, I might try to barter a little bit with the fine Twin Peaks folks.
So,
yeah.
Tell us about the game, the crowd. Looked like Lions fans showed up and showed out. Team did too.
Yeah, they did. It was kind of a game that I guess we all just become accustomed to now where, you take advantage of poor quarterback play on the other team, force a couple big turnovers. And you're right, the crowd, to start off, I wasn't looking at the field, but I heard this a giant roar, cheer, and it was when the Lions ran out. So I think that was when you kind of noticed, we kind of figured Cincinnati being – decently close, that they were going to have a good showing, and they did. The fans were awesome. I know the players talk about it, coaches talk about it all the time about how much juice and adrenaline that can give you when you're going on the road. And the game I was kind of in the same mood as Coach yesterday, where you go back a week to Cleveland, and we all saw the video where it was like, hey, if I'm honest, it's not good enough. We're going to have to be better. We still won by 24, but we got a lot of meat left on the bone. Yesterday was just like, you know what? I'm not going to be upset about a win anymore. Sure, we can get better. Sure, it wasn't perfect, but you know what? We've all been around here long enough to realize how hard it can be to win some games in this league, and we're just going to enjoy this thing. We're going to get back tomorrow, make the corrections, and just keep chopping wood. So that's how I felt about it, and did get a little bit. I'm not going to say tight, but when Cincy ripped off a couple touchdowns there in the second half, and you're looking at it don't even let them start to make it close. And then about 10 minutes left, you go on that drive to, go back up 3 scores was okay. It's just one of those games.
Yeah, it's like Detroit didn't blink. Cincinnati made some plays in garbage time, but it's not like Detroit let them back into the game. At no point was that game under any dispute who was going to win.
Right. No, I didn't feel that way either. It just felt that way, let's not even make it seem like it's going to get to that point, right? And just, I guess if I was nitpicking, some of the negatives were just some of the self-inflicted errors. They took multiple sacks off the board with, defensive penalties, and Hutch on the first third down was on him, and we saw it from the booth. We were looking right down, and it's he's a half a yard, and of course he gets a sack, they throw the flag, and then they get the sack safety defensive later. That's defensive pass interference. It's guys are just shooting yourself in your foot a little bit, which certainly need to clean up. But overall, I thought, defense with, missing some key guys and Terrion going out and being down, your third and fourth corners and guys that haven't had a lot of playing time together, certainly, a couple mistakes there with letting Chase beat you on a third and long. But I thought those guys battled, man. And the 3 takeaways plus the safety, that's it's 16 points right there. And
that's a good day of football.
In a 2-score game. So, we looked at it last week against Cleveland in complimentary football and scoring 17 off of the takeaways against Cleveland, getting another 7 on special teams. That's 24 points. You won the game by 24 points. You know what I mean? That's what really good teams do. And this team just continues to show us that, and they'll play whatever type of game they need to play to go out there and scratch and claw and get a win.
I know that they're going to manage Taylor Decker in regards to his injury and when they play and when they're trying to give him a little bit of extra time so that he's available at the end of the season. Giovanni Manu gets his first start yesterday. Your thoughts on his performance? Some good, some bad.
Yeah, early, the first sack, the sack fumble to me looked like maybe an adjustment at the line that unsure of. Yeah. It just kind of was slow out of the stance. I'm not sure.
Bad first step.
100% what I'm doing, and just got torched on that one. That's probably correctable. I would say this, in the first half, we kept talking about it a few times. I thought the tempo offensively wasn't good. There were so many times they're getting the line of scrimmage and it's 2 on the play clock, and then you're trying to rush everything, and that's just not a good time to communicate as offensive linemen. The center's got to make the call. He's got to pass the left guard. He's got to pass the left. You got 2 seconds left. It's like, hey, here's the play. Snap me the ball. You know what I mean? And when you got a guy like Manu, I'm not trying to make excuses for him, but that's very difficult to do. So I thought that in the second half, it cleaned up a little bit where let's give ourselves time to get to the line, diagnose what Cincinnati's doing, communicate, and go. And then we have the adjustment in the back of our mind. If we hear the adjustment, we know what we're doing. But I thought the tempo could have helped the line out a little bit in that first half.
It felt very much like Green Bay, where they just were getting to the line of scrimmage with not a lot of time. And you've got to have, especially with new guys up front. And I know, hey, Ratledge, he's had, 5 games, but he's still a new guy. Same thing with Mahogany. And certainly with Manu, you get to the line of scrimmage, and if you're Penei Sewell and somebody makes a last-second call, you make those adjustments on the fly.
Right, yeah.
But if it's your first start, you're on the road, and you're trying to do your best, you're already putting a little pressure on yourself. You know the team is counting on you, and in the last-second adjustment, you're like,
yeah.
Oh,
and that one he kind of got caught like he was in a 3-point stance because I think you could tell there was a run play, and then it was like, wait, what do you mean it's a pass? Like,
yeah.
I don't like pass blocking against speed rushers out of a 3-point stance.
Yeah.
So, certainly things he's going to learn from. Why you always got to take shots at guards?
Always. He never misses a chance to
See,
do it.
Now he's pissing me off already. I've lost my train of thought. But with him, offensive line's the ultimate position, John. I think you got to really go back, rewatch it, see the footwork, see from the back angle. I thought he had some really nice run blocks. Really, really nice run blocks. Like driving, the 3 tech off the ball. They were playing a lot of tight shades. Like Cincy's game plan basically looked like you're just not going to run. We're going to load. They were playing kind of like a 5-3-6-1 type of defense. That's like good luck getting double teams on us, and it was difficult. It was tough sledding. They found some creases there in the second half. It was good to see Demo get going, but some of the alignments made it pretty difficult on some of those guys cutting off on the backside, and I thought Manu showed some real power, man. Like, showed some bend, showed some leverage. When he was able to get under some guys and get his hands inside, you could see just the raw power that guy has. And he had a really nice block on, I think it was Montgomery's touchdown in the second half, where he kicked out on Trey Hendrickson and, completely wiped Trey Hendrickson out of the play. You know what I mean? The gap was 8 yards wide, and so there's definitely some promising things. I mean, if it's a situation where nobody knows, I mean, my gut feel is they gave Decker the week off just to be like, hey, just get healthy, man.
Get healthy because you got 2 and then the bye.
Yeah, we should be fine against Cincinnati. You're never going to admit that, but we should be fine this week. This is a good week for you just to rest that shoulder up. Especially what's coming up next, right?
Yeah, Kansas City and
Tampa Bay, primetime games, and then the bye week. So that's my gut feel. But if it's something that might linger for a couple weeks, I think Manu can look at some things on that tape and say, okay, it wasn't as bad as it felt, right? Because I missed the sack later in the game, the third down. I think it was a play action pass. I was actually heading downstairs just to prepare to do post-game with coach. Somebody said it was a sack and might have been Manu that got beat.
It was a tight end,
see that
right?
Yeah. So on some of the play actions, it was, they put, I think it was Brock.
That sounds right.
Was on him on one of the sacks. But if I remember right, that was earlier in the game.
Yeah. It was the very last.
Oh, the final
the very
sack?
End. Yeah, it was
that was
down.
He got beat. That was.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't see that, so I'll have to go back and watch. But either way, I think for a young player, first game, a challenging opponent with Trey Hendrickson.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's going to be some positives that you can take out of there, and that's really the key, right? You don't want to sulk on the maybe, I don't know, 6 or 7 plays where you're like, man, I hate that play. You want to learn from those, certainly, but I think that basically there was a lot what I saw yesterday that I think he can build off of if that's going to be
something that the Lions have to go to.
Lingers for a couple.
That was going to be my
weeks,
question. As far as we know, is Decker going to be healthy at any point this season, or is it just going to be about managing where he's at?
No, I think it's going to be a matter of managing because as good as he may feel in 2 weeks by taking that game off against Cincinnati, against Kansas City, all of a sudden now you're back to where you were because it's just you're not going to feel good. He won't feel good until maybe July.
Yeah. Well, I think most players are in the same boat, and I think he was coming off of a procedure, over the offseason, right, which put him on pop. But Yeah, I mean that's not uncommon with veteran guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just remember my 9th and 10th year and having hip and shoulders and like, hey, it flares up on you sometimes, man, and like there's just nothing I can do. Like I need to shut it down for a day or two.
Mm-hmm.
You hope that happens earlier in the week, so you don't have to miss games. But
His coach said they made the call Tuesday.
Okay, I didn't hear that part. Which to me, nothing happened against Cleveland that was like, oh man, I wonder about Taylor's availability next week. He didn't come out of the game, anything like that. So I think that's what kind of led me to believe that Cincinnati, we should be fine. Hey, you take 2 weeks, heal up because we got some big fish coming up, before the bye.
Yeah, no kidding.
Then we'll take another couple weeks and try to get you as healthy as we can.
Yeah, no kidding. They got Kansas City Sunday Night Football next week, and then Monday Night Football at home, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We got open lines. We're going to talk a little Tigers at the end of the hour, but it's Lions to start. TJ, give us his thoughts, 248-539-9797. We talked about the 4-1 start and how big a surprise a 4-1 start is given everything we discussed in the offseason. We'll get into that coming up a little bit. And best team in the NFC, after watching the Eagles lose, is the best team in the NFC play in Detroit.
Stop. You already jinxed the Tigers once this year. Just stop. Stop. You're not allowed to do that. John can ask that question. You're not allowed to.
It's 97-1. Brightside Dental. Got a big smile on your face. Your football team's playing well. Tell you about Brightside Dental. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. The Brightside experience. There's no lectures about what you're doing wrong with your teeth. It's a comfortable, painless experience. Not painful at all. If you got to get some work done. I've had to get a cavity filled. They numb you up. They communicate every step, and it's a piece of cake. 9 Metro Detroit locations, including one right around the corner from you. $35 new patient special. There's going to be no hidden fees. You get your exams and your x-rays. Make an appointment. Get back in that routine. 1-800-PAINLESS. Go to brightsidedental.com. Tell them Jim Costa and The Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Led the whole way. Dan Miller on the call. That's a kick your feet up, no stress Sunday for the Lions. It's not supposed to be this easy, but they make it look easy.
Well, they make it look easy because they're as close to a total team around the NFL that you're going to find. The offense, defense, special teams. And TJ, I want to ask you this. There's a lot. Obviously, one of the hot topics has been Terrion Arnold and his propensity for penalties. He's given up some big plays, but with DJ Reed down, how concerning is it? And I know there's been other injuries in the secondary. What's your level of concern about health in the secondary and performance in the secondary?
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to get on the radar. I mean, that's back-to-back weeks that Terrion has gone out, and, not certain. I didn't hear any update on him yesterday. Not good when you go out back-to-back weeks with a similar shoulder injury, whatever you want to call it. So, yeah, I mean, especially with DJ Reed, I mean, I don't think that doesn't seem like it's going to be like, hey, let's hold it down 2 more weeks until we get him back. I think that's going to be, later into the season, just based off of how it looked.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, you're going to have to find guys that can come in there and just give you some spot duty and hopefully go out there and compete. And I like some adjustments that, Kelvin Shepard made yesterday, running a lot more zone coverage, a lot more disguise looks, kind of throwing Jake Browning off a little bit. They were mostly a pretty high percentage man coverage team throughout the first 4 weeks.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this, stats yet, but it just felt like it was a lot more zone yesterday. And I think that was him adjusting to some of the personnel that he had. And so, I mean, hopefully, Terrion, I know guy's taking a beating. I know he's had some penalties. And yesterday, there was a couple more. And one of them that took the safety off the board, thought it was kind of ticky-tack. But, he's got that reputation now of, refs they make it an emphasis. If you're a guy that plays like that, it's no different than if you're a guy that gets a lot of personal fouls. You're not going to have a long leash because – unfortunately, you kind of have a reputation of being handsy and being physical, and, they're going to be watching you. So I'm not saying it's unfair. I'm not trying to, make an excuse for the kid, but it just is what it is. And so, but regardless, he's still giving you some really good reps out there.
Yeah.
I know, much like offensive line, man, you can have 1 or 2 bad plays, and that's all anybody talks about, So Terrion's kind of been in that boat, but, hopefully – it could be similar to last week where, hey, we just need a couple days to heal up. And because it would be big to have him on the field. But, yeah, it's this point of the season, you never want to play that much musical chairs with your secondary. I mean, it's much like the offensive line that you just don't have a bunch of time to practice together with all these different people. And that's a position group that you need chemistry, you need trust, you need to be able to be like, okay, I've had this rep 1,000 times with this guy. I know what he's going to do on this coverage or this play or this route combination. So hopefully Terrion can get back in there, at least give him keep some stability in that back end.
Yeah, I think the secondary is as close to the offensive line as you're going to get in regards to the chemistry that those 5 guys on the offensive line have. And the communication that they have, some of it's verbal, some of it has to be nonverbal, especially when you are, 20 or 30 yards apart. A lot of it's going to have to be nonverbal for the secondary, and it's like they have to be moving as one. And if one guy's off, then all of a sudden you leave yourself open for a monster play.
Yeah, and you need other areas on your defense to pick up the slack a little bit too. I mean, the pass rush yesterday, we already mentioned a couple sacks getting taken off the board, but certain parts of that game were just like, okay, come on, man. Since the offensive line's not very good, they got a couple that they broke through. Hutch finally had one that counted, which on the flea flicker, I think, which was an odd call at that time, down 3 scores. But, if you're going to go in there and that the secondary is a little banged up and, hey, we can't put too much pressure on those guys, you're going to have to take more of a urgent approach, if you're in the front 7. So, I think the linebackers have been playing really good in my opinion.
Yes.
All of those guys. I mean, Jack has been phenomenal tackling machine.
Derek Barnes has been good in a lot of different positions.
Barnes asked to do a lot of different things, whether it's edge rush and playing from the middle stack. They're dropping into coverage times. Anzalone coming up with a huge play to second play of the half really to kind of stick it to Cincy early in that third quarter. I think the linebackers, man, have just been playing such good football, and that's huge for this team because it literally, a year and a half, 2 years ago, we were talking about, that group being a major weakness on this team. And those guys continue to get better, man. I think that's what really makes that defense go. Their ability to come support in the run game with good fits, get in their gaps, get off blocks, make tackles, and then to drop back and cover and get their hands on some balls. And Anzalone yesterday, like mentioned, that's a big play, man. I think the linebackers have been kind of a sneaky, underrated position group so far through 5 games.
We talk about some holes in the secondary, missing your left tackle, still go perfect 5 for 5 in the red zone, 3 takeaways, plus a safety. They're up big the entire way, never in doubt. This team's a complete football team. Now, I'm not allowed to ask this question, John, but if you would like to ask TJ a question about the NFC
I can ask him,
where they stack up, that would be nice.
Well, especially with, it was a weird week of football where it started off with college and some upsets and Penn State losing to UCLA, but then it was the Saints.
So sad, wasn't it?
I know, it just broke everyone's heart. Yes, I know. I was leaving the game and I saw the score was I think it was 24-3 or 24-7. And I immediately was texting everybody I knew, have you seen what UCLA is doing to Penn State? And then I would love the way that it ended. But
damn shame.
The Saints beat the Giants. Tennessee gets a win over the Cardinals. And the way that one ended with the guy going into the end zone, dropping the ball before he gets there. Like, I don't get that or why that's a thing, but
it's so infuriating.
It keeps happening.
It's infuriating. Back-to-back weeks, not for Arizona. There was somebody else last week. I can't remember.
Yeah. But then the Broncos beat the Eagles. And so the question is, because in every time I've done the Power Surge, it's always been the Eagles have been in the top 3. Now they drop a game to the Broncos. Are the Lions the best team this week in the NFC?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, based off how they played the last 3 games and just doing what they're supposed to be doing. Mm-hmm. And, looking at Philly's schedule, could you say they're more battle-tested? Probably. Broncos – I think they're a good AFC team. Tampa, Rams, Chiefs, their last 4 games, those are good teams that they're playing. But there's just something, even reading some clips this morning and watching some, interviews there's something that just kind of feels off again with Philly. Like Jalen Hurts, after every game, win or loss, is has to apologize or take responsibility. And because A.J. Brown, I think yesterday it was Devontae Smith, was talking, our passing game was just terrible and blah, blah, blah. And it's every week there's something where Jalen Hurts is just yeah, my bad. I'll take all the blame, and I'll keep working to get it figured out. There's something just kind of off right now. And even when they were winning, it wasn't the vibe of dude, this is the NFL. We're not going to apologize for winning games. It was always kind of mopey, I know A.J. Brown wants more targets, and you're always talking about the stuff that doesn't really matter, right? Hey, we should feel good that we're winning games, and we haven't even got production from our best
AJ,
players yet. Imagine
or
when we do get going, right?
Yeah.
So there's just something off about Philly, and I know I'm not trying to paint a picture here, but a couple years ago when Philly and they had that big hot start, and it was even something was just off about them. I kept kind of getting the same vibe. I could be totally wrong, but just based off of the messages that come out after every game and just what they're having to talk to and people griping and complaining and bitching, it's okay, you don't have that over here. And they've played admittedly a tougher schedule, sitting at 4-1. But I think the Lions are just feel right now, 5 games in, more of a complete
Is
team.
some of that for a guy that, obviously you won a Super Bowl next year, you've got these expectations again. Is some of that inherent in terms of the questions that are being asked? Why aren't you as dominant as last year? Is that part of it, or?
I think so, yeah, because you become accustomed to just winning.
Yeah.
And that's and then it's not only just about winning, it's about how does
win.
it look?
Yeah.
It's got to be perfect, right? You guys are the big dogs. You're supposed to be the cream of the crop. It's supposed to look really great with you guys every single week.
Yeah.
That can definitely be an added pressure for you. And Philly, what was their record? They've won 18 or 19 straight games, I think, before yesterday.
I think it was 19 to 20.
Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that comes a lot of pressure, and that's why I kind of look at it and say maybe that pressure's starting to show a little bit. You know what I mean? Because they're not saying man, who cares? We just beat the Rams. Who cares? We just beat our division rival, the Cowboys. What are you guys complaining about? And I think that's what Dan Campbell is very aware of as well. And I thought I saw that yesterday, where he maybe I don't know if he was admitting a mistake when he said after Cleveland that it's not good enough. Certainly, I don't think that was the message to the team, but that's why I think yesterday was like, you know what, man, we're going to enjoy this one. Yeah, where there's some plays out there that, you know, we're going to get under some guys for, and we're going to have to correct, and we're going to have to emphasize. Like, no doubt there is. But right now, we're going to enjoy this thing. We've got 24 hours to enjoy a win on the road in the NFL, man. This stuff is so hard to do. People don't understand. We're going to enjoy this thing, and we'll make the corrections, right? Like, I think he's very aware of, you don't want to put too much pressure on your guys to be perfect and perfect and perfect, because then you're going to start pressing, and that's when the mistakes start to happen.
I thought Goff last week when he was on with Doug and Gator did a nice job of somewhat clarifying that, it was certainly good enough to beat the Browns.
Yeah.
Because we won by, 24 points. But was it good enough to beat some of the better teams?
Forward,
moving forward, then no. And they all knew that.
Yeah. And I think that's, and Coach talked about it with me yesterday too, is that's a great characteristic this team has, is you don't have to go in there and say, guys, like, come on, man, we can be better. And everybody's like, what do you mean? We won by 3 scores. Like, everything's great. Like, those guys understand that, and it comes from the players too. Like, yeah, we got a lot to clean up, man. We're good, but we will. We're going to keep working. And they've obviously shown for the majority of the last 2.5 years that that's exactly what they do. Yeah.
9:50, we'll get some of TJ's thoughts on the Tigers. Come home with a split over the weekend against the Mariners. Got some more thoughts on the Lions. We can take some phone calls, 248-539-9797. Squeeze in some ticket texts. Then we'll get to Heather's news. It's 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on RootMetrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Just rolling. Lions go on the road, win by 13, in control the whole way. 4-1 start. You got TJ Lang in studio on Mondays. Let's get some of your phone calls. 248-539-9797. We are aware we have a playoff baseball team, 950. We'll get some thoughts on them. David in Walled Lake, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
Good.
Good.
Awesome. Great win for the Lions. My question is, or whatever, is I don't know if I just saw it wrong or what, but on the Amik Robertson interception, did he get touched? Because he stayed in bounds and he had a 5-player escort into the end zone. That should have been a touchdown.
It didn't cross my mind in the moment.
Honestly, I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and rewatch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just watched it a couple times, a little while ago, and I don't think he got touched. He went right over the receiver or whatever and landed on the ground himself or whatever, and then got up, and they were, like showboating into the end zone, which is awesome or whatever, but never, I don't know if,
I think they're going to say Chase touched him on
foot or something.
Touched him on the way down. Maybe I just rewatched it.
Yeah, I agree. I think if Amik would have, kept his feet coming to the ground, surely would have had a chance. But as soon as he goes up and makes the play, yeah, it looks like Chase kind of had his hand on the hip maybe as Amik was falling to the ground.
Yeah, that's what.
Okay, because
so probably didn't force him to the ground, but yeah,
they said he wasn't down by contact because he didn't have like full control of the ball yet, right?
I don't know. I mean, this is kind of a weird splitting hairs at this point. Like.
I didn't see a replay where I was like, what are they looking at? It was kind of anytime you fall and the guy's Jamar Chase had his hand on his back.
So there's.
Did he force him to fall? Probably not.
No, but he touched him on his way to the ground.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get to Anthony in Farmington Hills. Anthony, do you have an obscure play from the game you'd like to fixate on?
I do, actually. So I've been watching football for years, and I have no idea what kind of penalty you can have on a free kick where you get the ball at the 10-yard line. And that's been driving me nuts. It didn't change the outcome of the game because they just kneeled down. But what's the rule on that? How does that happen?
You're asking the wrong guy.
Yeah, I know. So when they got the ball on the 10-yard line, I was looking at going, what? What just happened?
I thought the ref originally had said like unsportsmanlike conduct, and it's going to be half the distance from the kicking spot.
Right.
And then I think after I missed it, I think after he said something about the free kick penalty, or they were talking on the TV about the landing zone or something.
Right, yeah, there was. Yeah, so it landed outside the landing zone.
With the new rules with kickoffs, I'm still confused, and they keep changing it every year. And it's like, well, if it lands here, they get it here, but if it lands there,
yeah. And then,
I don't know. I didn't know that affected a free kick. I have no idea.
Or that it's penalized from the kick.
You're talking after the safety. This
safety,
is the final
they
2
tried
minutes of the game.
Yes, because you can't onside a safety kick, but you could try that sky kick, and hopefully it's a wobbler, and they drop it.
I'm reading just the play-by-play. Onside kick, 26 yards from the Cincy 20 to the Cincy 46. Fair caught by St. Brown. Penalty, unsportsmanlike conduct, 10 yards, enforced at the Cincy 20, where it was kicked from. Which
that's the first time I've ever seen that.
Yeah, and I don't think the referee said anything about free kick penalty. I think the guys on the TV were talking about it.
Yeah.
So I thought originally that it was unsportsmanlike conduct, somebody yapping or whatever after the play.
Yeah, and then
the TV announcers kind of made it confusing where I didn't really have a good spot to listen to what they were saying, but it was like, okay,
and then Moose
I
said,
idea.
I forget who it was, Dean Blandino. They were like, maybe we haven't heard from him yet today. We could get a clarification. And then I kept waiting, and there was no clarification.
He was on to games that actually mattered at that point. I mean, look, the Lions are up 28-3 going to the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Everything else that happened after that. Like, I know when people are like, well, since he didn't kind of make it close. At no point did they draw within a single possession. At no point did you even have to sweat if they were going to cover 10.5 points.
No. And for people that want to say Cincy made it close, like, are the same people that tell you Detroit didn't make it close against Green Bay, scoring late. It's just, you're right. That game just never felt like, okay, guys, like, come on. Did maybe a little nerve-wracking, like, even on the onside kick? I know it's still 2 scores, but even then it's like, okay, come on. Like, let's not play with this.
Let's put this away. And they
play
did.
With the food,
And then they put it away. And in this league, you're not supposed to win by double digits, right? That was the whole thing with the Disco last year.
Yeah.
They've won 3 of the last 4 by double digits.
Yeah.
And you could argue they didn't even play all that well in some of those games, and they've won by double digits. It just speaks to the rarefied air that the Lions find themselves in.
And yesterday being on the road, too.
Sure.
I mean, and look, AFC teams, NFC, like every time you play each other, I mean, there's something weird because there's no familiarity, right?
Yeah.
Like we only play every 4 years. Weird things could happen. So I'm not taking anything away from what they did yesterday.
All right, 1-1, Tigers and Mariners. We'll get some of TJ's thoughts, but first the news with Heather.
Well, San Francisco 49ers quarterback Mac Jones had a really scary experience prior to taking on the Rams. Did you hear about this? On the morning of the game, he reportedly saw a dead body in the marina outside of his hotel. Okay, so like he told his teammates he was just out on his balcony like any person would do in the morning and
was a floater.
Saw this body floating in the water. Police were called. It sounds like the team saw like investigators, a coroner's vehicle pulled up as they were getting on the bus.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't affect his performance at all. He had a great game.
He
but
played well. Then he came out after dressed like a Batman villain.
Yeah.
With the Two-Face suit.
Two-Face suit, yeah. I know, yeah.
Well, I didn't see that, but
the apparel of which guys either go to the stadium or leave the stadium.
Now, you come with two different looks, because if they lose the game, you're not coming out in that, right?
I don't know. I was always went with one look and left with one look.
Okay.
Yeah.
let's carry multiple outfits in that.
Yeah, if you lose, you'll look pissed off.
Crazy, though. Bad Bunny hosted Saturday Night Live over the weekend. It was the season premiere, and he used his opening monologue to talk about the NFL's decision to book him for this year's Super Bowl halftime show. And he did say how excited he was, but he also had some jokes in there as well. And take a listen. That was funny. He also told people they have 4 months to learn Spanish. So there you go. Let's see. Oh, it looks like no comment.
Nope.
It looks like the things that most people love at Chili's when they go out to eat could be getting a big change. So if you go to Chili's, you typically get what for an appetizer? Chips.
It's been a long
and
time since I've been
salsa.
to Chili's.
Chips and salsa. That's what you
okay.
get. And apparently something is happening. So there is a woman from Georgia, a TikTok creator, who recently went there for dinner, sat down and noticed that something was off. Yeah, and apparently she is not the only one noticing that these chips are changing. People are, throwing a hissy fit online. Now, the official Chili's Facebook page says that they're not going anywhere, the chips. They're not changing, but they have introduced these new, thicker chips for their nachos. And it sounds like maybe it's confusion at the restaurants, that they're just ordering more of the thicker. You guys don't care. But anyway, some people do.
No.
That just the soundbite really bothered me.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes, listening to her.
Thing.
Yeah.
Oh my, everybody's a food connoisseur or a dance or like a golf coach now. Oh, just.
I thought when I read the headline, I'm like, oh, is it their baby back ribs?
Oh, no.
No.
No, it's the chips.
Have you ever
Chili's.
gotten ranch with tortilla chips?
That's No. weird.
Okay, that's what threw me off, too.
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
I've never heard of that. But
I know,
apparently-
right?
Well,
if you
I mean, come on. If you know, you know.
Okay.
Well, listen to this, you guys. There's a divorce coaching company.
Oh,
It's called Split Up.
jeez.
Well, they just conducted this big survey to determine which states have the most gold diggers. And they looked at several financial factors. They looked at concentration of millionaire and billionaires in the area, hourly wage, cost of living, and then they also looked at like online searches and app behavior. So people looking for phrases like sugar daddy and sugar mommy and sugar baby and marry rich, all of those type things.
They can see that?
Yeah. And based on their analysis, the state that supposedly has the most gold diggers is Florida.
Okay.
Followed by Nevada, Texas, California, and New York.
Oh, well,
yeah.
Should I look shocked?
Predictable.
Yeah, the least
Yes.
gold diggers are in Vermont,
Mississippi,
North Dakota,
Nebraska,
Louisiana,
Montana, Wyoming, and Maine.
All right. Heather with the news. Talk Tiger baseball to wrap next. 97.1.
Hey, the FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdown to who's going to win. And with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. So that's the 30% PBT. That's right. You can get in on all the action with the 30% PBT this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any and every snap. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now in trouble. Profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sure did. Dan Dickerson on the call. They learned their lesson in game 2. They made the pitching change. They were going to let a lefty face Kerry Carpenter with runners in scoring position. Tigers split over the weekend. Do you feel better or worse? And going in, everybody wanted to see them split. But at the same time, when you strike out 26 and you only have 3 extra base hits, the offense did not transfer any momentum from the Cleveland series.
Yeah, I mean, I feel fine. Like, stealing game 1 was great. Only thing that was a buzzkill was losing a Scooble game. What?
They did what in game 1?
They won.
You said they stole game 1, right?
Yeah. Well, okay, they won. It's playoffs, man. Like, you
right.
come up
No,
with a big hit.
I'm with you. AJ had to clarify that they earned game 1.
I'm fine with that.
It's semantics.
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Anytime, like TJ used.
Dude, take your hat off, man. You look like a dork.
They didn't deserve to win?
No, I'm saying they did.
Baseball, man.
No, TJ, I'm saying the opposite. I think common phrasing is the road team steals game 1. If you win game 1 as an underdog on a bullpen day, you stole game 1. That's the correct use. You did it correctly.
You weren't expected to win.
Yeah, you used it correctly.
Okay.
To have the manager or anybody infer that it's disrespectful to call it a steal, no, it's a compliment that they went on the road as an underdog in a gritty way, and they stole game 1, and they nearly stole game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I to answer your question, though, I feel better coming back. Starting pitching has been fine. We're getting Flaherty tomorrow. Mize, hopefully you can get another one tomorrow and then close it out on Wednesday. I feel fine. When I was in Friday, I told those guys, I'm like, I've just kind of like surrendered myself to just trying to enjoy the rest of this postseason, like without expectations and without getting angry and without being like, this is like embarrassing. We can't hit the ball.
This is who they are.
But I kind of lied. I was getting ticked off last night watching that game.
In the moment, it's fine.
Yeah, it's like, okay, the pitchers are doing like such a good job of just giving you chance after chance after chance to strike. And you did it in game 1, like great. You had to take extra innings to do it, but you kind of finally came up with a big hit. And then yesterday, just kind of like the same team that we've seen the majority of the past month. Just, hey, you take advantage, man. Torque, big hit, right? Tie this game up. And then the very next inning, you get a double, you get it. It's just like, man, like, but there's so many times that I've been watching the Tigers in the last 3 weeks where I feel like the games they lose in like the 3rd or 4th inning, where it's like runners in scoring position with nobody out and then strikeout.
Yeah.
And then like even if you could add 1, even on a Scooble day, like if you can get 1, if you can get 2, and he's giving you 7 strong, maybe 8, that's like they just haven't been able to do that consistently. And I think the middle of that lineup's killing them. I mean, I know Perez and with Colt Keith coming back, those guys are kind of switching in and out, but Dingler, batting 0.56 and McKinstry 0.63. Those guys are 3 for 51. They're in the middle part of your lineup, and it's just like, and McKinstry did have that big hit in game 1, right? He came through, but the majority of the 5 games in the playoffs is just you're getting no production from the middle part of your lineup. And the crazy part is those guys have 5 of the 14 runs batted in with like 1 hit each. So they have had some clutch hits at times, but it's just, I think that the weekend probably – I feel fine about it because you're coming back with the chance to close it out at home. You're getting at least 2 more games, and you get them both at home. And let's see what they look like in front of a rowdy Comerica Park crowd this week.
Yeah, where we met in the middle was, John, you said you felt good. I said they did enough.
Yeah.
It was good enough.
Yeah, that's why I kind of feel that when I said fine, like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good with it overall. Yeah.
Look,
how can you not be?
You wanted to split. I think you get a little greedy when you go, we got Scooble.
Yeah, and we got Scooble, man.
We got Scooble.
might get 2 of them, Yeah, that's what I think how a lot of us felt. But, Seattle's, hell, they're a good team for a reason, man. They came up with some clutch hits with their backs against the wall,
So we have home field advantage. All they got to do is win 2 games, and the next 2 happen to be at Comerica.
Exactly.
So,
I'm excited to see what they look like coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they get a resurgence. Energy boost.
Yeah, a little bit of something that they had in Game 3 against Cleveland. Only need that 1 inning.
Team that's had a ton of up and downs, over the past 3-4 weeks of the season, man. Like it'll be good for them, I think, to come back and have the crowd on their side for a change.
Mm-hmm. Do you realize the last time the Tigers won a game at Comerica Park when it was?
I don't. Well, they beat Cleveland once, didn't they?
It was in Cleveland.
That was at Cleveland.
Today is October 6th. The last time the Tigers won a game at Comerica Park was September 6th.
Yeah. Now, a lot of their games were on the road to end the season.
But they had home games in September.
Yes, they did. Yeah.
Yeah, and not rowdy crowds, because at that point you still probably had a 8-game lead on the division, so everybody's probably still pretty comfortable. Like it wasn't like super tense, at that point. But, no, I mean I'm fine with it, man. I think the thing that just keeps giving me confidence is the fact that their pitchers have been really, really good, especially the starters. And Flaherty gets a chance to do it again
tomorrow.
And if he can give you 5 or 6 strong innings, hopefully, hopefully all it takes is, we've seen the last 2 weeks now, all it takes is one big hit.
Yeah, I mean, how many of these both one-run games over the weekend? And how many of these games were nail-biters against Cleveland? There's no doubt they're going to be in the fight in all these games.
Happens to be playoff baseball.
Yeah, it's playoff baseball. Now, they got some bats that delivered on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit's got to stop striking out so often.
Well, it
Chance
doesn't
to
help.
capitalize in some of those spots. Got Doug Karsh in the studio. Doug?
Good morning.
How's it going?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing all right.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm fired up for 4 hours of baseball and football talk, mostly.
Yeah.
Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday.
Oh, I said it off air last week, but I'm going back-to-back weeks with James Franklin as my challenge. So just get it early voted.
We appreciate it.
Yeah,
All right.
you might get a lot of those ones today, I'm guessing.
He's got. I'll mark it down.
That's
One
low
vote for
pickings.
James Franklin.
I should have been more creative. That's easy pickings.
He's out in front before we even started counting votes.
You got a champ vote?
UCLA.
Yeah, there you go. Nico.
Yeah.
Iamaleava.
I think you get a lot.
I started getting texts that their offensive coordinator, the Neuheisel kid,
Yeah.
Birchie lookalike.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very much. Yeah. Or the quarterback from Remember the Titans.
Sunshine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got a sunshine vibe to him.
Look at that. I knew.
Yeah,
Movie.
there you go.
A movie
Yeah,
thing.
Movie reference.
yeah. Well,
Denzel Washington.
No. How are you supposed to say his name?
Denzel?
Denzel.
Denzel.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
Denzel. Yes.
You're right. Anyway, so locked and loaded.
Perfect. Karsh and Anderson are next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Tigers lost to the Mariners 3-2 last night. Tarek Skubal tossed 7 innings of 5-hit 2-run ball, 2 home runs by Polanco. Did him in the 4th and 6th innings. The Tigers had just tied up the game in the 8th thanks to a Spencer Torkelson double, but in the bottom half this happened. "3-2 is where the final score remained as well. The series shifts back to Comerica Park for Game 3 tomorrow. The team will live in Detroit at some point today. A.J. Hinch is also set to speak. The NL playoffs continue tonight after a day off yesterday. The Dodgers face the Phillies, looking to go up 2-0 at 6:08. Milwaukee also hosts Chicago at 9:08 tonight. Brewers fans are watching the status of Jackson Chourio closely after he reactivated a hamstring injury on Saturday. His initial MRI was inconclusive. Despite 21 points by the Bengals in the 4th quarter, the Lions' large early lead helped them hold on to a 37-24 win. Goff passed for 258 yards and 3 scores. David Montgomery had a touchdown on the ground and through the air in the team's latest trick play. Offensive tackle Taylor Decker sat out with his shoulder injury. Dan Campbell offered an update after the game. Returner and receiver Cleve Raymond suffered a neck injury in the 1st quarter. Campbell didn't think it was anything serious, however. Tierran Arnold also left the game with a shoulder injury in the 4th quarter. He did not see the field again either. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning and welcome to the Carson Anderson radio program. Scott Anderson, how are you today?
Doing all right, Doug.
Glad to hear it.
You know, a little mixed vibes about yesterday, but it's okay.
Understood.
It's all right. Lions with a big win.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they did what they needed to do. They needed to beat Cincinnati, and they did. Unfortunately, they didn't come out of it healthy, which is what you really want to see as well with the victory.
Mm-hmm.
We'll wait to hear later this week on the status of Terrion Arnold and others, but I suspect that Brad Holmes is going to be busy this week.
Yeah, it's interesting because each week we inch closer to the trade deadline. You do have to wonder if corner has become the number one priority. Because, even if Terrion Arnold is healthy, he does not appear to be getting better. He appears to have regressed, which is unfortunate.
As a player, you're saying?
Yes.
I didn't think yesterday's game was as bad as maybe others would outwardly feel about it. I didn't think like guys were just wide freaking open all the time when he was covering him. In fact, he got called for the defensive holding play, which I thought was kind of a questionable call, but whatever. But the way that he responded to that was 2 pass breakups on the next couple plays. He clearly has it in him. I don't know if he's.
I really would love to hear a true eval, like an off the record eval from a coach of where he's at.
I would say this: I don't think he's off to the start that I had expected.
No, this second year, I expected steps forward, and there are not steps forward at this point. But anyway, how was your weekend?
It was pretty good. I mean, it was beautiful weekend. So just get to enjoy lots of football and lots of baseball. Yep.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah, I wanted to go out and golf, and I didn't do that. So maybe I think golf might be done for the year.
Really?
Yeah, it's a sad time when I figure that out. I mean, there's still potential, but it's not likely.
I got my last round in Sunday morning.
Yeah, you sent me pictures. It looked great.
Yes. I was a bogey machine.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I was a legitimate bogey machine?
Like literally, it was just bogey after bogey after bogey. And I'm trying to play bogey golf.
Low 90s for you?
No. Yes. I double bogeyed the first, and then it was just bogeys the rest of the way until I had a double bogey on the back. And then I had no pars. I stood over birdie putts. I stood over par, and I 3-jacked. I stood over par. Nobody cares. Yes, I played golf for the last time this weekend. And it was awesome. So, other than that, yeah, a lot of sports, a lot of college football on Saturday, NFL, and then both baseball both nights, which was great. Like, it was great to be in those games. Frustrating again. I'm sticking with it. I know you don't like it at all, but I feel like we're understanding what it's like to be Iowa football, just trying to win games without scoring. And I don't. It's not the design. You don't go up there and say we're not going to try and score runs. It's just the reality that they're in right now is they aren't going to be major run producers, and you kind of hope that you run into one here and there. But at the end of the day, they inverted what we thought they'd do. They went to Seattle, won the opener, and then lost the Scooble start, which stinks because it feels like an opportunity that passed them by. But I don't want to lose perspective. They're still well in this series. In fact, they come home with a chance to close it out.
Yeah, and that's I think that's something that it should not be. Nice. I want to cough again.
Hit the wrong wrong time. Apologize.
That's fine. This is look. It's exciting times. They're into playoffs. They advance to the second round. I do think they're playing a team that has a superior roster than what they have. I'm not sure that completely translates to a better team. It's a better roster. I don't think there's any question about it. Is it a better team? That's debated, and I think most people would say yes, Seattle is a better team. It doesn't mean the Tigers can't win the series because you look back earlier in the year, the Tigers took a series against Seattle. So if the Tigers can find their inner half, the first half team that they were, then they'll have every chance in the world to win this series and not let it even go to Seattle. But it's been a while since we've seen that team. Yep. And that's what's troubling is that the bats have gone silent. They're facing a team that's got a pitching staff full of guys that will get swings and misses, and the Tigers are a team that they're more than willing to accommodate with the swings and misses, which, by the way, so is Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that lineup, as formidable as it is, they swing and miss a ton. But the problem is when they do make contact, it's loud. And that was the case yesterday. 2 solo home runs from Polanco, who's been a bit of a Tiger killer in his career. And then they put back-to-back doubles, which is something that's the killer right there. The Tigers have yet to put together, they've done it once, I think, in the game. They did in the game, literally. But to get the back-to-back hits, if you have an extra base hit followed by a base hit that results in a run. Sometimes they get the base hit and then the extra base hit, putting runners on the corners, or whatever it is, but they can't get them in. So it's just a struggle.
Here's a question for you and for everybody out there. Do you feel better about this series or worse after the weekend?
Oh, I feel better.
Good.
Because they split the 2 games. I mean, that's what you want to do. You want to split those games. I'm sure everybody expected, they'll split because they've got Skubal. Skubal pitched his ass off last night. He went 7 full innings, struck out a bunch of guys, and only gave up two runs. And they were long solo home runs, but they were solo home runs. He handled everybody else. I mean, so far in a series, some of those big power bats have not shown to be the big power bats just yet. I suspect that'll change. And watching the broadcast last night, I forget who it was that said it about Suarez. Suarez is Tigers really doing a good job with him, but careful because at any moment Suarez can go out and have 3 home runs in a series. And that can happen. He's capable of that. So it's to this point, I'm tempering my enthusiasm for how they have pitched to Suarez and to Cal Raleigh to limit the damage.
Kang, you feeling better or worse about this series?
I actually feel better because I thought they'd get swept in Seattle, win one at home, and eventually lose the series 3-1. So just looking at it from that point of view, from where it's 1-1 instead of down 0-2, I have to say I feel better.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. I wonder how many people think that when you don't win a Skubal start, it is a blown opportunity. I mean, I guess we all look at that as a blown opportunity, but whether or not it's a fatal blow, I don't think it is, but some people might see it that way.
Well, I always look at it that you expect that pitcher to pitch well, and he did. He's going to give you a chance to win, and he did. And the Tigers' bats let them down. But go to that first game. I mean, it's just take the names off it. Just give yourself a chance to win, no matter who the pitcher is. You don't want to waste a pitching performance if Jack Flaherty goes 7 innings, gives up 1 run. You don't want to waste that. But it can happen because in the onset, you're like, oh, whatever, it's a Flaherty start. We'll see what happens. But because it's a Skubal start, you demand more. And I get it. But really, it's just the totality of what happens here. Just give your team a chance to win, period. And they've done that in the first 2 games, and they've split them.
All right, it's Carson Anderson. It is a Monday. That means Champ and Chump. Get your votes in, 248-539-9797. Who deserves to be singled out for having the greatest weekend and who should be called out for having a weekend that stunk? We tally up your votes, and we post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. Tiger fans, you feeling better or worse after this weekend? Lions fans, look, they're a team with flaws, but you go out and you win by two scores. I don't know what else to say other than they're pretty damn good, aren't they? They are pretty damn good. It's Carson Anderson, Champ and Chump. Get those votes in. It's 97-1, the ticket.
Replacing a roof is not something that most of us look forward to. It's a huge investment, and that's why choosing the right company matters. And for over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have trusted Shaner Roofing, and here's why. Not only are they local experts with proven track record, but every roof that they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. Now, here's what that means. Your investment is protected for as long as you own your home, and even if you sell it. Plus, Shaner Roofing has earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy customers and that kind of trust just doesn't happen overnight. It happens over time. It's built on decades of quality work and customer care. So if your roof is aging, leaking, or you're just ready for some peace of mind, go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Powered by Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts.
Feel better or worse on this Monday? Yeah, great to get game one. Obviously, not winning a Scooble start sometimes can make people uneasy, but they come home 1-1. Game 3 tomorrow here in Detroit. Game 4 on a Thursday. 248-539-9797. Jeff and Celine says, my champ is Montgomery. Coming back to his hometown, ran for 65 yards with a rushing touchdown and a passing touchdown with his family watching, including his sister who was paralyzed the year before. My jump is DeMarcado. I don't get the cool factor. Let the ball go near the goal line, but it happened again. It was ruled a touchback, and ultimately instead of putting the game away, it proved costly as Tennessee came back to win.
Okay, two great things to talk about. First of all,
yep.
David Montgomery, the story's awesome.
Yep.
I love that he had the chance to play in front of his hometown and his family. To deliver with the touchdown pass was great. You know, he goes into Wildcat, and I think I've said this before to you on the air, in fact. I hate the Wildcat formation. Mm-hmm. I think it's brutally bad. It's like 95% of the time they're going to run the football. And if they're going to throw it, okay, but it's not. It shouldn't be something that should be wide open. I just can't stand it.
You think it basically it's a two-play play. The direct snap guy's going to run it, or he's going to hand it off, and everybody knows that it's one or the other. And so you think it's overrated.
Yeah, I just can't stand the play.
I think it's fun because you planted that flag, and you've hated the Wildcat from day one.
Yeah. But they threw the wrinkle where he's actually going to throw the ball. And it was even a jump pass, kind of like the Tim Tebow jump pass, and worked to perfection. It was great. And then for him to get the touchdown, which was even better because Moose Johnston doing the game, and they were talking about the tandems to have a touchdown in the same game, and how the record was Moose Johnston and Emmitt Smith with 14. Number 2 was Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery with 13. And as they're talking about it, they're like, well, does it count because it's a touchdown pass? And he's like, no, that doesn't count.
Yeah.
Literally 2 seconds later, Montgomery goes 8 yards for the touchdown. I'm like, well, that counts.
Yeah.
Moose.
From an unnamed texter, I'm rooting for the Tigers, but I'm done watching them live. If I see any more runners stranded, I'll break my TV.
Oh, well, don't do that.
Well, hold on. It sounds to me like you have some anger problems.
Yes. But responsible, too. He's going to root
good
for him.
self-scout.
He's just not going to watch him.
He knows that he will do damage to his TV and doesn't want to do that. Champ is the Lions defense. Chump the Tigers for wasting a Scooble start. The offense is one of the worst I've ever seen. Interesting. So I understand Sunday. They did win Saturday, and it's Champ and Chump of the weekend, and Saturday is indeed part of the weekend.
It is.
Come home 1-on-1. But so the loss on Sunday, well, this is why I ask, are you mad? And or you feel better or worse about the Tigers? He clearly feels worse to go with that Chump because they split the games.
I mean, I don't know why I don't know why you'd feel worse about it. I can understand being frustrated with the hitting and the lack of hitting and the lack of timely hitting, and they've gone through this again here. But they did win one of the 2 games.
There you go.
The pitching's been really good, save for literally pitches. It's not like they've gotten shelled.
I feel significantly worse. The offense is absolutely terrible, and I don't trust either starter we're rolling out. This series doesn't make it back to Seattle. It's already over.
Oh.
It's from an unnamed texter.
I mean, it will obviously let it play out here.
Nope.
But
it's already over.
I mean, Jack Flaherty's pitched well. Casey Mize has pitched well.
Yes.
It's the bats that have to wake up. It's an uphill climb because Seattle's pitching staff is so good.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not going to be easier with was it Logan Gilbert on the hill tomorrow? 6'6", tons of strikeouts with that guy.
Yep.
I think he struck out 19 in his 2 starts against the Tigers in like 11 innings. But he also has a loss against the Tigers in one of those 2 starts. They can get to him.
248-539-9797. Jim in Lapeer. Hi, Jim.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good.
All right, Jim.
Thank you.
So, yeah, mixed emotions on yesterday, but the Lions are a great team, but the Bengals were so terrible that I don't think beating them really says that the Lions are unbeatable. I mean, the Packers and the Vikings are not going to give us 3 easy interceptions And we had some penalties I thought were ill-timed and unnecessary. So we only beat them by 2 scores, as bad as they were. So I think the Lions are great. My focus is just making sure they win their division and proceed from there.
Okay, keep in mind, all right, and this is where I think is something that you can feel however you want, Jim, but something you might be undervaluing is Green Bay lost to Cleveland. The Rams lost to a beat-up, emergency squad
backup quarterback
49ers team. Philadelphia blew a 14-point fourth quarter lead to a 2-2 team and suffered their first loss of the season. The Bills lost at home to a 2-2 team. Winning is hard. And now, your first statement, it doesn't mean they're, I don't know how you put it, like a lock to win the Super Bowl, whatever you said. No, it doesn't. Of course not. But winning is hard in this league, almost no matter who you're playing. Ask Philly, ask Buffalo, ask the Rams, ask Green Bay last weekend.
Yeah, and if you look at it, the point differential in the game, I think, is probably a direct result of the attrition in the secondary as the game wore on. When more guys start getting hurt, the corners are getting hurt, then all of a sudden, hey, you know what? T. Higgins and Jamar Chase actually are really good receivers, and they can make a difference, and they did.
I guess more importantly than the division, other teams. But before the weekend, the talk was all about, you don't have to watch the second half because we're going to kill them by so much that you can just go out with the wife and make some points, I think is how it went.
Well, no, we didn't say that, but somebody might have.
They won by double digits.
Yeah, they covered the spread. Everybody knew who Cincinnati was putting on the field before the game, right? And the Lions were favored by 10.5, and they won by more than that, meaning they actually exceeded the Vegas expectation.
Look, did they leave points on the field? 100%.
Yeah.
They punted 5 times. You don't expect to see the Lions punt 5 times against that defense. But give Cincinnati credit. They showed up to play. That was a team that was just gutted prior. They gave up 500 yards in offense the week prior, and the Lions managed 370 or whatever it was. It's but it was a win.
I don't know if the Lions would admit this. They probably wouldn't, and it might not even be true. But when you get out to a 28-3 lead and you start playing with your food a little bit, you can leave yourself vulnerable to a team coming back on you, and maybe that happened a little. But they were fully in command of that game. And when Cincinnati said, no, it's not over yet, when they made a push, the Lions just went right down the field and scored. True. Yeah, I felt like they were in command of that game even when it was getting closer.
Yes, I would agree with that. But I think that the reason, like I said to the caller, the reason Cincinnati scored 21 points in the fourth quarter, I think, is a direct result of Terry Arnold getting hurt. And then Trey Flowers, who was signed literally this past week, had 3 days of practice. He gets hurt. And, Brian Branch comes out for a minute or two. And they have constant problems back there with injuries. And when you're going against one of the best wide receivers in the National Football League, and you're lining up who you have to line up against him, I mean, it's only a matter of time before they were going to bust it open. Am I surprised they didn't get to it? Didn't put more points up? A little bit, yes.
Yeah, but
it doesn't matter.
I think a lot of it has to do with, whatever. I think when you get a big lead like that, sometimes your playbook gets a little, you don't go too deep into it. And by the way, you mentioned the David Montgomery touchdown.
Yeah.
All the trick plays didn't leave and go to Chicago.
No. We saw that a couple weeks ago when they ran a couple trick plays.
He did not have a patent on the Lions running trick plays.
No.
It did not go with him to that organization.
Because it's not his offense.
248-539-9797. Get your championship votes in. Ticket text. I'm happy with a split in Seattle. Split at home, and we have a game 5 with Skubal on the mound. I'd avoid pitching to Raleigh and Rodriguez, period. That's from Brian.
God, Rodriguez just looks like he's going to do damage every time. He's got that frame. He's so good. Mm-hmm. He's young.
Yep. Man. It's Carson Anderson. Let's go to Dan on a cell. You're next. What's up, Dan?
Hey, how you doing this morning, guys?
What's
All
up?
right.
Question for you. So Taylor Decker was left out of yesterday's game. How much of what's happening now. I hear all these people saying, "Oh yeah, but we beat Cincinnati, we beat Cleveland, we beat Chicago, we haven't played anybody." Is it possible that Dan Campbell is smart enough that he's going, you know what, we don't have to play everybody. Let's not have a repeat of all the defensive injuries last year, all the injuries, period. Let's go ahead and just bide our time. We'll play who we have to play. We'll get the W. That's why I'm saying don't grade the wins. We're going to get the W, and we're going to make it through the whole season. How much of this is that?
I don't know if he's rationing snaps to try and preserve the roster, but I think your conclusion is kind of where I'm at. We all can see things that need to get better. Like after every game, we could probably run down a laundry list. Say probably a few too many flags thrown on the Lions. He might want to get J-Mo more involved, but who really cares? Sam Laporta, it was his day in the passing game, and Amon-Ra did Amon-Ra things. And hey, there's Tesla in the end zone again. And defensively, the secondary and some play back there is certainly leaves something to be desired. We can all talk about their flaws, but I don't think anybody should be upset or apologizing or anything after a win like that yesterday.
No, and Dan, to your point, I think it was prudent to, you're looking for the longer the big picture, I guess, with Taylor Decker. If he's banged up, and he has been banged up all year because he's coming off that shoulder injury, and you have a chance to say, okay, borderline, we don't have to use him this week, don't. And same thing with Aleem McNeil. When the reports came out that he was ready to go, I'm like, is he going to play? And then Saturday it came out, no, he's not going to play. He's going to sit out. I'm like, okay, good. And then they win by double digits despite not having Taylor Decker. So now Giomanu gets plenty of reps, gets the experience with the first unit. It's not just practice reps, with the twos, running against the twos or a preseason game. He got to run with the big boys. And there were some successes and there were some failures. But by and large, the experience is going to be good for him. And then knowing that this week we might see Aleem McNeil make his debut for the Lions Sunday Night Football at Kansas City. Yes, please.
Scott, I have selected a champ and chump of the weekend, as have you, and we will share those publicly at 10:35 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Felt like that tie lasted about 6 minutes.
It literally did.
Bang, and then all of a sudden, the Mariners struck back. 248-539-9797.
It's just in Seattle's good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, look, this is it's going to be a tough one to win. And Seattle, you talked about how good Seattle's roster is, and on paper probably better than Detroit's, but it doesn't mean that Tigers can't win it. And I actually think that they will. Now, already some of the reasons why I think they will have been blown up, but whatever, I'm sticking with it. Flag planted, go Tigers. 248-539-9797. We go to Barry in Detroit. You're next. Hi, Barry. Barry, are you there?
Barry.
Circle back to Barry and see if he is there. Matt on a cell. What's up, Matt?
Hey, good morning. So, Champ and Chump.
Yeah.
Champ will be the Detroit teams, specifically the Tigers, for not letting Seattle take a 2-game lead.
Mm-hmm.
And Chump is kind of petty. It's going to be Rieger for thinking that a $20 Etsy witch is going to stop the Tigers winning.
The what?
I don't know what the what?
Over the weekend, Rieger was talking about, some fan in Seattle hired a witch off Etsy, and they cast a spell on Seattle,
okay.
and, they went on a 10-game winning streak.
Well, they had a chance.
And, yeah, well.
Sure,
The old Etsy witch trick, huh?
Do we need to counter with a witch?
I don't know. That's what they were talking about this weekend.
Oh, no, I don't know anything about it, but all right, well, maybe Ken, could you get on this, see if we can get a witch on this?
Isn't it Prime Days coming up? Maybe we can go to one of
yeah,
Prime Days.
Yeah, sure.
Might be too late, though.
Could be.
You need a counter witch.
Yep. It's Detroit. It's one of the things I think. I don't know that we might be a bit overrated as a witch town. I don't know if we have really good witches here. Not like those Pacific Northwest witches. Apparently they get it done. But all right, you ready for your champ and your chump?
I am.
Okay, my champ of the weekend is Amik Robertson. I love the way he stepped up. Wasn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but had 6 tackles, a pass breakup, an interception, and made the plays on the football. So, Amik, well done. Yeah, you got burned on the touchdown, but nobody's perfect.
I'm going to go with another specific Detroit line, and maybe it comes as a surprise, but Derek Barnes sealed the game for the Lions with that sack safety he had after he juked the lineman right out of his jock. I mean, what a move. And then ducked underneath, sacks the quarterback, does a great job. He didn't miss Browning like he did Dak a couple of years ago in that game against the Cowboys. And he's ever since that game, it feels like he's made up. Every time he's on the field, he's trying to make up for past mistakes and doing a great job. And yesterday was the same thing. Also had 8 tackles in the game for Derek Barnes.
My chump of the weekend is the aforementioned Amari DiMarcato, who dropped the football before he crossed the goal line. I mean, we're at a point here where this happens so frequently. I don't know how it happens ever, but it happened again. This is back-to-back weeks I'm chumping somebody who did not secure the football before they crossed the goal line. More of a celebration last week with the kid from the Colts, but this week it was another careless dropping of the football before he crossed the goal line.
I just don't get it.
I don't either.
I mean, how about the back line? Do that with the back line.
There's no intrinsic reward for dropping the football quickly.
No. No, and Jamar Chase, when he scored his touchdown, I'm like, is he doing the same thing? I know he's just walking it in, but is he going to drop it ahead of time?
Yep.
Yeah, it's brutal. For me, the chump is Michigan State special teams. The punt blocked for the touchdown was just egregiously bad when you've got 2 guys back there protecting the quarterback and one of them just ignores to do his job. Yeah, brutal. The punt block for the touchdown, they give up huge yards in the return game, and then they fumbled a kickoff, which resulted in another score. So not good for Michigan State special teams, and it cost them the game in a game that they surprisingly found themselves leading at one point, but couldn't hang on to it, and it just all fell to crap.
I don't think you mentioned, but they gave up a punt return for a score that got called back for a penalty.
But it was called back.
Yeah. There were some issues on special teams for Michigan State. 248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump votes in. My champ of the weekend is Isaac Tesla for catching a touchdown with both hands. My chump is most definitely the Tigers hitting. They are pathetic and an embarrassment. That's from Chris in a truck. So this is really interesting because I experience the same frustrations that fans do. And And, it would be great if they could somehow recapture the form they had earlier in the year when they were pretty good offensive team. They've played 2 one-run games in Seattle. In the series, the Tigers have 5 runs. The Mariners have 5 runs. And they're still finding ways to win. But I get the frustration. This is who they kind of have. I don't want to say it's who they are, but I guess it's who they've turned into. And there's a better version of them in there. I don't know if I'd chump them, but certainly your vote is counted. But how would you describe your frustration with the Tigers offense?
It's pretty high.
Yeah.
It's very frustrating. I mean, I'm watching the games and doing play-by-play maybe aloud while I'm watching the games, and I'm predicting what's going to happen ahead of time, and I don't think it's terribly different from other people when certain players come up to the plate and you're just like,
don't strike out.
It's not even don't strike out.
I say that a lot.
Yeah, I say that a lot, but I'm don't fall for the pitch out of the zone. Know the strike zone. Own the strike zone. Switch. You can swing and miss at a pitch in the strike zone. I'm not going to get upset. But swinging at pitches that are in the dirt, and I know hitting is tough. It's the toughest thing to do in sports. Yep. It really is. And I get it. But like watching last night, McKinstry's at bat was terrible late in the game against Munoz. The slide, it goes and it almost hits him in the feet, and he's swinging at it. And it's you see it coming. That's the part that's frustrating, is you can see it coming and they can't lay off it. And I know it's tough.
248-539-9797. More champ and chump votes here. My champ is the Tigers. Yes, yesterday was frustrating to lose a Scooble start, but they did their job. They split on the road, and now let's take 2 at home and focus on Toronto. My chump is James Franklin. Do I even need to justify this one? That's from Nick and Shelby.
Well, I saw this tweet, which I thought was hysterical, from Chris Mueller, who is a sports journalist out on the East Coast, I believe.
Okay.
He says, UCLA interim head coach Tim Skipper is now tied with James Franklin with 1 career top 10 win against a Big Ten opponent.
Well, I guess when it comes to James Franklin, Scott, that's one way for him to get people to stop talking about how he can't win the big game.
Right. Just go out and win the game that's low on the total
That's
point.
one way.
Go ahead and lose that one.
Champ of the week is Michigan Go Blue. Chump of the week is Scott Harris. He should be embarrassed by the hitting of this team. Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? They've got this team in this position where they can win this series, and he's the guy in charge. And I get it. He probably didn't do it the way you wanted to do it, but they could win this series.
Yeah, but the guy that everybody wanted, who is playing on the other team, what's he done? The other guy?
Are you talking about
Suarez?
Suarez? I mean, Naylor's the guy that's really been more consistent for them. But
Suarez is 0 for 8 in this series with 4 strikeouts.
Sounds like he'd fit right in.
Sounds like a Tiger already. I'm joking about that. I wish that the Tigers were hitting too. I think we're all frustrated with the lack of hitting, and I'll guarantee you that the guys in the clubhouse are the most frustrated at all, that they just can't barrel up the ball.
And they can't lay off. It's like an epidemic. It really is.
It doesn't help, and this is going to sound like an excuse, and I really don't want it to, because we've seen it on both sides.
Do you want to rethink this?
No, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go for it, honey. That strike zone, how are you supposed to be a batter in a situation when the strike zone really is undefined, or it's like an amoeba. It constantly moves and changes. There's no rhyme or reason to what's a strike. On the outside corner, is that a strike? No, it's a ball. Oh, okay, good. Next pitch, same spot. That's a strike. What? Inside corners. Pitches that are looks like they're a full ball or two above the strike zone are called a strike, or at the bottom. I mean, there's nothing that is uniform about it. It was a million times worse on Saturday than it was last night. And there were calls last night. I guess it's going to happen every game. You're going to have that. But maybe it's because of what happened Saturday was so bad that it's a tough enough job as it is. And it's not like Seattle has gone out there swinging and killed the Tigers with their lineup. They haven't hit the ball all that well.
What is
They
it,
just
like
had one more timely hit yesterday.
Strike zone's supposed to be like armpits to above the knees or
yeah.
whatever. I think it's armpits or shoulder or chin to knee, shin, or ankle. 248-539-9797. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. Rake in the savings with low payments on remaining 2025s. Lease a new 25 Trax LS for $299 per month for 36 months with zero money down. $299. Go now to 17th Ave in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and Costco membership. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. All right, I want your take on this text. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Buckle up.
Hang on.
All right. Gator's going to take a drink of his bourbon before I read this text. All right. I would rather have missed the playoffs entirely instead of sitting through this garbage. At least if they missed, the organization would make changes. Now I don't think they will.
Winning a game in extra innings in the postseason in round 2 in a pitcher's duel is garbage?
I don't know what to say. I mean, I am frustrated with the bats as well. I'm standing by my pick. I think they're going to win this series. And if what they're doing is working and they didn't sell the future and they have elite help on the way in the future. Now, maybe look, I know how this, I know what happens. And it happens everywhere, and it's happening probably in this very instance. And that is sports talk radio turns into a battle of who has higher standards, and that guy has higher standards than me, I guess.
Well, would you rather be the Yankees at this point?
So the Yankees
0-2 and gave up 13 runs, despite the fact they scored 7 yesterday, but
they've never led in the
13-7.
series. They fell behind in the first inning of game 1, second inning of game 2, have never led in the series, and have given up, 23 runs here in 2 games?
Yeah, and their ace, Max Fried, was on the hill last night.
Mm-hmm.
3 innings, 8 hits, 7 runs, 2 walks.
Did you see what Aaron Judge's batting average is with runners in scoring position in the postseason?
I imagine it's still pretty good.
It's like 170. Playoff baseball's hard. Playoff baseball's really, really difficult. And I get that the Blue Jays have exploded here, but yeah, it is. It's very, very difficult to score runs in the postseason. Can they do better? I hope they can. I hope they've got it in them. But runs come at a premium. Everything tightens up. Here's the other thing too: is defenses tighten up. In the last couple decades, starting pitchers get pulled earlier and earlier and earlier by everybody. Do you know that last year starting pitchers accounted for less than 50% of the innings pitched by that accounted for the postseason? Starting pitchers get pulled, bullpen guys go in, specialists that make it tougher on hitters, and yeah, everybody's got to deal with the same thing. But it's scratch and claw and get runs when you can, and hopefully your pitching holds up. I mean, here's what we probably won't get. We probably won't get a call about the master class that A.J. Hinch put on with the way he operated using 8 arms to get through game 1. 8.
It was impressive.
To go 11 innings.
There was something that happened in last night's game I was kind of curious about as to why it went this way. And that is in the I think the 5th or 6th inning. It was the 6th inning. Spire, who's a right-handed pitcher, comes in, strikes out Riley Green.
Yeah.
Gets torqued to ground out to shortstop.
Yep.
And then Colt Keith is due up.
And they hit Wenzel.
They bring in Wenzel.
Yep.
And he's switch hitter, so he's hitting left-handed against Spire. So I'm like, why wasn't Colt? Is it because they thought if they're going to let Colt Keith hit that they would change pitchers?
It could be.
But if they did, then you would have brought in. Then you could switch up and bring Perez in anyway.
AJ's always thinking of all the different moves. If he makes this move, they're going to make counter with that move. Yeah. He knows what bullet the other manager has in his chamber. So could be 248-539-9797. Bob's in Shelby. Hi, Bob.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys doing?
We're good, thank you.
Great. Hey, what? Not to. You guys were talking about the Tigers, but just to switch up for a minute, I was watching that Lions game yesterday and watching our secondary get injured, and we're putting in guys. At one point, we put in this guy named Flowers who had just joined the team.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, what's the best way to help out these second string guys in the backfield? And I'm looking at Hendrickson playing his butt off for Cincinnati on a team that's going no place, and I just wonder what it would take. I know we may not be willing to pay Hendrickson what he would want.
No, they won't.
Next year.
No, they won't.
But just to have him
for the rental.
Hold on a second.
For a rental.
I mean, Bob, here's something to keep in mind. Here's another way to help the secondary is to acquire a player, a Hendrickson of the secondary, The Lions are second in the NFL, and they lead the NFC in quarterback sacks.
Yeah, I understand that, man. But I guess I just remember, I'm an old guy, and I remember back in the day when we had Alex Karras and Roger Brown. And I remember back in the day when the Vikings had the Purple People Eaters with Alan Page.
Yeah, were those Super Bowl winning teams
the
or no?
85 Bears. It's just.
I mean, there's a lot of teams. I mean, one team that was effective using the pass rush was the Philadelphia Eagles, who won the Super Bowl last year. But Bob, they're getting to the quarterback. I'm not saying I would turn down a great offer to get Trey Hendrickson, okay? But it's interesting. We see that they're losing guys in the secondary. How about just acquire another defensive back? Maybe that becomes the priority. And if you can't acquire one, maybe the way you do it is help the pass rush. But doesn't it seem like losing guys in the secondary positions, kind of some guys get picked on a little bit. Maybe we add one of those.
Look, I get the intrigue with Trey Hendrickson. It was on full display again yesterday because that's who they played, and he's really, really freaking good. And would that help to protect against a bad secondary or a beleaguered secondary? Yes, of course it would. But if a player of that substance comes available as a corner, then yeah, I think that's where you look at. I'm not against adding Hendrickson. Of course I would. But you have to see what the asking price is going to be. Is Cincinnati going to – I don't know what Cincinnati's going to do. They're not going to be – I don't think that they figured things out in the fourth quarter of yesterday's game. I think what happened was they played up against a really banged-up secondary, specifically in that fourth quarter, and they were able to take advantage of it on a couple of plays. But I don't think Cincinnati is now vaulted into being back into their winning ways, not with the situation they have. But are they going to still try to get Hendrickson done in a long-term deal? I don't know. I still think that's a possibility. I don't think it's a strong one. But you're going to have to wait a few weeks before Hendrickson really becomes available. And he's going to be available to every team in the league. And some teams are going to want to assign him to a long-term deal. It might be a little bit more aggressive with their offer than what the Lions can be. Keep in mind what the Lions are going to be drafting. They're going to be drafting towards the end of the first round. So if it's going to take if it takes a second round pick for most teams, it's going to take a first round pick for the Lions. And is it worth it for a rental? It might be. It might be.
It's something worth. I'm not against it, but I think as this season goes on, I'm feeling like the need is in the secondary more than it is the edge rusher.
I'm looking ahead to potential free agents after this season, just to see if there are any corners available.
You're checking to see?
I'm checking to see because the number one available potential free agent after the season is Trey Hendrickson. But you have to go down the list, and I think it's around 25 before you find a cornerback. And the corner is Darius Slay, who's playing with Pittsburgh right now, which is another team to keep an eye on. Because if Pittsburgh falters, let's say that they're just floundering, they're slightly below 500, they don't have a chance to win the division. Although they might because that division is off to such a horrible start.
A game and a half into first right now.
Yeah, so maybe that one's not even worth looking at. But if they're thinking long-term instead of short-term, would they be willing to part with Darius Slay? And do you look at Darius Slay? I mean, I would, sure. I think as we get close to that deadline, the more obvious option for what the Lions need to do at the trade deadline is to add to the cornerback position specifically, not the edge rusher. Particularly when you're getting Aleem McNeil back real soon to help that defensive line.
97.1 the ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers are off today as they prepare for Game 3 of the series with the Mariners tomorrow. The team expected to land in Detroit at some point this afternoon. A.J. Hinch will meet with the media later at Comerica Park after that. Jack Flaherty has been named as the Game 3 starter tomorrow. Rain is expected throughout the night today and in the morning tomorrow. For now, it looks like it'll clear out by the 4:08 first pitch. Taylor Decker missed the Lions' victory over the Bengals yesterday. Dan Campbell said his recovery has gotten worse each week, and they needed to give him some time. He didn't know how much he would be down, though. Coming up at 6 today, Dan Miller, Wojo, and Will Birchfield will look back at the game yesterday in Lions Review. The Pistons start their preseason slate against the Grizzlies tonight. You can hear that 6:35 pregame with Chris Villar right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So, who's your chump again?
My chump was Amari DiMercato.
And that was the player for Arizona that
Dropped the football on his way to the
was going to
house.
score a touchdown.
Yeah.
Decides he's going to let it go with it right before the goal line. Have you seen the video of the head coach
Yeah.
ripping him on the sideline?
Yeah.
And there's like a big offensive lineman with his arm around the back of DiMercato, like, it's okay, man. You're going to be better. You're going to be better for all this. It's okay. It's okay. And the coach just comes.
He didn't look like he
and
was saying.
rips
He
him.
didn't look like he was saying it's okay.
No, not at all. Not at all. And then it has to be pulled away by another coach. That is a volatile situation. And that's not even the strangest play that happened in that game. They had an interception in the game of Cam Ward by the goal line.
Yep.
And the guy who picks it off, tumbles to the ground, spins, and then fumbles it. The ball is then kicked into the end zone and recovered by the Titans for a touchdown.
Yep. It's a good play design. Not a lot of teams run that.
Is that in Ben Johnson's playbook?
Yeah, right.
But the crazy weekend of college and pro football, and that was part of it. Oh my God, what a crazy game that Arizona just piddled away in Tennessee. There you go. Take your W.
Crazy. Our football coverage today is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL and CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Back to the people. Josh is in Warren and next. Hi, Josh.
Hey guys, I got an easy deal for the Lions to make right now. Sorry, call up the Jets. You take your first round draft pick and you say you're going to have the number 1 overall draft pick. We're going to have the 32 overall pick. You're going to double dip back-to-back picks in the first and second round, flipping over, and you give us Sauce Gardner. That's how you complete this football team.
LFG.
And you got the one hand washes the other, and I don't think any other team can offer a deal that appealing to where you pick 32 and possibly 33 or 34. So that's a hell of a value, and we solve our problem and we solidify this defense. To me,
Yeah, I mean, would they be willing to part with him? And then there's a contract which I haven't even looked at.
It's a 4-year, $120 million contract that he signed just before this season.
So you have to start figuring out which guys you're willing to lose because you aren't going to re-sign him. But it'd be a very aggressive move, and he'd look great in the Honolulu blue and silver. But it would certainly be apart from their normal course of action because you'd have to cut some guys eventually. But
talk to Aaron Glenn.
Yeah.
Well, I just feel like it's a like he just said, Aaron Glenn. They need a lot of help. They need draft picks, and we may have to give up a piece on defense or a piece on offense. I'm not sure who that be, but it wouldn't be anybody I don't think significant. But it would be somebody that would be like, okay, we might.
Aaron,
lose,
you know this defense, Aaron. Who's the depth chart guy you would like, Mr. Glenn? Like Malcolm Rodriguez if he comes back in his health. Yeah, somebody like that. I don't know. I don't hate it, Josh. It would just be one of those moves that it means departure from re-signing their own guys.
Can we do some real talk?
I just didn't realize he signed a $100 million deal.
Yeah, it hurts.
It's $125 million.
Got extend.
Yeah. 120, whatever it was.
That'd be tough.
Yeah, it's a lot. $120 million, $30 million a year.
So what year are they in this extension?
Well, that hasn't really started yet. It's he signed it back in July.
So what was the signing bonus?
13.75 signing bonus.
Because that would be an immediate acceleration of that on their cap. But
85 million guaranteed.
That'd be really hard to do.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, and I would love it, right? Because Sauce Gardner is one of the best cornerbacks in the game.
Well, why would they trade him?
Well, why would they trade him unless if they want to get? I mean, they just signed him, so they're not likely to. But even if they were to trade him, the reality is it's not going to be a first-round pick in Malcolm Rodriguez. The reality would be it would be a first-round pick in Jack Campbell.
Or it'd be multiple first-round picks. You're probably right. To get him to move off him, because even if you aren't going anywhere this year, how old is he?
Sauce is 24.
So he's just getting started. Yeah, it'd be hard to pry him out of there. Charlie is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Charlie?
He just turned 24.
Good morning, fellas. It's always good to talk to you. I appreciate you putting me on.
Thank you for the call.
You bet. I just wanted to respond to a text. I know we're talking football.
Yep.
And as far as football goes,
well, we're talking everything.
Whatever Dan and Brad want to do, I'm totally good with. This has been so much fun. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Whatever they want to do, I'm totally with them.
Yeah, I hear you.
But you read a text about a Tigers fan who said he'd rather lose than go to the second round of the playoffs and watch us struggle at the plate. Well, it's the second round of the playoffs. Like you said, getting the baseball's the hardest thing to do in the majors.
Yeah,
would you rather have a sub 500 team? Would you rather go back to not even sniffing the playoffs? It makes no sense. It's ridiculous.
Well, understand where their frustration comes from. I don't like that take it. Their take it all, but their frustration is that they didn't think Scott Harris did enough at the trade deadline.
I understand that. That Finnegan hasn't really. There's been some guys that could perform better that he got the trade deadline, but you're kind of getting what you got at the trade deadline.
Well, that's the point is that they wanted to get more. That those people were willing to do whatever it takes, give up the prospects and all of that. And look, it's a philosophy that Scott Harris isn't ready to buy into. He's not Dave Dombrowski. He's not going to give up his top prospects to get one of those superstar type players. And other teams did. Now it's funny because San Diego did.
San Diego was
literally
maybe
traded
the most
away half of their top
team.
30 prospects, and they didn't get out of the first round.
That's another thing that's beautiful about these Tigers is we're young.
Well, that's true. It feels like this is an organization that could be here for a while. They really would benefit greatly from a baseball standpoint and probably from a PR standpoint if all of these guys pan out that they were unwilling to part with. Look, I don't subscribe to my man's theory. And the text was, I would rather miss the playoffs entirely instead of sitting through this garbage. At least if they missed, the organization would make changes. Now I don't think they will. It's frustrating watching them go to the plate, and they're bringing the bats up there anyway. And I'm like, don't strike out here. Got to be a productive out. And I feel like it's too many strikeouts. Yet they're in the mix here. They're 2 wins away from going to the ALCS. And at this point, they could get swept at home, but they got 2 starting pitchers that pitch pretty damn well in these playoffs. Runs are hard to come by in the postseason. We talked a little bit about like even Aaron Judge struggles in the postseason with runners in scoring position, and you've got more use of bullpens. It's higher usage rates for bullpens. That's a development that's changed over the course of time. Starters get pulled quickly, and they go with matchups to try and keep runs down. But look, nobody wants to hear that. Just
go win tomorrow. Win tomorrow.
A little bit of sit back and enjoy the ride here and figure out a way they can get this done, because I think they can get this done.
Well, we've seen it. It's not like we haven't seen them be the best team in baseball for an elongated stretch of time.
We asked people at the beginning of the show, you feel better or worse after this weekend? It's almost everybody saying better. Some are saying they feel worse. So, whatever chance you thought they had to win the series, most of Detroit thinks it's better now.
Are you saying people should do what your hat says?
Chill.
Just chill.
Yeah. Chill AF. 248-539-9797. Let's go to John at Sterling Heights. You're next. Hi, John.
Good morning, fellas. So I'll make it very clear. I'm not jumping off the edge of the cliff with this statement, but I do want to know what's going on. Jameson Williams seems to me like he might be one-dimensional, right? Little reverses and these deep patterns, because some reason he's not getting the ball, and I don't know why. And the challenge I'm having is they're paying him like a number one receiver, and he's a number two. And big issue, I think, is that they still need Laporta, right? Laporta, Branch, who else?
All right. Well, I'll help you out here a little bit, because when you look at the Lions offense, the Lions offense has so many options you can use. It's not like other teams that only have two receivers, no running back, no tight end. So the second receiver gets, 90 passes or whatever the case is. This is a different team altogether. Amon-Ra's the main guy. Sam Laporta is probably number two. And then the other guys are going to get fed as much as they're going to get fed. And as long as they win, that's what matters. As far as J-Mo, he is not one-dimensional. They've used him a lot in the last year and a half, coming across the field in crossing patterns. Even the pass they threw to him in the game yesterday, that wasn't a deep pass. It was down the sidelines. He's being used differently, and they're trusting him more. And plus, they love the way that he blocks. He's not one-dimensional.
So everything you said, I agree with all of that, and that's great. And obviously, I'm not in finance. I don't run the team, right? So I don't know how that works. But if they can pay these other players, great. I'm glad they paid them. But if we happen to lose Branch or somebody else, I think it's a mistake, because you can. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? Maybe
John, I think their plan is, honestly, they plan to keep all the good young players that people are concerned about. And I think that's why they're signing some players early, save some money on the back end, and that could cost them, that could free up some cash to get, hey, if we sign you now, in the end, we'll get a free Brian Branch or something like that. But he does have an interesting usage rate. He is the only guy on the Lions that has receptions less than 50% of his targets. That's not true. He's right around 50%. In fact, he's slightly over 50%. My apologies. But everybody else is well above 50. Yeah. Like Amon-Ra has 35 receptions on 41 targets. Laporta, 21 receptions on 27 targets. J-Mo, 11 receptions on 21 targets. But here's the thing. It might have something to do with the routes that he's running, because he'll be more of a deep threat guy. I have a feeling that if we just sit back and relax, in the next coming weeks, we're going to go, they really need to start getting the ball back to Laporta, because J-Mo's going to explode.
Everybody's going to have their games. There's no question about it. And I think you're dead on. They want to bring back every young player that they can bring back. I don't think that the signing of Jameson Williams to a long-term deal, or to the extension, I don't think that prevents them from bringing back Brian Branch at all. I think what it might prevent them from doing is going out in free agency and locking down some free agent to a 4-year, $120 million contract. They'd rather give those out to the guys that are here, know the system, guys they trust, than somebody that comes from the outside.
Hey, sports fans, I'd like to talk to you a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game. It is Twin Peaks, with the restaurant experience really taking a nosedive and service missing the mark. Twin Peaks up their game. It starts with the cooks coming in at 7 a.m. every day to prepare those dynamite dishes that you crave. Then, of course, there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Takes extensive training to get on the floor. And once they do, they deliver an experience no guest can live without. And, of course, what brings it all together, they boast wall-to-wall TVs, some as big as 98 inches, that bring you all the action. And, of course, baseball, playoffs, Detroit. Yep, you'll see it at Twin Peaks. College football, full swing. They got awesome pro football matchup tonight, Kansas City and Jacksonville. But don't be afraid to stop in if you're not all about sports, because the Scratch Kitchen boasts awesome items like the house-smoked chicken wings and thighs, ribs, and even hand-cut New York strip steaks. And don't get me started on the bar. Outside the coldest draft beer you've ever had, poured at an ice-cold 29 degrees. They boast exquisite craft cocktails featuring a wide variety of tequilas and bourbons. Stop by your nearest lodge and see the difference today. It's Twin Peaks. Eats drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. All right, so look, getting as much frustration with the Tigers as we are excitement about these next two games, but it's a rough way. It's not an easy watch. You know what's crazy about it is people didn't love the going to work Pistons because they were winning playoff games 69, 67. And by people, I don't think Detroiters had as much of a problem with it. But this Tiger team, which really struggles offensively and has for a while now, it's bred a unique level of hostility. Maybe that's too strong a word. People are chumping them because they don't score a lot of runs. Neither does Seattle. I mean, they're 5-5 in this series. They each won a 3-2 game. But I think ultimately they're in a good spot to win this series still. Let's get back to your phone calls. AJ's in Lake Orion next. Hello, AJ.
Hey guys, how you doing? Great show as usual.
Thank
and
you.
I can't tell you how great the fan is because I drive around a lot and you guys beat everybody. So
With the ticket, but that's cool.
yeah. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I'm sorry, you
It's all
guys.
right. No worries.
But anyway, the Lions are ranked number 8, I believe, in pass defense percentage against other teams. I think their pass defense is really pretty good. Arnold still has a lot to learn, but they've got such a good pass defense. I think that's a big factor in why they really don't need to do much.
Well, I hear what you're saying. I think they've acquitted themselves quite well defensively. I think I'm going to wait to see how they do against some better quarterbacks because they have faced, yesterday was Jake Browning and they faced Joe Flacco the week before. They did a pretty decent job on Lamar. Lamar didn't kill him. Lamar's Lamar, but he didn't kill him and they were able to sack him a whole bunch, which was a bit of a surprise. But they, and then Jordan Love took him apart. Caleb Williams isn't great. So we'll see. I mean, I think they're acquitting themselves just fine. But I'm holding off on the victory laps of the now new and improved defense till I see. They got Mahomes coming up this week, right?
Yeah, understood. I have one thing to say on the JMO thing.
Yeah.
When you have a guy with that type of speed, you're taking a cornerback out, and then sometimes a safety over the top, which really helps out your other receivers. And I think you do not trade that speed. Even if he's only catching 50%, he is always a threat. I'll hang up and listen.
No, I think there's truth in that, yeah.
That's part of the complementary football that the Lions play that they like to talk about. It's, everybody helps everybody else out. And what JMO does, I think the caller's absolutely right. It draws the attention of a safety, which may allow for the tight end to go up the seam and catch a pass further down the field or for one of the other receivers to do that. Or it allows for a running back to take a screen pass and go 15, 20 yards with it instead of just having a 6-yard gain because the safety is preoccupied with JMO. The Lions' defense against the pass, it's kind of middle of the pack right now. The quarterback rating against is 90.3, which is, if that's where it is for the regular season, that's going to be pretty decent.
Yeah.
But right now, through 5 games, that's probably about the 12, 13, 14, somewhere in that range. The passing yards against, they give up 206 passing yards against, and that's more closer to top 10 in the league. I think it's always going to be a work in progress with there, and it's going to be about the battle of attrition. Can you stay on the field with their secondary? If these guys can stay healthier, then they're going to be fine. The problem is already we're starting to see they're not staying healthy. Guys are getting hurt. DJ Reed is out. Terrion Arnold had to leave the game yesterday with re-aggravating the shoulder injury. Khalil Dorsey's been out. They signed Trey Flowers to the practice squad, and he probably has to leave the game at some point. So it's up to Brad Holmes to continue to find players, healthy players that can step onto the field. But by and large, this is going to be a battle to fight all year long, and it's not just germane to the Lions. It's every team in the league.
Next up is Eugene in Canton. Hello, Eugene.
How y'all doing? Thanks a lot for taking my call. I know I was talking off to the guy that took my call, your coworker, but I was just thinking, what makes a good team? Is it the players, the coach, or the front office? Brad Holmes, like we was talking about Chicago and Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan thought he was the man, in which he was, but at first he didn't win with Doug Collins. it took Phil Jackson, and then the front office to build around Michael Jordan. So how come William Clay Ford didn't do this? He took it took his daughter who listened to.
Okay, so we don't need to recap what happened, 20 years ago. But what your point about the current Lions is what?
The Lions, they don't have no egos. We got a lot of players who are good. Who you think has the biggest ego, and which do you think the Lions will trade anybody?
So this is interesting. I heard the morning show talking about this a little bit, and Jansen brought it up. Sam Laporta had a big day, but he made the comment in the post-game locker room about how it's all about the team first. It's not about individuals, and that's what he loves about being part of this team. And as it's really cool because there are going to be days where Sam Laporta does nothing, and as long as they win, if he's fine with it, because there's so many targets. The ego thing, they've kept things in check. Do I think they're going to trade? I'm almost sure they'll trade for something, but I don't know what it is. And I don't know how big a move they will make, but needs emerge during the year. And right now, corner has become that need.
To me, ego is confidence unchecked. I think this team is confident as hell. I think there are players that are confident as hell in their abilities, but it's checked. So the ego doesn't step in. These guys all know that they're really good, right? But they also have the common goal. And the common goal is to end up winning a championship. That's why, if you watch Amon-Ra St. Brown talk in his podcast, he's extremely confident, borderline cocky, right? And from an outsider perspective, some people might say that's ego. Then you watch him play, and you're like, there's no ego about this guy. He does every little thing you're supposed to do. He blocks. He sets up other players. He catches everything that's thrown to him. He starts and finishes practices by catching balls from the jug's gut. I mean, he's a stud. Everybody has that same mentality about each other, and that's why they're where they're at. Now you look at Philadelphia. It was A.J. Brown, the wide receiver, had that cryptic tweet last week, not getting the ball enough. Well, Philadelphia just lost the first game of the season. Is that going to cause issues?
So Jamar Chase complained about not getting the ball. And you know what it resulted in? It resulted in Jamar Chase leading the Bengals in tackles in the third quarter. And why did he lead the Bengals in tackles? Because the Bengals were determined to throw the ball his direction, even when he wasn't open. Because he complained about it, and guess what? He got to tackle people. And so that's an effect of players perhaps complaining.
He also had 6 catches for 110 yards and
really
a couple of touchdowns. But yes,
he's really good.
Throw me the damn ball, and they did poorly.
And
those are terrible passes.
Yes. Perhaps footballs that should not have been thrown his direction. He got his targets, though. Zach is in Ann Arbor. Hello, Zach.
Hi, how you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just wanted to say one quick thing about J-Mo to come to his defense and talk about Cade real quick. J-Mo is a necessary piece, having that deep ball threat, like that guy was saying a couple callers before, having that all eyes on him that you need, someone, a defensive coordinator or defense on the field at all times. They got to know where he's at all times, because if you don't, he will kill you deep, even if he doesn't catch every ball, even if every ball doesn't get to his hands. It's a necessary piece.
He has to be accounted for.
Yes, exactly. And then I just want to know what you guys think about right now on the outside looking in with everything going on with the East, with injuries and all the other teams. Where do you think the Pistons and where do you think Cade could lead the team right now? Like, your honest opinion, where do you think our peak could be? And I'll sit back and listen. Thanks for you guys.
Well, I'm not really in a Piston place right now, but you're the 5th favorite to get out of the East. I'd love to see him make the Eastern Conference Finals, but it might be a bit lofty for this young group.
I think it's a fair goal to have. Is it lofty? I think it might be a little bit, but I think it's a fair goal to have, because here's what we don't know. If they have roughly the same team, although there's no Malik Beasley, but they filled Malik's spot with a couple other guys that can shoot really well, and they have a healthy Jaden Ivey.
Yeah.
So what is that going to look like in April when they're getting ready for their playoffs? Is this going to be a team that's pushing 60 wins? Is this a team that can really contend for the Eastern Conference?
Card,
yeah, I mean, that's the thing. So I think they go as far as the improvement on the team is from having a healthy Jaden Ivey.
97.1 the ticket.
Hey, is it time to get a new garage door? You'll know the signs, man. If the door is running just really slow, or if it's making some weird sounds, you got to call the right people. Precision Garage Door Service. Give them a call today. They know exactly what they're doing. They got technicians in the field that are experts, and the trucks that they drive around in, they typically have all the equipment necessary to get the job done right there on the spot. Plus, they offer the industry's leading warranty. It's called the Precision Promise. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. It's something I did years ago when my garage doors were making some weird noises. They came out right away, diagnosed the problem, and then they fixed the problem. I could not be happier. You can also schedule an appointment online at a time that works for you. That's right, a convenient time that you want to pick out. Do it on their webpage at precisiondoormi.com. Call them, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule the appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
So, rough weekend for Mark Sanchez, huh?
What the hell is going on there?
I don't know. Look, I think it sounds like our guy might have a bit of an alcohol issue. Authorities in Indianapolis have announced at a press conference that former NFL quarterback and Fox analyst Mark Sanchez now also faces level 5 felony battery charge, which carries a 1 to 6 year sentence. So allegedly attacked a dude at a loading dock in downtown Indianapolis. And the dude had a knife. There was a struggle. They both got cut. Sanchez ended up in the hospital. The guy ended up in the hospital. He's got a nasty cut on his face.
69-year-old dude, right?
Yeah. And by all accounts, sounds like alcohol played a role with Mr. Sanchez. And,
Yeah, Mark Sanchez released a statement and said, I prefer to talk about the butt fumble.
Wow.
Can we talk about that again, guys? Remember that? Remember that hilarious?
Hey, James Franklin, right, guys? Yeah. Sounds like our guy's got a bit of a drinking issue. Man.
Yeah.
Lucky nobody's dead.
Waiting to hear, right? The rest of the details that come out on this story, what actually happened, but it's a bad combination when you hear that. And initially, when the story came out, it was like, whoa, thoughts and prayers for Mark Sanchez. He got stabbed.
Yeah.
And then more of the story comes out, and then you realize, wait a minute, he got in a fight with an old dude? What just happened here?
Whole thing.
Yeah, it's not good.
No, it's not.
It's not good.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97-1 the ticket. Monday's Mean Champ and Chump. Tons of votes coming in here. Let's get caught up a little bit. Champ Scooble for trying to carry this dreadful offense. Chump, Michigan State football. That could have been a signature win if State doesn't shoot themselves in the foot 11 times.
Yeah, that was bad.
I was wondering if they won that game.
Penalties.
Would they get a number next to their name for the first time in the John Smith era?
Probably not.
Probably not, but it would have been a step in that direction.
Step in the right direction for sure, but no. I mean, that loss to USC was so bad.
Nobody saw that. It happened overnight.
You're probably right. How many people actually saw it? Nobody. You guys didn't stay up for that, right? Mm-hmm. It was an opportunity wasted. And Aiden Childs, there are times Aiden Childs looks so good, and there are times you're like, what? What just happened? Just happened?
Do you want to see more of what's the backup's name?
Jovovich, I think.
Yeah, thank you.
No, not yet.
Okay.
No, Aiden Childs is. I mean, he made plays.
Alicio, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
His first name, yes, or Alessio, whatever. Aiden Childs made some great plays. Scrambled, got the yards. That offensive line is a problem. Until you get the offensive line right, quarterbacks don't have a chance. And I think Childs is doing the best he can behind a line that is brittle. Now, they've had injuries. They have injuries every year to the offensive line. There is not a team in the country that has more injuries to the offensive line than Michigan State has over the last few years in games that I watch. And it's tough because, of course, that gets everything else going. You can't get a consistent running game if the line isn't going to block. And you certainly can't throw the ball if the left tackle is a rotating door of who's going to play there, and they keep coming in and rushing at the quarterback. Now, to be fair, Nebraska might have a pretty good defensive line, and USC might have a pretty good defensive line. But it doesn't make it easier to watch when Childs is under duress and ends up taking a sack when you wanted to get rid of the ball, or he throws the ball and then he threw 2 interceptions in the game. It's like, what just happened? Very difficult to watch for Michigan State fans when they briefly had a lead 21-14.
Came back from a brutal start.
Yeah, a horrible start. And then despite that, here they are. They have the lead. And then, kind of like the Tigers, felt like the lead lasted all of 30 seconds and it was gone. And all their mistakes just mounted up. And then you get a screen pass to a wide receiver. There was a tremendous block on the play, but there were still 2 guys there to make a play, and they didn't make the play. He splits them and goes 59 yards for a touchdown. It's over. It's just it was tough to watch.
248-539-9797. The Tigers are unwatchable. Look at the box scores. The strikeouts, the LOBs are horrendous. That's from Mike in Columbus. Well, Mike, I mean, if you're not a Tiger fan, you're in Columbus. I don't know if you are or you aren't. If you are a Tiger fan and you're finding them unwatchable, then don't watch.
Let me ask you this: is Seattle watchable?
Seattle, I
guess I'm not asking you. But why don't you play the role of the
is Seattle
texter?
watchable? I'm going to say yes, they're watchable.
Okay, because they lost the first game. Tigers won the first game. The second game, the one last night, Tigers left 7 men on, and Seattle left 6 on.
Yeah.
Tigers struck out 10 times. Seattle struck out 10 times.
Yeah, but
the difference is one.
One's been doing it for a few weeks. The other did it last night. I mean, I think the total runs of these two teams are remarkably similar, scored during the regular season. I don't know if you have that up in front of you, but I think they're really, really close.
In terms of what?
Total runs scored. So, but the Tigers, I would suspect that the Tigers at one point were way out in front of Seattle, and their offense has gone dead. It'll be wild to see if they can get through this series. Because this text from Mike and the other guy had said he didn't even want to make the playoffs. This is what we're talking about, how they've managed to stay alive, keep playing, keep advancing, and yet there's hostility.
Yeah, the regular season, these teams are pretty similar in a lot of ways. But
it
obviously
might be irrelevant information.
Well, you flip-flop the halves of the season. Seattle was amazing in the second half and pedestrian in the first half, and the Tigers were the opposite. But overall, 766 runs scored for Seattle, 758 for the Tigers. You look at...
They got dudes that put up big numbers, though, right?
Yeah, everybody in their lineup is formidable.
They did it last night with Rodriguez and the big dumper, but...
those guys didn't. Polanco was the one that did damage. He had the 2 solo shots.
Well, weren't they the ones that rallied?
Sorry, yes, with the back-to-back doubles. Yes.
And those are their marquee guys. Hey, look, man, I get it. If you don't want to watch, don't watch. 248-539-9797. Johnny in Allen Park. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator.
What's up?
Long-time listener, multiple-time caller.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, Gator. Doug, I don't know what's wrong with these people. I think a lot of fans are calling in from other fan bases. You're in the ALDS. I mean, it's 1-1. Like, team isn't perfect, but we're there. The Guardians aren't there. Like, I think we're going to beat Seattle and have 7 games to get us to the World Series. And my other take is on the Lions is that I cannot stand these people calling in. We didn't play anybody.
That was really prominent in the morning show. I heard that there was a bunch of people saying, but they haven't played anyone.
I just think Michigan wakes up 85% of the Michigan people in the state wake up miserable. Like, what are we doing? We have the Pistons that probably can go back to the playoffs. Like, we almost have 4 teams that can go to the playoffs all the time. I want championships. Sell the farm. I don't care. But, like, this touting and privilegedness is crazy. I can't help that the Eagles lost. I can't help that Baltimore fell apart and we kind of shoved them in a locker. Now they're really falling. Like, we are doing so good in our...
It's the Honolulu flu.
Yeah, Johnny, there's something to be said for sort of losing perspective of what's going on around you, because what you just said is true. In Philly, they can't run the ball, and they blew a 14-point lead in the fourth quarter, lost a game. You had a undefeated Buffalo team lose at home to a 2-2 team. You had a Rams team that played a emergency squad for San Francisco and get beat. There are some good teams that lose. Green Bay lost at Cleveland.
So are people upset because they didn't beat Cincinnati? They didn't do the 45-10 game that I thought they were going to do? Is that why people are upset?
I mean, I guess.
In a game where you look at the offensive line, who started? Gio Manu.
Yep.
Who had never played in the United States before, right? They drafted him, took a flyer on him, kept him hidden all last year, is played very little this year, thrust into starting duty at left tackle against Trey Hendrickson, right? Left guard, Christian Mahogany. Drafted last year, misses all of training camp because of mono. By the time he comes in and plays towards the end of the season, only just has a couple games under his belt. Now he's a starting left guard. You've got Graham Glasgow, who's starting center, who's replacing a legend in Frank Ragnow. And then your right guard is a rookie in Tate Ratledge. And then, of course, you got the all-world guy at right tackle in Penei Sewell. That was the offensive line yesterday, and they still managed as an offense to score 5 touchdowns.
To the caller's point, I think there is a weird rush to discredit the Lions, and I think the feelings towards the Tigers I think some people are going too far. I think straight up hostility towards this baseball team for where they are is, I personally think it's too much, but there's a lot of it out there. Hey, at CGC Home Services, they know your family's health and comfort come first, and that's why they got top quality plumbing solutions, advanced Connecticut water treatment, and air purification technology, which is proven to reduce 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. We've got all that in our house, and you should too. From the faucets to the air you breathe, CGC Home Services is here to protect what matters most, you and your family. Call CGC Home Services today at 855-339-4242 for cleaner water, cleaner air, and complete peace of mind. That's 855-339-4242 or visit them at cgchomeservices.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Kang's behind the glass. Kenny's answering phones. And a cast of thousands out there making this station stay on the air. Thank you to our engineers, our sales staff, our program director, Jimmy Powers, all the support we get from our colleagues here at the station. And we appreciate everybody that listens and calls and texts.
Kenny's trying to check my enthusiasm for the Red Wings this year.
What do you mean?
I just got excited. I went in during the break and I was talking to Kang and Kenny for a minute, and then I said, "Hey, man, so we could have 3 kids in the starting lineup, make the roster."
Yep.
You know, and I felt like Kenny was just trying to throw cold water on me. It's like he's just happy with the one. I want all 3. Let's go.
Well, yeah, Gator's been talking Red Wing preseason hockey in here during the commercial breaks.
Oh, the season starts this week.
Crazy. A lot going on here in Detroit.
A lot going on.
All right, I got a quick question for you and Kang, real quick here. Dude that called and was worried about JMO. That call that came in, we're paying him like a wide receiver 1, and he's not really, he's kind of a one-trick pony.
Sure.
Odds that dude has JMO on his fantasy team.
I think it's minus 2,500. I think it's quite strong that he has Jameson Williams on his fantasy team.
Kang, you?
I don't. Did he sound older? I'm trying to recall.
No, he didn't sound older.
Okay, all right. Yeah, then there's a good chance. Like people, I mean, betting, fantasy.
Yep.
You start caring about things that other than the win. You know what I mean? Like the team success doesn't even matter anymore. Did I hit my parlay? Did I beat my opponent in fantasy this week? Because Jameson Williams is doing so many things to help this team win that doesn't show up on the stat sheet. We mentioned the fact that he's a willing blocker, has been since day one, okay? The routes that he runs coverage away from other receivers. There was a blatant example yesterday where St. Brown was left open because the guy covering JMO turned around to see where JMO's going because he was streaking down the field. Safety comes over the top. Guess who's open underneath? Amara St. Brown. So, and there's so many mouths to feed. Yesterday was clearly a Laporta game where he got the ball early and often, and it worked. So I'm not worried at all with Jameson Williams. As long as he's not complaining and causing issues off the field and the locker room, things like that, and this team keeps winning, I don't, I feel totally fine with Jameson Williams. And his catch-target ratio is because he takes a lot of deep balls, and those are chances. Those aren't like throwing a St. Brown where you expect like 95% success rate. Those are 50-50 balls sometimes.
Oh, there you go. 248-539-9797. Joe is in Port Huron. Hello, Joe.
Hey guys, I really appreciate you taking my call.
Sure.
I was just calling about the Tigers, and watching them. I'm really excited where they're at, and yeah, the ending was definitely a bummer. But man, for me, it's kind of at the plate, and it's something that changed with them. And I'm watching these games like last night, and they're just letting him groove it down the middle for the first pitch. And like a lot of times, I know Torque will swing at first pitch sometimes, but like Riley Green used to. And it's, I don't know if it's a mindset change or what. Maybe they're trying to make the guy throw more pitches. Or what,
my guess is, for instance, Castillo yesterday did a great job running up his pitch count, and then all of a sudden it stopped. It was like they had him. He was going to be done after 4 innings, and then he had some quick innings, and it changed everything.
It's like they let him.
I think that might have something to do with it. I think their approach might be to get the starters out of there.
Yeah, but then the problem is then they're swinging at the crap.
There's a downside.
It's really good. It's really a good pitches, of course. But I'm like, no, this is going to be outside. Don't swing, and they just swing anyway. I'm just watching, and I know.
Joe, no, there is a downside to it. There is a downside. You are running the risk of.
So that is maddening and frustrating to watch. I think that's where these guys are. Some of these guys complaining about it.
I'm complaining about it too. I don't like it either. I'm just not going to chump the Tigers today, and I'm not going to say they're unwatchable. They are.
Yeah.
They already won a game in this series, and they are really close to going to the ALCS.
And my thought process is if we lost the first one and then one Scoob start. I think it'd be different. We'd be like, oh yeah, we're 1-1, coming back. But yeah, it was kind of frustrating, obviously. And then the way we lost it, thinking you might have a chance to go 2-0 for sure. I got it. Thanks, guys.
I appreciate it, Joe. We got another Joe next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Joe.
Hi, how's everybody today? I'm traveling back from the game. I'm near Columbus, so I have to hold my breath. But anyway, I went to the Lions game yesterday, It was phenomenal. And it was set upstairs near the top on the 50-yard line for $140. And I had giant lighted Lions sign. And I got more, not crap about it. People come up both sides and say, man, that is so very cool. I mean, the fan experience in Cincinnati was phenomenal. I mean, they have a bar place that between the two stadiums, you got where the Reds play and where Paycor is. There's like a big stretch of bars and restaurants. Everything was phenomenal. But as far as the Tigers go, what are people smoking? They're 1-1, and as far as unwatchable, that's playoff baseball. You know, they got the important hit in the corner to tie it up, but hey, I mean, Seattle won the game. You got the best manager in baseball managing them. I'm very optimistic about this series. I think it goes 5, and I got a Tigers win in 5 with Struble getting the win.
Well, I think getting it back to Seattle is not the worst thing in the world because it still will be a Struble start. I know they just lost one. But if you had managers in baseball select who they wanted to start a do-or-die game, would Struble go in the top 1? He'd go very high, right?
He'd be very high.
Would be in really good shape. So, I don't want it to go back to Seattle. I want Detroit to take 2 here. Mize and Flaherty go out and pitch the way that they pitched last time out. The bats come alive, do enough, which it doesn't feel like they've done enough in a while. It's crazy, though, right? Because and who comes through with a big hit? A guy who felt like he was 0 for his last 50, Zach McKinstry, comes through with the big hit. Biggest hit for the Tigers in the series so far, right?
Yeah, and raise your hand if you had on your scorecard that Spencer Torkelson was going to rip a double down the right field line.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So unfortunately, they've only had a couple of timely hits in this series in the first 2 games, but they have 1 win.
They do.
Because of it. Okay, I'll take it. Now the series shifts here to Detroit. I don't know if Comerica Park is going to be a home field advantage. Last time we saw Seattle here, Seattle was launching home run after home run over the wall in right field. Cal Raleigh went crazy. But it is territory that they know better. They know the dimensions of the field and everything else, and the crowd's going to be cheering. We're going to be 40,000 strong, over 40,000 screaming fans, and hopefully they can, unfortunately, the 2 afternoon games as opposed to night games, but they have a great chance to seize the opportunity here. This is what they want. I'm sure that the goal has to be for every team. Ultimate goal is to win the first 2 games. But if you can split the first 2 on the road, do that. Now you got it at home.
The Yankees wish they did.
Well, yeah, right. The Yankees are down 0-2 to Toronto, and despite that they put 7 runs on the board.
Who's in worse shape right now? Do you think Detroiters think the Tigers are in worse shape than the Yankees?
I hope not. I mean, what Toronto is doing to the Yankees is fun because it's the Yankees.
Now, I would not argue Toronto's in better shape than the Tigers.
Yes, but the Tigers did the same thing to the Yankees about a month ago.
That's true.
So it's capable. Now, here it is. It's Seattle. This is a different series, different animal. I don't feel like the Tigers are playing the same brand of baseball that had them in their tailspin. They're getting really good pitching right now. The bats have to come alive, but this is a really good pitching staff they're going against. You can't just dismiss it. Seattle's got great pitchers. The Tigers have to come up with a couple of timely hits in a row.
97-1 the ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers expected to get back in Detroit sometime this afternoon, and A.J. Hinch also expected to speak at some point after that. The Mariners are scheduled to work out at 3:45 before that Game 3 tomorrow at Comerica Park. Michigan coach Jerome Moore back at the podium today after the Wolverines' 24-10 victory over Wisconsin over the weekend. He said they would take off for California after their classes on Thursday. They'll also hold a practice at the Chargers practice facility on Friday. Moore says that starting left guard Giovanni El-Hadi and tight end Hogan Hansen are probable to play this week. Taylor Decker missed the Lions' victory over the Bengals yesterday. Dan Campbell said his recovery has gotten worse each week and they need to give him some time. Didn't know how much time he would be down. Campbell set to speak at 2:30 today. The Pistons start their preseason slate against the Grizzlies tonight. You can hear that 6:35 pregame with Chris Fillar right here on the ticket after Lions review at 6. Jimmy John's Field in Utica, the home of the USPBL, has begun construction and an all-turf makeover to their field. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hope everybody's doing great out there on a Monday. It is Carson Anderson. Gator, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Looking forward to baseball tomorrow.
You mean postseason Detroit Tiger baseball?
That's right. Second round of the playoffs, divisional series. Here we go. Yes, as the Tigers in Game 3 are tied with Seattle after the first two games. That's nice.
Yep.
I'm basking in the win for the Detroit Lions. A nice win for them. Was it as complete as you want? No. It's very similar to the win they had the previous week. Win by double digits, and there's still plenty to work on.
Stuff to get better at.
Yeah, I'm sure they're not happy about 5 punts. I'm sure they're not happy about penalties they took and mistakes that were made, and it's okay. It's okay. The game was never really in danger, and unfortunately, they did suffer a couple more injuries. Let's hope that it's nothing that's going to keep guys out for a long time.
So Saturday after the Michigan game, jumped in the vehicle and sped north. Decided to go up north, and because we hadn't had a chance to get up there and fall leaves and colors and all that, and they're not at the peak yet, and I think they're still a week or two away from that. But Gator, we got up there Saturday night. Watched the Tiger game at a bar for a bit, and then went to our place, watched the rest there. Played golf yesterday, Bay Harbor. Love the preserve there. Oh. It's preserve links.
Just the links too.
Yep. It was fantastic. Took the wife shopping and got a nap in. Then the back-to-back games. Yep. Watched the Tiger game up there. Got up at 3 a.m. and did the drive back today.
I appreciate you getting up this morning and making the drive back. I just don't know how you do that.
Yeah.
And at 3, you really padded it.
Yes. Well, so there's a couple things funny about this. One is, turns out for my wife, she's a teacher.
Oh, so she had to be back at work.
You know, she has to, we show up and we can kind of get away with what, we don't have to dress professionally. We can if we choose, but she, as a school teacher, today's pajama day at her school. So she didn't have to quite do the get ready stuff that she normally does.
No, it's pajama, not lingerie, Kane.
Yes, just pajama.
Wait, doesn't Doug do those reads?
And
it was pajamas, right?
It was pajamas, yes. In case you were wondering, it was about 5:50 on today, October 6th, on 75 South, where I realized I know almost nothing about Eau Gray. We got this city in the middle of our state, Eau Gray. I know nothing about it. And I just was like, I see this sign all the time. I don't know anything about Eau Gray. Do you know anything about Eau Gray?
No, I don't recall the sign. A-U-G-R-A-Y?
I think it's G-R-E-S.
Oh.
Yeah. Kang, you know anything about Eau Gray?
Nope.
Nothing.
Nada.
Well, that got me through about 5 miles wondering about that.
You wondered, huh?
Struggling to get home.
Did you?
Wife was sleeping, so I was like, I can't keep music loud, or I did eventually grab.
Tell me about Eau Gray, Michigan.
I grabbed the AirPods and started listening to podcasts. Get started on the USC prep.
I don't recommend wearing the AirPods in a car.
No, she was sleeping, so
that's nice of you to take.
And there was nobody. And there was nobody on the road. It was just me. Not a lot of people do this.
No,
No, but
not a
I'm-
whole lot of traffic.
I will
on
tell you.
75
I will
at 4
tell you
o'clock
that
in the morning.
I'm starting to hit a wall.
Well, you only have 2 hours left.
I see a nap in my future.
And then a half an hour to get home.
It is Champ and Chump. My champ of the weekend Gator was Amik Robertson. Did give up a big pass. Yep, it wasn't perfect, but I loved the interception, the pass breakup, and they needed somebody to step up in the secondary, and I thought Amik did a great job.
I thought he did too. My champ is Derek Barnes. He had 8 tackles in the game. He had the sack safety at the end that really sealed things up and shut up the Bengals for good. The move he made in the offensive lineman was spectacular. He just completely froze him, left his jock on the field. It was a great play and nice to see. That's the play that we wish we'd seen a couple years ago against Dallas and Dak Prescott, but doesn't keep the man down. Derek Barnes has become a real asset for this team, and you can see that the contract extension they gave him last year, it's worth it.
My jump on the weekend is Amari DeMarcado. He is the Arizona Cardinal that dropped the ball before he crossed the goal line. Back-to-back weeks, I'm chumping somebody who did it. I don't know how this happens in football at the professional level here in 2025.
It's insane that it still happens, and yet it still happens. My chump is Michigan State special teams against Nebraska. They were horrific. The blocked punt that went for the touchdown that Nebraska had is inexcusable. I mean, you got 2 guys there to protect the punter. 2 guys came in to rush him, and only one of them decided to block somebody. The other one destroyed the punter and resulted in a touchdown. They had another mishap on a kickoff that was kicked short, and 2 guys kind of weren't sure who was going to get it. They both went for it. They fumbled the ball. They gave up a big return. They almost gave up a punt return for a touchdown, but that was called back on a penalty. Just horrible special teams for Michigan State in that game.
Guys, Kenny, who's screening calls for us today, has a chump of the weekend as well. He wants to chump Doug for mispronouncing Augrey because now the calls won't stop.
Oh.
It's pronounced Augrey. Everyone.
Now I know more about O'Grey than I knew before. Augrey. Okay.
You can stop calling everybody.
Like the Osable River. It's not the
Osable.
Right.
Oh, I might have called it the Osable at some point in my life, too. That sounds more familiar to me than Osable. But
you say frontier, too.
Augrey,
So.
I do say frontier. I say it like Kirk says, space.
The final frontier.
Yeah. Champ, this is from it's from Newt in Westland. My
Newt.
champ is Javi Baez. He's playing some of the best ball as a Tiger and helped us get the split in Seattle. Chump, all the callers still complaining about not getting Suarez at the deadline. He is 0 for 8 in the series. Naylor is 0 for 8. There was no guarantee making a trade would have made this offense better.
What do you think the conversation's like in Seattle right now with their fan base, having split the first 2 games against
I think
the
they're
Tigers?
thrilled to win a playoff game, to be honest with you, because it's been
Because
so
it's been
long.
forever.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm
have
guessing-
they mentioned that at all?
Yeah, and I'm going to guess here that in Seattle, they're not, they finished the season on a high, and they're probably feeling pretty good about their team. Detroit stumbled home. I think in some people's minds, accidentally beat Cleveland, and now, have managed to win a game here. But as long as they're parading out this lineup, they're never going to win this series.
There you go. So the Tigers are, what are they, 3-2?
Wants to have more fun with this baseball postseason.
They're 3-2 in the postseason against 2 of the hottest teams in baseball.
Yep.
They eliminated one of them, and now they got to worry about this one. I don't know if they're going to win the series. I said last week I didn't have great confidence in this one. I think my 51 says Seattle wins it. I had Seattle in 5. I hope the hell I'm wrong.
Yeah,
I love that they split the first 2 games. It's Skubal got beat, and the Tigers got beat. Skubal didn't get beat. The Tigers got beat yesterday, but it wasn't because of Tarek Skubal. Tarek Skubal gave his team a chance to win. He gave up 2 home runs, but they were both solo shots. He went 7 innings, and the Tigers came back and scored 2 runs in the top of the 8th inning to tie it up. Unfortunately, a couple of back-to-back doubles, and Seattle was right back on top. The previous text are talking about Javi Baez. Javi's been fantastic defensively for this team, and he's come up with more than just one big hit in the playoffs so far. So, yeah, tip your hat to Javi. He's playing really, really good baseball right now, and he deserves to be in the lineup every day. If for nothing else, the defense he provides at shortstop has saved, I think, several runs already.
Yeah, a double play turn the other night was huge in that Holton inning after Montero got in trouble and Holton escaped it. That double play where he tagged the runner and got the throw over to first, that was massive in that game. A.J. Hinch with, I think, probably one of the best games he's managed as a Tiger, using 8 pitchers to get through 11 innings. He stuck with Zach McKinstry. How many people had thought that they needed to replace Zach McKinstry? He stuck with him, and he comes through with that massive hit in the 11th. That came after Seattle, by the way. Walk, wild pitch. Like, that's manufacturing a run. That's getting where you have to be mad at that I would be mad about if I were a Seattle fan, right? Walking a wild pitch, put a runner in scoring position, and it turned into the winning run.
Yeah, that's no good for them. Really good for us. Troy Melton. I'm sure there were lots of Tiger fans who are like, why is this guy? Why are you parading him out on the mound again? Well, he went 4 innings, give it the 1 run. Mm-hmm. He was really good and could still be an integral part in this series against Seattle.
So it's weird because I don't know that we can expect it to be that much different. The Tigers are going to have to try and pitch well, play good defense, and scratch out runs when they can. And I wonder if they win this game on Tuesday. Will anybody ever warm up? Will the people that are down on them, can they warm up to them? Can they warm up to the team if this is who they're going to be, but they keep winning and keep advancing?
It's like a frustrating style of baseball that they're winning. Like you said, they've won 3 playoff games. They've advanced to the ALDS, and people, they don't feel good, it seems like. Like the one caller said.
I don't think people feel good. You're right.
It's like they don't feel good. And I think all 3 of us feel better than not after the weekend series, knowing that they split 1-1. But everyone wants a perfect game, a ton of runs, right? Hits and things like that. And it's just not the way this team's been playing. It's just get the win somehow, some way. And so it ain't pretty, but somehow find a way.
248-539-9797. Tiger fans, does anybody out there feel better about their team, or do you feel worse about your team? Champ and Chump, a lot of Lions discussion as well. We'll get to Michigan and Michigan State a little more in depth next hour. By the way, Jared Goff will join us tomorrow, the Detroit Lions quarterback. Lions go to Cincinnati and win yesterday 37-24. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns. So who will win? With FanDuel, you can play any way you want to play. And tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night, so you can make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to bet on the game. Now, here's what I do when I get these profit boost tokens. My strategy is take a favorite on the money line. So tonight that'd be Kansas City. And if they win the game, you get a more decent return than just taking them on the money line with a normal bet. So use that profit boost token and put the odds in your favor. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Sorry, Kenny. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket.
What happened?
Ogre.
Oh,
yeah.
Is it still happening?
My bad. Let's go to Dave in Clinton Township. Hi, Dave.
Hi, guys. Just driving back from Eau Gray right now. Beautiful day.
There you go.
My chumps are the Tigers fans. The good thing about how far they advance is all the new fans that come out. And the bad thing is all the new fans that come out. And I swear, not a lot of them know about baseball to save their lives. And they make it sound like it's so easy. I feel like we're really unappreciative of this team who's playing on a smaller budget. You know, how does Cleveland feel? How does Boston feel? How do the Yankees feel? These are all big time, not Cleveland, big time spending teams. And we're going past where they are. And, you know, everybody thinks it's so easy and they yell, you know, make a productive out. I'm telling you, it's so hard to do what they're doing. I played ball at D2. When the pitch got up to 90 miles an hour, I couldn't even catch the ball, let alone hit it. I took more off my face mask than in the glove. I mean, I just think that we're and I brag about the Detroit fan as I travel around, and I'm embarrassed by some of these guys. I think we're doing a poor representation of Detroit.
So, Dave, a couple things about this. One is, I part of the reason why I am not particularly hostile is because I think they're actually ahead of schedule. I don't think they thought they were going to make the playoffs last year, and I don't know that they really, really think they're ready to win the World Series now, and they're planning for that in the future. And I can see that, and I kind of sense that. And look, I guess their behavior would back that up. And so when you're a bit ahead of schedule, you're still a young team. Now, I know that people think they got to do something now because of Skubal, and I understand that sense of urgency, and I feel it too. I hope that they, have a more aggressive offseason so that they can either try and win with Skubal as they continue to re-sign him. But there are other paths to do this, which include trading him in the offseason, which is an offseason topic that we can get to, whether or not that makes the most sense for the organization. But they are a flawed team that has managed to get to where they are, and it is better than what's going on with a lot of teams out there. And so this patience will run out. Dave, there is an undercurrent, okay? And I can just sense it. A community of listeners out there that are just waiting for the season to end, and they can't wait to call us and tell us, I knew it, I told you so. And they'll be mad, at us. And I think there comes a time where, yeah, I'll run out of patience for the way they're doing things too, because they're clearly as an organization playing more of a long game. I think they're trying to win now, but they're not going all in to win right now and trading all their prospects. Dombrowski would have. And that was one way to try it. And Dombrowski has won World Series doing that. Not here when he did it here, but he's done that. And, it's going to be, there's some tough decisions that need to be made. And I think there is some accountability. I just get, we're taking chump calls for the GM when the Tigers went 1-1 this weekend and have managed to put themselves in a good spot to win this series.
After they dispatched of Cleveland, who was probably the hottest team in baseball down the stretch. The other thing is, when you look back, people wanted a bat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Suarez was the name. They didn't go get Suarez. What Seattle gave up to get Suarez wasn't a huge price. It was a price, and the Tigers didn't want to do comparable, which may have been one of the prospects like Max Anderson.
Yep.
They chose not to do it. Fine, fair enough. And it's not like Suarez has been the difference maker for Seattle, and particularly in this series, he's 0 for 8 with the 4 strikeouts. I got it. He can wake up any time. The other name but that was the biggest bat that went. Bats weren't at a premium. They were at a premium, I guess, at the trade deadline. They just weren't traded. So the next big name that went was probably Mason Miller. But if the Tigers had added Mason Miller and given up, let's say they gave up Max Clark, okay, because that's effectively what San Diego gave up, was the number one prospect in all of baseball to get him. So if the Tigers did that by giving up Max Clark, would that have changed anything for this team right now? We'd still be bitching about that they don't have any hitting.
Yeah, maybe. Might change something.
I can't press it again, see if Doug's mic is not working here. Kenny? Did you press off? Pressed everything, Gator. Okay. All right. So it's the Gator Show. Yeah. Woo! Oh, that one works.
Does this one work over here?
That one does.
All right.
Yeah. Oh.
So my mic just went down. I don't know what the heck happened over there. What were we talking about? Sports?
No, but my point is, it's like if they had pivoted and given up one of the top prospects to get Mason Miller, who was an outstanding pitcher.
Right.
And
Would it have changed something? Maybe they win the division, and then they might beat Cleveland. Just do it here.
But as far as setting things up, we'd still be frustrated as all hell because the lineup isn't producing enough hits and enough runs.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't have changed anything. I guess my point is the bat wasn't available at the trade deadline.
I mean, like Correa went to Houston and he did pretty well. And
sounds like that was the only place he was going to go.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you're right. Their job isn't to go get only the names we know about. There are probably some guys that we didn't know about that they went after and didn't get.
You just tap that and see what happens there. There you go. We're back.
The mic's back.
Oh, you really put a whooping on it.
Sorry.
Tap it and Doug gives it. Oh.
I'm talking.
Oh, no. You know what, Kenny? It's not. Clearly it makes a noise when you beat it up.
We need engineer's stat.
Yeah.
With that said, yeah, I mean, they could have perhaps done something a little bit more aggressive as far as the bats, but the bats, like it's been pointed out, Naylor and Suarez are struggling in this series. It'd be pretty wild if they do nothing and the Tigers win this series. They'll probably feel a certain sense of vindication down there in the front office, which I know people don't want. People don't want the front office. I think they're afraid the front office is going to overreact to successes and not try and do anything in the offseason.
I think that's definitely the fear.
That's a paranoia that's set in. And
yeah,
I was disappointed with their off. Sorry, I keep interrupting you. My bad.
Switch microphones. It goes a big shot.
Over here, I get pretty cocky. I thought they would do more this past offseason, and they did try. They did try with the Bregman thing, but
well, for people that have the concern that they're not going to do something this offseason, I understand it. It's a prove it, right? You got to prove to me that you're willing to make that difference. Go ahead and sign that player that's going to make a difference. And you're going to have opportunities to go get that guy, whether you want to re-engage in talks to get Alex Bregman, or if it's Suarez that you want to go and get and have him for a full season and for years down the road. I mean, those are two pretty big bats that you can get in the offseason, but it's the offseason. And
I don't love either of them, but
yeah,
they would be upgrades short term.
I'd love Bregman. I just don't like the way that you would have. I mean, lost out on a year of Bregman, and it's not the Tigers' fault. It was Scott Boris's fault. So
let's go to D in Southfield. You're on 97.1. Hi, D.
D, you there?
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, yeah.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's up, fellas? All right, look. I was the little fat kid growing up. When I lost a race or I lost to somebody, I was always saying, you know what, man, if I was like 40 pounds lighter, I'd have beat him. Or if I could have, just worked out a little bit more, I could have beat him out to make the team. That's what Lion fans remind me of, man. I mean, Tiger fans remind me of. When the Lions lost to Green Bay, there were people calling in that were ready to cash in the season, and the Lions been like maybe the best team in the league ever since. It really doesn't matter. Right now, Cleveland is at home thinking like I was when I was the little fat kid. They're like, man, I was better than them. We're better than them. But they're at home, and we're not. And if we beat Seattle, they're going to be saying the same thing. But we're going to be advancing, and they're going to be at home saying, man, we were better than them. We should have won that. But you didn't. I really believe that Detroit fans, they try to play both sides of the fence too much, and it drives me crazy. Just stick with your team. Believe in your team. It really doesn't matter how it looks. Just win. If you get to the World Series and we got a parade down Woodward, ain't nobody going to remember what the score was. Nobody.
Well, I mean, they got to get there first, and there's still a long way to go, right? I mean, it's a wild card series, divisional series, ALCS, World Series. And look, other teams are out there putting up massive run totals, and they got known star power. I mean, it doesn't feel like on paper the Tigers should match up with those teams, but quite frankly, it doesn't feel like the Tigers on paper should even be here. And they are. And they just keep surviving and advancing. And, the series is in the balance these next couple days. If Comerica's going to be sold out and it's going to be raucous.
Should be great.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Talked a little Michigan State earlier. Gator Michigan a little sluggish. I got a theory about bye weeks. It's just a theory. I have no evidence to support this, so I'm really don't have anything to go on. I feel like coming out of a bye week, you're either sharp as hell and you can tell, oh, they had a bye, they look great, or you're sluggish, and there's no in between. I think both Michigan and Michigan State were sluggish coming out of the bye. That's my theory.
Well, Michigan State was dealing with some more injuries going into the game. I mean, I can't explain why they were so bad in special teams. And Jonathan Smith has tried to address that today and said that's a coaching issue. They clearly didn't get the team prepared enough, and that's where the balance in the game was. They just made too many mistakes on special teams. And I tell you, when you make a mistake on special teams, it is loud,
dude.
It is so loud.
And there's like 30 special teams plays every game. You forget about how many. I mean, you don't forget, but if you start counting them up between extra points aren't but they are points.
Yeah,
you miss one and it could come back to haunt you. So, I think Michigan fans a little frustrated with the start of that game, and then they put over 300 yards in the second half against Wisconsin. I sit there and I get a chance to talk to coaches every week, and the question about the Badgers going in was their run defense, right? Number 1 in the country, 50 yards a game allowed. And you're sort of on the record and off the record. The one thing I discovered is that they felt that Wisconsin's run defense was indeed, it was legitimate. It wasn't a product of any, who they played. And even though they haven't played great rushing teams, and Michigan did put up 175 on them on the ground. But they really were like, no, they're really good. And Michigan had its share of struggles up front, but Wisconsin was as advertised there. The quarterback, the kid from Southern Illinois, the Saluki, the transfer.
Hunter Simmons.
From Carbondale, a.k.a. Carbondale in Southern Illinois. Exotic Carbondale. Kid was pretty good. Dylan Jones was pretty good. Vinny Boom Bots, their best receiver, was pretty good. They got tight ends.
Vinny Anthony II.
Yes. They got tight ends, as Wisconsin does, and that was their 5th offensive line combination, and maybe their best offensive line. 5 different combinations in 5 different games, 4 different starting centers for them. The problem with Wisconsin is the Big Ten did them 0 favors with what might be the most difficult Big Ten slate of all time. And if they play like that the rest of the way, they might win a game. But there were people there saying they don't think they're going to be favored the rest of the year.
Wisconsin, we talked about it on Friday, how it's just a complete departure from what Wisconsin fans are used to seeing with what Luke Fickell has decided to put in there. I don't know what he was doing at the end of the game.
Taking forever?
Taking forever, and then deciding not to use timeouts. And there were more than 2 minutes left. They had a chance to, they scored. They kicked the onside kick. It doesn't go in their favor, and then they just quit. The team didn't quit. The coach quit. He quit. He's not going to call timeouts. Not going to try to give his team a chance. And then after the game, that was his explanation. Well, we thought if we had gotten a stop, then maybe dude, you're the head coach of this team, and you just quit on your team by saying, oh, we can't possibly overcome this now. Well, you had timeouts you could have used to try to put more emphasis on the team to get a stop.
I don't think you give up until you can't do any more.
No, you shouldn't. Yeah, and then and then the other thing was strange was then Michigan and Strode Moore like, okay, well, we'll continue to try to score. It wasn't just run the ball out, take knees. They start throwing passes. They get a big chunk play on the ground, and it looks like that Jordan Marshall's trying to score. And anybody that had a wager on that game's getting all excited. And then it ends at like the 3-yard line with the clock ticking down, and then Michigan just finally say, well, we'll stop running plays, and it being a win by 2 touchdowns. Wisconsin had 75 yards in the first drive, and then had 177 the rest of the game.
Yeah,
they weren't competitive. The Luke Fickell experiment in Wisconsin is a disaster. And I don't think this one's going to last too much longer.
He's got a big buyout, and that AD fired Paul Chryst to get to him, and he's kind of married. Like, he'd have to pay the buyout, admit his mistake, and
they're tied to it. Now, the other side with what Michigan did, I mean, look, Justice Haynes is an outstanding running back. Bryce Underwood keeps showing that he can get better and he can keep getting better. One of the things he's going to have to work on is the touch because he's throwing lasers out there too when he doesn't have to.
Jason Avant said the free throw versus the fastball. Know when to shoot a free throw and when to fire a fastball.
That being said, there were a number of drop passes by Michigan receivers throughout the game. I was driving around on Saturday. I was listening to you do the broadcast, and I could tell a little bit of exasperation in the voice of you and John, both describing that these guys just can't keep
Was it
dropping.
the Kendrick Bell drop?
Yes.
Yeah. So, look, the one thing for Michigan, the emergence of Andrew Marsh, the freshman wide receiver, and Donovan McCulley going and winning. He said before the season, we have got to win. When the football's in the air, we have to go get it. Not every receiver's running wide open and delivered. Like sometimes you got to make a play. If a quarterback puts it in the catch radius and you have somebody there, you got to go get it. And he did some of that. McCulley and Marsh, if they can emerge and be legitimate threats on the outside, it'll go a long way towards completing the offense. If they get Hogan Hansen back this week, this USC game is the game that would put him from right now. Nobody's talking about Michigan in the playoff. Go beat USC, and they'll be talking about Michigan in the playoff.
Well, you can score points against USC, but can he stop USC? Getting Derek Moore back helps.
Yeah,
on the back end. Rod Moore.
No,
Rod Moore helps. He's all over the place. Makes plays in the backfield if he has to. Cover guys. What do you have? Do you have an interception and a sack?
He had an interception. He had a touchdown saving tackle when it felt like he was the only one that saw the reverse coming and flew across the field and made a stop on the state transfer Henry.
Terrell Henry.
Yes, who had it on the reverse. I think he would have scored if not for Rod Moore. But yeah, getting Rod Moore back to help be the grandfather in the playpen with all the kids back there definitely will help Michigan. Big game coming up this weekend. By the way, we are probably 20 minutes away of getting start times for Michigan State, Indiana, and Washington at Michigan. Those will likely be announced today at 1 o'clock.
Interesting.
Yep. 248. Now, there is a 6-day hold thing where they'll sometimes every once in a while the networks get to delay. I don't know what the rules are on that, but they'll make an announcement the Sunday before the game. Usually they are announced the Monday 2 weeks before.
So they've got the, Washington.
Yep.
Off to a pretty good start this year. I think it kind of catches some people by surprise at what a good start they've gotten off to.
Yeah, those two teams that played Saturday, Washington and Maryland, both look like they're going to be tougher outs than going into this season. They both look improved. But yeah, so we'll get those start times to you when they get announced. 248-539-9797. All right, let's talk a little Lions. As we have been baseball, we've been football today, and our football team in Detroit now 4-1. And how about a game at Kansas City next Sunday night in prime time as the Lions try and add another marquee win to the season, which is really after week one. I'd say it's gone better than week one, Scott. Much better.
Yes.
Hey, football season's here, and the University of Michigan Credit Union debit card makes game day even better. When you use your Michigan debit card at Chrysler Center, the Big House, or Yost, you'll score discounts on fan favorites like popcorn and souvenir sodas. It's a perfect way to show your team spirit all season long. Don't miss out. Get your Michigan debit card available exclusively from UMCU. Visit umcu.org to get started, insured by NCUA. see Connor McDavid?
Yeah. Well, I haven't seen the total numbers, but when I see it says Connor McDavid extension per sources, the short-term deal will carry an average of less than $15 million. So it's what, a 2 or 3 year deal, I guess it was supposed to be or reported to be.
Yep.
Which is, I think it's really cool of Connor McDavid. So
He's staying in Edmonton, by the way. That's the news.
So what this means is that he's basically given Edmonton a clock. You got 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't win the Stanley Cup in 2 years, then I'm going to go to free agency. And he'll still be able to collect, a mess load in his next contract. Look, $15 million is no joke.
Yep.
Even $14 million, whatever it's going to be. But I think it's cool to the city of Edmonton and to his teammates that he's giving them that window, keeping it open for a couple more years. And also he's doing right by him because he's the best player in the league. He deserves to go where he wants to in free agency if he wants to leave.
Mm-hmm.
And he's left that door open too. It's cool.
Well, all right, we said we get to some Lion stuff. 37-24, how would you characterize that game for Detroit?
A little sloppy. And I'm okay with it because I expected some sloppiness with the change in offensive tackle on the left side with Giovanni Manu getting the start over Taylor Decker,
Mm-hmm.
who was downgraded to doubtful before the game and then obviously ruled out. So taking their time with Decker to give him another week off from the shoulder, I think that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. They just get by with a win. They did. They won handily. Things weren't really ever in peril, even though the Bengals scored 21 of their 24 points in the fourth quarter. But it was a little sloppy on both sides of the ball. There were some penalties that you just don't want to see. I mean, Hutchinson took away his own quarterback sack because he was lined up offside. I don't know how you line up offside when you're a defensive end, particularly the way that he lines up, because he is so far outside the tackle when he does. He's not lined up right on the tackle. He's lined up way outside. So what difference is 3 inches going to make when your first step is not contested? I don't get that.
Look, it's a frustrating penalty, and it's funny because the ball's about to be snapped, and I was watching with my wife, and I said, Aiden's offsides. And sure enough, he gets the quarterback sack, nullified by his own penalty. Later, he had a quarterback sack for safety, nullified by a holding call on Terrion Arnold. He eventually got a sack, which he probably, when he got Browning to the ground, he probably looked around and said, is there a flag on this one too? But bottom line is he's got he's got elite edge rusher skills, clearly. The Lions are first in the NFC in quarterback sacks and second in the NFL in quarterback sacks, which is really reassuring, and it might free them up to not have to go get another edge rusher at the trade deadline and go address something else, like the cornerback spot. How you feeling about Terrion Arnold?
I was actually, and I'm glad somebody, I think it was Colton Pouncey, put out there, after looking at the All-22 tape, and he was encouraged by it. And I was a little bit too, because he had that play where he got flagged for
holding. You didn't like
for
the call.
Defensive holding. I didn't like the call.
I thought it was a legit call, but
it may have been legit. I didn't like it. I thought, okay, that's one can go either way. Obviously, it went that way. But what happened after that is what mattered. And what happened after that was he made a couple of plays breaking up passes. And I think you saw a lot more of that from him, which is good news. I think it was, like I said, I think it's encouraging how he recovered from the mistake. And it was a borderline mistake at best anyway. I thought it was a good game for him going against, at any time you're going to have to face Jamar Chase or T. Higgins. I thought he fared pretty well in the game.
Well, I would argue that the penalty also mattered. But at the end of the day, I want to see him take over and show he's CB1 capable. What he is he's a good tackler. I'll give him that. I don't feel like he's getting better this year. And, I'd be intrigued to hear what the coaches had to say in a honest evaluation of where they think he is. And at what point, if he doesn't get better, and look, I don't think he's terrible by any stretch of the imagination, but he might be the guy that just gets picked on the most back there.
I think
they're still winning games by 2 scores. So, I mean, we got to talk about something.
Look,
because not everything's perfect.
No, it's not. And he's got to get better. But, Meek Robertson got burned big time by Jamar Chase. It was T. Higgins, I think. I forget which one it was that just burned him deep for the the touchdown, bought the move, and he was wide open. But getting back to that sequence of events, it was Cincinnati's 5th drive.
Yep.
And the safety was called back due to the holding on Terrion Arnold. Next play, pass breakup Arnold. Next play, pass breakup by Arnold. 3rd and 10, false start makes it 3rd and 15. Then the interception by Kirby Joseph, who stepped in front of Terrion Arnold, who was going to pick it off anyway. Would have been interesting to see if Arnold picks that ball off. If you go back and watch that play, if Arnold picks the ball off instead of Kirby Joseph, Arnold's coming the other way and has room to have a return, whereas Joseph caught it and then went down kind of immediately there. But that's 3 plays in a row right after the defensive holding that they went to pick on Terrion Arnold, and he stood up to the bully.
Should he have,
and played well?
Should he have intercepted one of the ones before that 3rd one?
I can't remember.
I thought one of them was in his hands. I
just remember what I put in my notes here. That's what
I feel like we've been pretty patient with him. I'd like just to see him take some steps forward.
I think there were steps forward yesterday.
I hope you're right. 248-539. I'm not as convinced, but 248-539-9797.
I have one other play that was kind of confusing to me. Maybe it's easily explained away by a rule if you understand the rule. The fumble that Goff had when he got hit by Hendrickson.
Yeah.
Right before he fumbles, Hendrickson comes around the side, smacks Goff in the back of the helmet, clear as day. And then the arm comes down and hits Goff and hits his elbow a little bit as Goff's getting ready to throw, and it fumbles. Should that have been called, illegal use of hands to the helmet? It wasn't to the face, but it was to the helmet. You're not supposed to touch a quarterback's head, right?
Yeah, I think it wouldn't. I don't know if it'd be illegal use of hands. Would it be
just roughing or something?
Roughing or unnecessary roughness?
But should that have been a penalty? I mean, he clearly hits him and belts him in the back of the head. Which
funny, I didn't notice that in the time. Kang, did you?
Yeah, I didn't either. But if he did, Gator, it should be a penalty. But I think they missed it, just like they missed the one where Hutchinson got clearly, Browning in the face as well. I mean, some of those are glances where the umpire back there just doesn't see it. Because I think they just missed it then. Because you're not supposed to be able to hit the quarterback in the helmet at all.
I mean, it's clear. If you can find a highlight of the Goff fumble, it's clear as day. He just smacks him in the back of the helmet and then continues on with the play. And, Goff did not. We can ask Jared tomorrow about that play if that obviously gets startled by hitting in the back of the head.
Yeah. We also had the weird safety kick with the unsportsmanlike conduct.
Yeah.
I have absolutely no plausible reason why that is called unsportsmanlike conduct.
It's just,
why is it called that? I get that you have to, even on the safety kick, if you declare you're going to onside kick it, you have to kick it in that zone. And they were trying to onside kick it. And so they had to kick it in the zone, but they kicked it over. They had a 15-yard landing zone. They kicked it over that. And so it was half the distance of the goal from spot of the foul, which is where he kicked it, which was the 20. And so it went to the 10, and the Lions got a 1st and goal from the 10.
Yeah, I wasn't sure on that one either. I thought, okay, is this just a ruling because on a normal kickoff, if you don't kick it in the zone, it's basically get the ball to 35, right? So that's the 35 yards. And then you take the half the distance part, but what you're saying, I guess, makes even more sense.
The ruling in the rule book says it's half the distance from the spot of the foul. But why is it called unsportsmanlike conduct?
Not playing by the rules?
But every flag is not playing by the rules.
I don't know. I was expecting to see like a clip of somebody flipping off a Lions player or kicking him in the nuts or something like that. I mean, when you hear unsportsmanlike conduct, these are things that I'm not thinking of. Oh yeah, you just kicked it to the wrong area.
So the one thing about that game is, even though Cincinnati came back and made it close-ish, I never felt threatened. And I felt like the Lions, when they did get close-ish, the Lions just went right back down the field and scored. And said, all right, we got work to do here. And they went right down the field. And that was the Tesla touchdown. It basically put it out of reach. But I didn't feel threatened at all. And I know, people look at that team and go, they stink. And the morning show was flooded with people saying that the Lions haven't played anybody this year. And I'm like, well, they went from having what everybody talked about as the toughest schedule in the NFL to haven't played anybody. Okay. But I get it. Chicago's not great. Cleveland's not great. But suddenly we're dismissive of Lamar. The win over Lamar and the Ravens doesn't mean anything.
Well, I mean, it's the point of the season where everybody sucks, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe give the Lions credit for being the team that broke the Ravens. I know the Ravens are,
there it is.
They're all injured this past weekend, but maybe they did something where like the Ravens can't recover, because what we always talk about, one of the Lions' superpower is they always bounce back, right? They have this ability to flush any yuck, throw it out the garbage game, and just come back and be the Lions. Some teams don't have that ability. Maybe that's what they did to the Ravens.
The Honolulu flu effect is, how do teams play after they play the Lions? Well, take a look at how those teams have played after they played the Lions. It's been rough.
I'm definitely interested to see this game Sunday night at Kansas City, when they have to take on a better quarterback and a good team in the Kansas City Chiefs. Again, Jared Goff will join us tomorrow. Also, Dan Campbell will be on the morning show. And we got Tiger baseball tomorrow. Wow, a lot going on. Is there a change ahead for the Tigers? There very well might be. We will get to that today at 102 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
The Tigers are off today. They prepare for Game 3 of the series with the Mariners tomorrow. The team expected to land in Detroit at some point this afternoon. After that, A.J. Hinch will meet with the media at Comerica Park. Jack Flaherty has been named as the Game 3 starter tomorrow. Rain is expected throughout the night today and in the morning tomorrow. As of now, it looks like it'll clear up by that 4:08 first pitch. Shout out to the Tigers High A affiliate, the West Michigan Whitecaps. They've been named the Minor League Organization of the Year. Taylor Decker missed the Lions' victory over the Bengals yesterday. Dan Campbell said his recovery has gotten worse each week and they needed to give him some time. Didn't know how much he would be down. The Lions Pro Football Focus grades are in from yesterday as well. Chris Mahogany and Penei Sewell on the offensive line were in the top 3 in the offensive category. Gio Manu was towards the bottom. The Pistons start the preseason slate against the Grizzlies tonight. Hear that 7:35 pregame with Chris Villar right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, as promised, we got start times just announced. Michigan and the Washington Huskies will kick off a week from Saturday at noon. 9 a.m. on the body clock for the Huskies. Michigan State will be down in Bloomington, taking on Kurt Cignetti's team at 3:30. Start times for coming up, I believe it's the 18th of October. So there you go.
Is there a big noon kickoff will be?
I have no idea if they're going to. I mean, they sometimes follow that, or do they always follow their game? I'm not a big noon kickoff guy. I'm still a game day guy.
Yeah, I'm not.
But at noon, I don't see any of them because I'll be at the stadium getting ready. But a noon start for Michigan and Washington, and 3:30 for Michigan State and Indiana. All right, I mentioned there might be a change coming to the Tigers. Did you see the story that Fifth Third Bank is buying Comerica Bank?
Yeah, I just saw that about an hour ago. That there's some sort of deal, stock swap and whatever. It's like $10.5 billion deal.
Now, whenever I see stuff like this, I hope this doesn't impact people's employment negatively.
Right.
For
sure. Well, I know Comerica has closed a bunch of branch offices over the last several years. So this is some sort of consolidation, perhaps, and then obviously it's a sale. But what does it mean for Comerica Park? They're going to change the name as early as next year?
I feel like there's Fifth Third parks all over the place.
Right.
And I don't like saying Fifth Third.
No, I don't either.
I don't like saying Ruth's Chris.
I don't either.
There's words I can't.
You and Mike Tyson both.
Am I wrong? Or is Fifth Third and Ruth's Chris hard to say?
It's difficult.
I don't know why all these teams just succumb to this. We got to change our name to the sponsor, because I always thought it should have been like Lambeau Field. Like it's Lambeau Field presented to you by whoever, their sponsors. Sure. I think every stadium should have a stadium name. And
Tiger Stadium brought to you by Comerica.
Exactly. That would be perfect. Yep. And then you just switch it to Fifth Third or whatever they need to. But it's always Tiger Stadium, right? I don't know why all stadiums don't do that. Why do we got to rename the entire thing for 4 years, then switch it to something else in 4 years, and then another 4 years?
Very expensive in rebranding. Very expensive.
I mean, I guess it's worth it for them, but still.
No, I mean, like in Cleveland, switching from Jacobs Field initially, and they've had a few different changeovers since then.
When they first named Comerica Park, I worked it was in another Radio Life, and I worked for a guy named Ray. Ray was the boss.
Sure.
Ray told me, "You call it Tiger Stadium," and I said, "Why?" And he said, "Comerica's not paying us." And I was like, "Huh." I thought it was an interesting approach. It didn't last long.
Good luck, Ray.
Yeah.
Because you know what isn't Tiger Stadium? Comerica Park.
Right.
Tiger Stadium was Tiger Stadium.
Right,
the
sure.
new, if you want to call it the new Tiger Stadium, I suppose. Because for years, didn't we just call it New Comiskey?
We did, but
I don't know if they had a sponsorship right off the bat, but we certainly called it. I remember everybody calling it New Comiskey.
So, I mean, if Fifth Third,
isn't that what they call the stadium in Toledo?
Yeah, and I think the Whitecaps changed theirs.
Yeah,
it's now like Loyola Marymount University Park or something. LMCU. Is it a credit union? Lake Michigan Credit Union.
That could be. Yeah. Hey,
I think I just got it.
Look at that, Doug.
But then again, I guess they're getting their money's worth because we just mentioned a credit union we never would have otherwise mentioned, and we probably wouldn't have been talking about Fifth Third if not for this acquisition.
I don't like math,
and you certainly don't like a Fifth Third.
Fifth Third.
Should we call it 1 2/3 Park? I don't know. So
we'll see how it impacts the stadium where the Tigers play at currently, if it'll change things down the road or not.
Yeah. Okay, so I got to tell you, the other thing, you heard I think they're in the update there. Jeremy had the Pro Football Focus grades, and Giovanni Manu were graded out wherever. I take all these things with a grain of salt. I was pretty pleased. He struggled, of course. They put up 37 points, right? I mean, I want Taylor Decker back in there ASAP. But what it shows is that if there is an issue, they could still put up 37 points. Now, their defense isn't great. Got it. But that's a perfect team to debut Giovanni Manu against, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, 365 total yards. Is that where they want to be? Probably not. They probably want more than that. 37 points they'll take. I don't think they ever expect to punt 5 times in a game. Certainly not against the Cincinnati Bengals. Cincinnati it's a down team right now. It's a team you should be able to put points up on. But give Cincinnati credit for having a game plan to try to keep it reasonably close. I think it was clear and obvious they were there to stop the run and try to take advantage of an inexperienced left side of the offensive line to get after the quarterback. And that was the other side, right? I mean, they sacked Jared Goff, 4 times in the game? Goff had been clean for the previous 3 games, and this time he got sacked 4 times. Ended up causing a fumble and a recovery by Cincinnati. So there's a lot to work on. Obviously, they still have to work on some stuff on the offensive line. And that's because I think mostly because Manu is there, although I'm not blaming him for all 4 quarterback sacks, but there's clearly it's not the best you're going to see from him in his career. I hope it's not. Hopefully he improves on it. There's plenty of other guys to blame too, whether it's running backs not doing their job and helping to chip, or tight ends missing blocks, or other offensive linemen missing blocks. If the Pro Football Focus stuff is tough.
Yep.
Because you don't know how much of it you really want to believe in, because they don't know what the play that was called. They don't know the responsibilities of everybody. It's just kind of in a test tube. Hey, here's what we think typically it's supposed to be. So there you go. And in the last couple weeks, Penei Sewell's rating was through the charts, was great. And then this week, I think it was an 84. Previously, it was well in the 90s. This one's an 84, which is still great, but it's not where it was. So that even says that perhaps Penei Sewell didn't have his best game either. Okay, fair enough. But it was not the Lions' best output offensively.
No, you know what? But let's consider what we're talking about. They build up a 28-3 lead. They maybe,
after 3
in an honest moment, would they admit they got caught playing with their food a little bit and let Cincinnati back into the game? They might have. And then, then they said, went right back to work and made it a 2-score game. We're in a world where we are nitpicking on things where they scored 37 points offensively. The defense, is right now, it feels like they're playing so much better than they were last year. But that's why this coming Sunday night's a great test for them. They passed the Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry test, and now they got this Kansas City Chiefs test coming up.
So, an interesting part in the game, a little bit of a momentum change here. Lions go up 28-3 with that touchdown. It's late in the third quarter. Cincinnati comes down, and they get a pass interference call on Terrion Arnold. But then it's a loss of 2 on a pass. Maddox made the play. Then Jack Campbell forces a fumble, and the Lions didn't recover. The Browns recovered. There was then 3 and 8, a 3rd and 8, I should say, and they end up running for a few yards, go for it on 4th down. They call pass interference on Anzalone, which I'm not sure if it was or wasn't.
I didn't think it was. But look, that was a weak call.
It was weak, but that gives them the 1st down, ends the 4th quarter, and then
ends the 3rd quarter.
It ends the 3rd quarter, and then they go down and score on a touchdown pass to Jamar Chase.
Hell of a throw and catch.
It really was. It was unbelievable. However, if they get that stop on 4th down without the penalty being called, which was a BS penalty, it's 28-3. Lions have the ball to start the 4th quarter.
It's over.
And it's not, they're not going to score.
No, I mean, look, I never felt threatened in that game, and given who they put out there, The one lesson that I took from this, is just a reminder, is how quickly things can fall apart if the wrong person gets hurt. And it's happened in Cincinnati, and they are a shell of themselves. That must suck. It must suck to be them right now.
Well,
then again,
the Lions were that team last year.
I know.
But not to the quarterback.
Not to the quarterback, but yeah, I guess we know what it's like to get banged up. Boy, did Detroit give it to the state of Ohio last week. Ended the Indian season. Guardian season.
Both of them?
Jar. Both of them.
You've regressed.
I have regressed. Browns.
He's
beat
on
the
no sleep.
Browns. Beat the Bengals. Just love it.
You know, they were going yesterday's game with the Lions and Bengals it wasn't like whether they're going to win or not. It's like, how early can we end this? It was go for the kill shot whenever you get a chance, so we put this away early. Like, do you guys remember when they challenged the fumble recovery by Jack Campbell?
Yeah.
Yep.
It was because I don't care about my timeouts, because if we get this ball, we're just going to end the game. You know what I mean? I use all my timeouts. It was worth the risk, honestly, because they knew if they lost it, whatever.
And because Cincinnati did a good job because they were running up to the line of scrimmage as if the play were in question, and then the forced Dan Campbell. Fine, I'll do it. But to your point, yeah, he's like, whatever.
That's why when
I don't need the timeout.
Yeah.
We're going to beat you guys anyway, but we'll take a look here. And it was clearly not a fumble.
Well, yeah, because when Moose and them were saying, well, I don't think he got a good angle or got bad info. I'm like, I don't think he cared. Like, if we get the call for somehow, you know what I mean? Then it's really over. We got the ball in their territory, and we're going to run it up now.
All right, bunch of feedback coming in. We got to get caught up on. Champ and Chump votes, get them in. 248-539-9797. Two things from the world of college football that made me giggle over the weekend. We'll get to that today at 1:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization, it matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. last week, for some reason, I said, I expect UCLA to give Penn State problems. And I was just kidding. I don't know that I have ever seen. Look, a couple things from that game. One is the surprise onside kick. Boy, did UCLA catch Penn State napping. You don't do that unless you kick off and you see that they take off early. And you need to have a good kicker that can kick that little Pepsi kick just 10 yards in the air and every guy run underneath it. But you have to see that they're not really waiting for that. And so UCLA executes that little pooch kick. A perfect and like the easiest onside kick recovery ever. That's one. Two is when Penn State had a chance to win late, down 7, I guess they had a chance to tie late. They ran a 4th and 2 play where the quarterback, they had a jet sweep or a quarterback draw motion. So the QB could hand it off to the receiver on his way past him or keep it and go up the middle. It's like 4th and 2, 4th and 3, whatever it was. That was the worst play call against the defense that UCLA ran. Like, leave it to James Franklin to call play where UCLA is blitzing from the right side, where they basically ran through the receiver who would have received the handoff straight to the quarterback. It was like the perfect defensive play call and the worst possible offensive play call to have for that play. It had no shot. Now, as much as I like to take shots at James Franklin, their job is to get the call right. UCLA had the perfect play call on that one.
Well, you can always audible.
You can. Well, I don't know if the quarterback, if Aller saw it coming, but that was brutal. A couple things that made me laugh. Diego Pavia is so cocky. Did you see what he did in the warm-ups of the Alabama-Vanderbilt game?
I did not.
So you know how players are on the field warming up?
Yeah.
He was on the field practicing kneel downs for victory formation. I mean, they lost. I mean, the odds on this guy to go into Tuscaloosa and do that. And the other thing that's funny, and I can't help but laugh, is there was so much hype about Bill Belichick to North Carolina. North Carolina responded in kind and tried to put together, like completely reshape their program, which included scheduling a Ludacris concert before their game, thinking that they would like be a night game for their game with Clemson when they scheduled it. It got moved to noon. And so Ludacris was out performing in Chapel Hill at like 9:40 in the morning. College football's so great. It really is.
Yeah, did he fly in on the Fiero or no?
Oh, is that from one of the
Fast and Furious? Yeah,
one of those movies.
Wow.
I was like, he must have stayed up all night, right? He wouldn't bother.
Why I gotta get up at 7 in the morning to get ready for my concert at 9? Wait a minute, this is supposed to be a night game. What happened? Well, that's right. North Carolina sucks this year.
God, are they bad? They can't tackle. That's the worst tackling football team I have ever seen.
They can't do anything right now. And is this a situation that's going to be over with really quickly? Or is this a situation where they're going to learn from this, they're going to grow from this, and kids in the transfer portal are still going to want to play for Bill Belichick?
I think the first option.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the buyout is for Bill.
I think they might mutually say, hey, Bill, I'm sure this is working. 248-539-9797. Bridge in Farmington Hills. You're on 97 a ticket. What's up, Bridge?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Bridge.
Hey, I got a champ and a chump. My champ is Sean Payton for the 2-point conversion against the Eagles.
Took balls.
Now, I'm watching. I want the Lions to be the number 1 seed. And so I'm always watching Philly or whoever is ahead of us close. And that won the game because in the end, Philadelphia could have tied it with field goal, but they couldn't do that because they were 4 points behind.
Yep.
So he's my champ. Now, I'm happy about all our teams winning, and even the Tigers getting a split, and the Wolverines, Michigan winning, and the Lions winning. But the most pleasure I got was the game UCLA beating Penn State. Boy, I love that. I tell you.
UCLA looked dreadful. There was serious talk of them going 0-12, and then they just took it to Penn State. And I mean, like I said earlier in the show, James Franklin went out of his way to change the narrative that he couldn't win the big game. 248-539-9797. Feedback here. Champ UCLA, they expose the fraud that is James Franklin. Chump Scott Harris, this lineup he put together is absolutely awful. We have a team of 4A hitters. Shoot the boot, guarantee he marches this same lineup out next year minus Torres.
All right. Well, you write that down. You got everything down there?
This person didn't sign their text. So I don't know who sent it that will be shooting.
Empty gesture. I don't think they're going to have the same, anywhere near the same lineup. I shouldn't say anywhere. I think there'll be a couple additions to this team when you see them play baseball in late March and early April. I think it'll be a different look to them. But again, I get to the question: what would you have done?
Well,
what bat would you have added at the trade deadline that was available to be added?
Suarez.
Okay. And how would that have changed things?
Well, he's 0 for this series, isn't he?
Yeah, he's 0 for 8 with 4 strikeouts.
I mean, he might have maybe not lost the division. Look, I thought Suarez, we said this before he got traded, okay? I thought Suarez was a little tricky, that he was due for a bad second half or not as good a second half, and I think that proved to be the case. And Carlos Correa was really good when he went to Houston, but as you pointed out, Correa might have been the only place he'd go.
And I don't want to rewrite history here either. I would say that, I was open to getting Suarez for the right price. And that price may have been Max Anderson, the middle infield prospect that they have that played really well this year in the minors at AA and AAA. May have been him. And Scott Harris said, no, we're not going to do it. Okay. Didn't love it that they didn't go for it there, but maybe they were asking something else. If they were asking for one of the top 4 prospects, then I can understand why the Tigers said thanks, but no thanks. But aside from that, and what difference would he have made, really? Maybe they would have won the division because it would have been a couple more home runs down the stretch with runner in scoring position. It would have won some games. That possibly could have happened. He didn't hit particularly great for Seattle when he got there. His OPS was below 700 for the rest of the season once he got to Seattle. And right now, they're actually playing Seattle, and they're tied with Seattle after 2 games.
Yep.
So I'm not sure I understand all the vitriol towards Scott Harris for constructing this team. And it's a team that is in the second round of the playoffs taking on a team that has a much better roster.
So they wouldn't have done it their way. I understand if you would have done it differently. Got it. Chumping them after they went to Seattle and won each one, they split the 2 games, was a reasonable goal, and they accomplished it. It's Chump of the weekend. Sam writes in, Champ, the Lions, I love the way they're playing on all sides of the ball. Chump, Tigers fans who cannot just sit back and enjoy what we are seeing. Playoff baseball is uncomfortable for everyone. Be uncomfortable. Live and die by every pitch. And stop bitching about the ride we're on and take this team for what it is, the underdog. Kind of like the attitude.
I do like the attitude in that, but I mean, am I going to be surprised if the bats start to click in the next game or two? If they all of a sudden, instead of going 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position or 1 for 11, whatever it was, that they go 3 for 7 with runners in scoring position. I'm not going to be surprised because we saw that the entire first half of the season.
Well, and we saw it in the 7th inning of Game 3 against Cleveland. Now, I said at the time, I'm not sure this means they're going to turn things around.
Right. I mean, I sure would like to see it for more than just a 1-game stretch, but I mean, they are capable of doing it. I mean, we've seen, Torkelson hit 31 bombs. Riley Green hit 36 bombs and Carpenter hit 26 home runs. Those 3 guys have got to provide power. They got to put the ball over the fence because that's what they've done. And if they don't, then they don't really have much of an opportunity to win. The pitching has been outstanding for the Tigers in the first 2 games. If somebody wants to get upset because Rafael Montero gave up a run or because Kyle Finnegan gave up a run last night, they're still tied in this series. They split the first 2 games, and the pitchers have given up a total, 5 runs in the 20 innings of baseball.
20 innings. 248-539-9797. Mark in Detroit. What's up, Mark?
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
What's
All
up?
right, Mark.
I wanted to get in my champion chump. What Gator just said, it might be a little bad for me, but my champ would be Scooble because I feel like Scooble got us there before he left. Even though he gave runs, he still made it to where, hey, we all tied. You know what I mean? Y'all take over from here, win it like we won it the day before. But for me, my chump would be the Tigers coach because I just feel like if Scooble was in the low 90s with the pitches, I feel like if he'd have gave him one more inning, we get to possibly overtime or possibly winning it in the ninth, but we possibly get to overtime. But
Or extra inning.
somebody got to take the blame there, and I got to put it on the coach for taking Scooble out. I just feel like it would have been different, and the magic still would have been there.
He threw 97 pitches. It wasn't low 90s. It was the high 90s. But I get it. I mean, could he have gone an extra inning? He might have been able to. But if you're thinking long term, if this game comes down to a game 5, the game 5 would be Friday. Now, I guess it would still be the same amount of rest.
It'd be the same amount of rest. What you never know is what feedback you're getting from the player either.
This is true.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is it time for a new garage door and you're just not sure what to do? Pick up the phone and call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service today. 1-800-DOOR Repair is the number. I'm telling you this because years ago I had to get new garage doors. It's like 4 years ago. I picked up the phone. I called the guys. John and Jeff came out to the house. Technicians were great. They walked me through the whole process and gave me all the options that I had for garage doors, and there were a ton of options. I picked out the perfect doors for my house. I couldn't be happier. It's even easier now. They've got a warehouse that is chock full of brand new garage doors just waiting to be installed. In some cases, these garage doors can be installed in 24 hours or less. They offer same-day service. Emergency repairs are available, and weekends are available at no extra charge. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR Repair, or schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com. That's precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Suffice it to say, the wall has been squarely hit.
Oh, for you?
I'm toast, man.
You got this.
A half hour to go. Catch that second wind here, Doug. I got nobody to blame but myself, Scott. I appreciate you tolerating the fatigue. Yeah, I did the get up at 3 a.m. and drive back from up north thing. Whew. 248-539-9797. John on Livonia, you're next. Hello, John.
Hey, fellas. How's it going?
Okay.
Hey, so my champ and chump, my champ is David Montgomery, having a great homecoming. He deserved it.
Yep.
All that stuff with his sister, that's great. I have two chumps. One is Scott Harris, and this stems back to July when we went to Pittsburgh to play the Pirates, and we got swept right before the trade deadline, and this guy just didn't think that we needed to improve our team anywhere. So that's chump number one. And chump number two.
I'll let you. Hold on. We only do one chump, but I would ask you this. First of all, they did do something. They added a couple arms to the bullpen that have actually been good for the Tigers. Montero has been good for the Tigers. His ERA in a regular season with Detroit was 2.86. And Kyle Finnegan was outstanding for the Tigers as a pickup as well. So I can't say they didn't do anything. Now, they may not have done as much as you wanted to, but what did you want them to do in terms of trades? Like, was there a bat that you wanted?
I just wanted to not choke away a 15-game lead.
Right,
but
sure. No, it says everybody in the world, but what were you clamoring for in July after that series against Pittsburgh where they got swept?
Any help at all.
Okay,
That's really
good
all
talk.
it was.
Good talk. Good job.
He just hung up.
He hung up. Well, because he had.
Well, look.
Say something. Give me
Here's
something.
the thing, here's the thing.
I'm not upset.
I'm going to defend him a little bit, but because I do this too. But it's not his job to know. But it's also, if it's not his job to know, and he doesn't know, it probably tells you that he doesn't know what they got. If he doesn't have any ideas of who he wanted, he probably has no idea of who they got, which was Finnegan and Montero. They tried some other things that didn't exactly work out.
Look,
at the end of the day, the losing the lead sucked. The team that they gave up the lead to, they eliminated. I would much rather be the Tigers today than the team that they gave up the lead to.
You can say something like, and look, you'll get some pushback on it, but if you had simply said, yeah, Suarez, I wanted to go on Suarez, go get him, and they didn't do that. They would have had another potent bat in the lineup. Yes, they would have. Now, he hasn't done great with Seattle, but you'd have to concede that he would have given them something during the final month and a half of the season. Something. I'll agree to that. Sure. Okay. But the price to get him was perhaps a little too uncomfortable for Scott Harris. Now, if that's where your disconnect is, with the people that say you got to go all in. Okay. So then you would have been willing to give up maybe a top 4 prospect in the organization to get a guy that's probably a rental player. Now, understand what that means. Kevin McGonigal, Max Clark, Bryce Rayner, and it was the fourth one I can't think of right now. Briseño.
Scott, it's one of these deals where they're playing a very frustrating brand of baseball.
Yes.
We can all agree to that. Scott Harris doesn't have the credibility in this town yet or ever will, but I hope yet, to do what he did and the way that I'm a bit of a Brad bot. Brad Holmes wants it and does it. I'm generally on board, and I think those of us that are in that camp have been rewarded. I really liked his resume when he came in, and he's been better than I ever would have imagined. And he's earned the right to do it his way, I think, in this town. Scott Harris may or may not earn it. I mean, this is 2 years in a row they're in the playoffs. I think if we go back 2 years and say, are they going to be in the playoffs in the next couple of years? We probably would have said no. So I feel like they're ahead of schedule a little bit, and they've got a long-range plan that they want to stick with. The problem is the ticking clock on Skubal is whether or not they're going to be able to win anything before he is gone. And if they don't win it this year, they're only guaranteed one more year of him. But hey, got it. He didn't do it the way you wanted to do it. They're still alive, man. Like this brand of baseball is frustrating. 100%. Do I think Scott Harris did enough? Actually, probably not. But am I jumping him today when they take a 1-1 series? They split the games in Seattle and they bring a 1-1 series home? No. No, I don't know why today, but I guess he said it goes back to July. All right.
But also, so they beat the Guardians, right? The team that overtook them.
Yep.
Of course, I think you'd rather be the team that won in the playoffs, not the one in the regular season. But I think to finally completely get over the hump for some fans, Doug, is to beat Suarez and the Mariners. Now, Suarez hasn't done anything yet, and hopefully he doesn't do anything in the series. But if he does, and he comes up with a clutch home run or drives in an RBI, because that's what they brought him there to do, and beat the Tigers, that's going to really irk a lot of Tiger fans, because that's I don't know why the caller couldn't think of the name or come up with a name, Gator, but Suarez is clearly the name that Tiger fans wanted. And the Mariners, if you go back and look at the articles when they made the trade, they traded away the 3 prospects, but it's almost like they had to, because this is the type of season they were having. They needed to get a power bat in the lineup, and a lot of Tiger fans felt the exact same way about this team with Scott Harris and the Tigers. Like, they had to go get a bat like Suarez, and he didn't do it.
Well, I mean, I guess it's Scott Harris and what he did up against what Scott Harris didn't do.
Well, and if you go back to that time in July, right before the trade deadline, the other consequence was, okay, if you add this guy, then who does it displace in the lineup? And at that point, would it have been Colt Keith, because Colt Keith had switched over to third base? Because Spencer Torkelson earned it over at first base, and
probably actually
Keith
at the time it might have been Baez.
Well, Javi was playing short.
I know, but they would have moved people around. I think. I don't know. Baez, I was almost playing himself out of the lineup, and he's been their best damn player in the postseason.
Here's what I hope. I hope the Tigers win this series, and then we can put the discussion off for another week until they're against Toronto in the ALCS, and then we can say, you know what, they just didn't do enough getting to the ALCS. And then I hope we get to the offseason, and the offseason they're willing to open up the pocketbook and bring in a couple players that make a big-time contribution to this team moving forward.
Bobby's in Detroit and next. Hello, Bobby.
How's it going?
What's up?
Champ, Steve Yzerman, finally trimming the fat, bringing the youth up. Still, I think there's more to go, but we're starting, I think, slowly start to see what this Yzer playing is all about.
Yeah, they haven't announced it officially, but it looks pretty.
Not officially.
No, but it looks pretty good that Axel Sandin Pellica, the defenseman, is going to make the roster. Brandon Nygaard, the forward, and Emmett Finney, a forward as well. That all 3 of those guys look like they're going to make the roster. Tom McClellan, they have a skate today, and he was asked that, and he goes, "Well, all 3 guys are skating, so take that for what it is." And in the meantime, they had to waive a couple of defensemen, and Justin Hall and Gustafson. So I think that speaks volumes of what they think of these 3 players in particular.
Absolutely. And these are moves that we've been begging for going on years now of, getting rid of these bridge players and their money on the books and everything to make room for what's been arguably Yzerman's best attribute, which has been the draft.
Yeah, well, the guy's got to be ready to play, too, and that's the difference. I mean, Sandin Pellica wasn't ready last year. Brandon Nygaard wasn't ready last year. Emmett Finney, nobody knew who the hell he was last year. So these guys earned the spot based on training camp.
Yeah. They've been impressed with them all season long. And then I think you guys should change Chump to the Champ or James Franklin, because that man is just he just can't do it. He can't do it. And I'd love to see it every time.
Thank you for the phone call. He's making a strong run at Chump of the Weekend. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns. Who will win with FanDuel? Any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost. So, here's how I recommend you use said profit boost. You want to win, right? So, I'll give you a bet it's no given, but when we're talking about taking a favorite on the money line, well, that means they're supposed to, in theory, win the game. So, if you take the Chiefs, put a $10 bet down with your 30% profit boost, you get, because I think $10 is the maximum, you get like $8 back, which is better than what you get otherwise. So a decent return on just taking a favorite to win on the money line. That's how I'd use it. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Do not forget to do that. Bonus issued if non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Champ, the Lions, I love the way they're playing. Oh, I'm sorry. I already read that one. Julio Rodriguez does look like he's going to do damage. He looks the opposite of Riley Green. That's from Eric in Traverse City. If Kirby doesn't pick that ball off, Terrion finished the game with 2 pass breakups, his first career interception. I think he's on the cusp of being very good. Did have 2 more penalties, but hey, look. They could really use him improving. What else do we got here? The Lions will finally play a real opponent next week. The Bengals and Browns are dumpster fires. The Bears and Ravens are bad, and they even lost to a bad team in Green Bay. I still don't know who the Lions are. Well, I got to tell you, that is taking wins for granted no matter who you're playing. Because you look at bad teams beat good teams all the time. How'd the Browns do against Green Bay? How did Denver do at Buffalo? It's a 2-2 team beating an undefeated team. How did the Rams do against a depleted, battered 49er team? Like, there's dumpster fires, your quote, all over the place. And some of those dumpster fires get wins. Since week 1, all the Lions have done is looked unstoppable on offense and done more than enough on defense. Well, look, there's still things to be proven. I'm sorry to interrupt. I still things to be proven, but I just think, I know. I'm
kidding.
Rough day. Aren't they trending in an incredibly positive direction?
Well, they are. And start with the first game of the season. Okay, they came out and lost, and the narrative after the game from the coaching staff and from the players all around was communication. Communication. When you use a word like narrative, like I just used it, normally it's a negative connotation. Like you're going off on this is why, this is my narrative, my thought process. And that's what the team was holding to. But they backed it up because the next game against the Bears, they went out and scored 52 points. Right? And there were no communication issues. And then they go out on Monday Night Football, hostile territory at Baltimore, and dispatch the Ravens, and it wasn't that close. And then people say, well, the Ravens are all beat up. Okay, well, the Lions helped to beat them up because Lamar played in that game. Derrick Henry played in that game. Zay Flowers played in that game. That offense was there and intact. And they got handled. Mark Andrews was there in that game. So if you don't want to see that the Lions improve dramatically from the first game, because you got your blinders on based on what happened in the first week of the season, and refuse to acknowledge that maybe some things just weren't working there that they need to figure out, and they figured out right away, I don't know what team you're watching.
Well, I mean, here's what's going to happen. The power rankings are going to come out, and the Lions are going to rank like 13th or 14th because they haven't played anybody. Because everybody sucks.
Except we know better.
I'm being facetious.
Thank you. Well, you have to let everybody know because you were serious last week when you said Penn State was going to get upset by UCLA.
Great call, Doug.
Great call. Mark it down.
To be clear, I was not. No stolen valor for me. Joe D. and Taylor says, you guys realize if the Lions beat the Chiefs, it'll be, quote, the Chiefs just aren't the same. They're not a good team anymore. If the Lions lose to the Chiefs, it'll be the Lions can't beat good teams. There's no winning in Detroit. People are just miserable.
Yeah, the text before that one you just read, Doug, that guy thinks winning in the NFL is easy.
Totally.
He totally does. And then if you watch Dan Campbell in his post-game, they always post it, he acknowledges it ain't easy, and I'm not apologizing for wins. There are things we need to get better at, and we will get better at. But a win in the NFL is a win. And like you said, you rattled off all those teams that got upset by lesser teams, we think. Mm-hmm. Trust me, they'd want to have an ugly win back, or any win, right?
Yep.
It's tough.
Yep. Now, there are flaws that absolutely could cost them in some bigger games. No doubt. No doubt in my mind that there are flaws.
And right now, Sunday Night Football is going to be a big matchup. It's Kansas City. If Kansas City's 2-2 on the season, I get some people don't think they're all that great. It's still Patrick Mahomes. They're starting to get things together. Guys are getting healthier now. I think Xavier Worthy's ready to go tonight. That provides a speed element at wide receiver, which is just what you want to give Patrick Mahomes. It seems right off the bat that they're not sure whether or not Taylor Decker is going to play on Sunday night. Dan Campbell came out today and said, he's diminishing returns, I think is the term he used about him with the shoulder injury that they expected to get better and it hasn't. So they may give him another week off. And if they do, okay, it continues the next man up mentality, but it gives Giovanni Manu all week long with first team reps in practice to get, caught up to speed as quickly as he can. Other guys going to have to help out as well. They're going to have to be better against Kansas City than what they were against Cincinnati or even against what they were against Cleveland.
I like Taron Arnold overall. This writes an unnamed texter. He's a very talented young player, and for a cornerback, he is a tough guy. My concern is that it's almost like a hockey-type situation where a player starts developing a reputation as being aggressive / beyond the legal limit, and then he rarely gets the benefit of the doubt on 50-50 plays. There could be some truth to that. There could be. I mean, if sometimes young players don't get the benefit of the doubt, but the fact is he's in year 2. I would have liked to have seen him progress further than this. Another couple penalties yesterday. Gator, you didn't like the one call. I thought it was a fair call, but
well, what about the other call?
The pass interference.
There was a pass interference call and it was a defensive holding call.
I think they were both legitimate.
He had a couple of pass breakups right after the defensive holding call that took back the safety.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I thought it was a borderline call. They're going to call it. They're going to call it. Whatever. But it's how he recovered that I was impressed by.
Well, I'm glad he did recover, and
it would have been 3 pass breakups in a row if Kirby Joseph didn't jump in front. He may have had his first interception of his career too, but Kirby Joseph jumped in front of him as he's ready to make the pick, and that ended that. But it would have been an amazing stretch of plays.
Mm-hmm.
You get called for defensive holding, calls back a safety, and then it's pass breakup, interception.
Well, they really need him. It really would be useful. But I mean, again, we can talk about all the flaws and all that.
Well, the problem is
they won by
hurt.
2 scores. Yeah, we'll see what his status is.
We don't know if he's going to be able to play on Sunday night or not. But
some of the guys they have in the secondary, they do not want to take into that Sunday night game.
I'll say this. It has not gone the way I thought it would for Terry Arnold this year. Mm-hmm. I thought he got better as the game went on yesterday, but then he got hurt. So there's still a lot to improve on, and you don't want penalties at all. And the 2 penalties are very hurtful to the team. But he made plays after that.
Here's Rico Beard as he's made his way in studio. Hello, Rico.
Hey, guys. We may have an Arnold problem. We'll talk about that later.
Well, particularly if he can't play, then you really got an Arnold problem.
Right. But I'm just saying, dude, it's difficult because a lot of college DBs don't realize you can't play with your hands in the pros. And I just assume that you just put some type of gloves or something on them like, hey, don't touch these receivers, but they do. Anyway, the bigger question is, Doug, what was the city you were talking about? I was driving and you said, we don't know a lot about
Eau Gray. I know nothing about Eau Gray. Eau Gray.
Please.
Sorry, I don't want to make that mistake again. I was driving back at
where
5
is
in the morning.
Eau Gray?
It's north of Bay City, and I think it's on the water. But I was just driving back, and it's 5 in the morning, and I'm like, I don't know anything about this place.
Is it off the Ausable River?
Could be.
Never heard of it. You could have made it up, and I would have been like, okay.
No, I did not make it up. It's apparently a real place. But yes, it is a real place. We've confirmed.
Okay.
Yep. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
We got some Tigers, and we're going to talk some Lions. We're going to start off with the Tigers first, and it's really it's like, what are we looking at? Like, this team is so, like, they went and got the split, but they did it the wrong way, and you should feel good, but it feels like a missed opportunity.
It's weird. And we asked the question at the beginning of the show, do you feel better or worse? Most people feel better because they did the minimum goal. How you got there, isn't the predictable way, but they got the job done. Now they got to find one more win before Friday.
But it was like you got a reprieve. Okay, it's 2-2. Let's go. And now it's 3-2. And now the game's over.
Yeah, it sucked. They held that lead for like 3 minutes of real time, it seemed like.
And for the Lions, it's just basically, is this the best team in the NFC? Is it the eye test versus who you played?
Have a great show, Rico. I invite everyone to stay safe. And please treat each other with respect. It's nap time. 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Michigan football's kick time has been set for noon next week against Wisconsin while airing on Fox. Sharon Morris said they would take off for California after their classes on Thursday. They'll also hold a practice at the Chargers facility on Friday. Morris says that starting left guard Giovanni El-Hadi and tight end Hogan Hansen are probable to play this week. Lions coach Dan Campbell will head to the podium at the bottom of the hour. As of yesterday, didn't think the kick returner Khalif Raymond's injury was serious after he exited the game yesterday. The Lions Pro Football Focus grades are in from yesterday. Chris Mahogany and Penei Sewell were in the top 3 in the offensive category. Gio Manu was towards the bottom. The Tigers waited to fly back from Seattle until today. They're not expected to do much in terms of a workout this afternoon. The Mariners will be on the field starting at 3:45. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I am not. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in on a Monday. Absolutely gorgeous. And I have to tell you, I am just completely befuddled, confused. Let's just jump in. I can't figure the Detroit Tigers out.
I thought you were talking about MSU football.
No, that's that's just apathy at this point. Who cares? It's a garbage product. Look, here's the way I'll put it to you. I'm the same guy who said Tigers in 4, right? Which could still be true, but yet, even if I might end up being right, I don't know why I'll be right. Because the Tigers are a walking contradiction. And what I mean by it is this. I know what my baseball mind tells me when I watch this team play. I hate watching this team play. I get no enjoyment. They punish you by watching. They punish you. They go 11 innings with 1 hit. Factual. They strike out a zillion times. They have unproductive at-bats. Cutscene. Hey, we're tied at 2, and they got a shot to steal this whole series.
Yep.
They have a 540 OPS. That's unspeakably bad in the playoffs. Yet, 1-1 series tie. My problem is, if you told me they split in Seattle, I'd be like, all right, cool. One problem. They won the game they shouldn't have won. They lost the game they shouldn't have lost. I leave Seattle feeling like if the offense popped to Cialis, they're up 2-0 and the series is over. Can anyone out there in listener land help me? Help me understand your team, because none of it makes any sense. They're not good, but they're good. They're good, but they're not good.
And they almost walked away with 2 games. I mean, they were down 2-0. Oh, we tied it. Oh, okay, now we lose 3-2. You know what it is for this team is they are the epitome of the suspension of disbelief. It was pitching chaos last year. It didn't make sense. Don't try to make sense of it. Just sit back and enjoy the ride. That's what this team is now. Don't try to make sense of it, Mike. Sit back and enjoy the ride.
That's kind of where I'm at.
And you'll enjoy the outcome. Nothing will make sense because
even look at
strike out a ton of times.
Look at the winning run on second base. 9 pitches and 3 outs later, I go, really? Those are the level of at-bat you're offering me in what could have been a series asterisk ending moment. Like, guys, you tell me how you feel about your team. Because I know they win games. I picked them to beat Cleveland, even though they went like 4 for $1 million for runners in scoring position. Yeah. Rigo, I don't have the answers.
No, think game 1, all the bullpen arms come in there and they find a way to go extra innings and win the game. Make sense? No. They just do. Mike, it's suspension of disbelief. Just don't try to figure it out. Don't try to understand it. Buy the popcorn, sit in your seat, and enjoy the movie, because that's what this
But I don't
feels
enjoy
like.
the movie. There's the problem. And it sucks because then people think I'm a bad person. No, you're not bad if you don't like Mexican food. It just means you don't like Mexican food. I like that the Tigers win. I don't like how they win. I don't enjoy it. 7 hours plus of baseball this Saturday and Sunday night, and you felt like it was a trip to the hospital. It's like a root canal watching this team.
So Detroit Tigers equals Iowa football.
Yes.
Where they win.
Minus waving to sick kids. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's awful. I don't like it. Yet, they win. They're tied at 1. They have every right to win this series. But I go back to the offense, the at-bats. I don't know what to do. I'm asking you, the fans. Look, we could open up with Lions, but there's no reason. They played the Toronto Argonauts yesterday, and they did their job. You know the best player in the game yesterday? Jake Browning. That's your team MVP. You face Jake Browning. But, I want to hear from Tiger fans. I want to know where you're at because it's a weird experience watching this team. Rico, they're in the ALDS. They're tied at 1 coming home. It's a best of 3, and you're going to have Skubal pitch again. One problem. Seattle's 3-0 against them this year.
Yeah, because your best player, the one that you just knew, okay, he's going to have a great game and 2 solo home runs.
He pitched great.
Right, but your bats, and then you had an opportunity to do something. I don't know, man. I was a little bit worried after the first game when they won because I felt as if they celebrated a little too much because they just kind of figured, okay, and you guys won't be able to beat Skubal. We're going back to Detroit 2-0. And they kind of looked that way at the plate.
It did. It tripped me up, though. It's like if they had lost game 1 and won game 2, somehow I'd feel better, maybe.
Yeah.
But it's the composition of the winning. We dealt with it against Cleveland. But it's just continuing. It's the same stuff. They can't string hits together. Their power really doesn't translate in the postseason. I mean, Carey is Carey. And that was an unbelievable home run that he hit on a high fastball. Now, why they went to a 4th straight fastball, I have no idea. But who cares? I mean, Dan Wilson's a nobody as a manager. The whole point is I don't know what to do with this team. I want to know what the customer base says. Guys, we have 2 playoff games this week in town. Yet, I think there's a good amount of people, they watch the games because it's your team, and you feel loyal, and you feel a obligation to. I don't know how many people enjoy watching it, but yet, they're tied.
Right. I mean, when you're watching this team, you don't feel that confidence. You're like, okay, we got this win unless Skubal's on the mound. A lot of times, it's that same anticipation as if you're waiting to hear the 50-50 lottery numbers being announced. Like, hopefully I got the right numbers and we'll win something.
It's like even amidst the frustration of last night, there they were tied at 2.
Yes.
And I don't know how to categorize it. I just, on one hand, it's like they exhibit every reason I don't think they can win a World Series. But then on the other, they have every right to because you are in every game.
Right. But every game you're waiting for that big inning. For them to have, where all of a sudden you saw it when they scored 2 runs, and it's like, okay, maybe you're on. Okay, nope, that's it. You just had 2 runs in. You saw in Cleveland when all of a sudden they just start scoring runs, and it's like, okay, that's the Tigers team that can win a World Series. So, I don't know. Right now, when I look at it, if you're watching this game, you're just waiting for that inning when all of a sudden they score a bunch of runs. So.
All right, 248-539-9797. Look, if you want to hear about Doug's road trip, we can do that too. Or we could talk playoff baseball and your thoughts on your NFL football team, okay? Let's get it moving. It's 75 and sunny. It's beautiful out. We got 2 home playoff games this week. I don't know if people want to watch them or not, but here we are, and the team's got every right to win them, even though nothing they do makes any sense. I mean, even Saturday night, if you had walk, wild pitch, broken bat single on your bingo card, that's how you won a game. I don't know. I'm
with you.
They could win the next 2. I wouldn't be shocked in the least. Will the numbers make sense? No. And for those of you who go, well, it's not a number. Baseball's absolutely a numbers game. Your team exists on numbers, on matchups, on reverse splits, on all these different things. But yet when you watch the games, you go, how is this team here? What team can go 4 for 100 with runners in scoring position and yet tied at 1? I'm asking.
No. I'm with you because yeah, you win one of these games here, and now you get to school in game 5, and there's a chance that you move on to probably play the Blue Jays.
But then therein lies the issue. Like, you even got an advanced preview. I don't know why people are calling up and hanging up on Kenny. It's an annoyance. Stop doing it. Can you stop doing that, please? If you're going to call up, give the guy a chance to answer the damn phone and talk to you. Ask you how you been. How was your weekend? Now, listen, the problem is you already got a taste of bullpen exposure. You used Finnegan back-to-back nights. You can't do that. What happened? And again, it's his career. Finnegan's a lower usage guy. What happened last night? The same guys who saw him the night before saw him again. Well, that splitter isn't so sweet. Yep. That's why I fear this team in a 7-game series. What do you think's going to happen? Outside of Holton and Vest and Finnegan, who do you got?
Right, because to me, the worst thing that happened to them in that victory in game 1 was it went to extra innings, and now you have to throw some extra arms out there. Yeah, you got, instead of just being able to go out there, let Skubal go to maybe 7 or 8 innings, throw Vest in the game, and then you kind of save those arms to come back here on Tuesday.
Yeah, I got nothing. I don't know. It's like people are screwing with Kenny. God doesn't get a chance to say 97-1, and people are hanging up on him. Poor Kenny's going to have a long day. 248-539-9797. David, where are you at with it? Because I don't know what to do with this team. I picked them to win. I'm not going to back down from it. But yet, they don't do anything that requires you to win games as it would pertain to the offense.
Yeah, striking out 26 times in 2 games, that's not exciting. That doesn't give you any hope, truly, really, because they had the pitcher at 50-plus pitches through 2 innings yesterday, and you're making it seem like, okay, they're doing their job. And then they let them back in it.
Back-to-back 9-pitch innings.
Right. Then they let them right back in it with horrible at-bats because that's what this team does. So I don't know how to feel. I'm happy it's 1-1. Great. You did your job.
Do you feel confident?
I do not anymore. Because they cannot seem to figure out a way to get runs. And I thought that after that 1 inning in Cleveland, that would have sparked something, and they're right back to it.
I feel confident because I feel like there's something like they drag the opponent into the mud.
It feels like that, yes.
It's almost like Army football. They just drag you into playing their way. They're going to drag you into the mud, limit possessions. I don't know. You could tell me they win the next 2 games, I wouldn't bat an eyelash. You could tell me they lose the next 2, I wouldn't be shocked, because it's just the offense, while runners in scoring position can be a little bit of a fluky thing where you go through hot streaks, cold streaks, and it's all in the aggregate, it averages out. This has been going on now for 6-7 weeks. It hasn't evened out, and in fact, it's gotten worse. So I'm asking you guys for help. Nona's confused. Forgot my pills. Help Nona find her pills. That's what today is. Okay? Help Nona.
Because it's crazy, because on one side, I'm like, okay, they can make it back to Seattle for Skubal's second start of the series. But then in the back of my mind, I'm like, you're right, Mike. I wouldn't be surprised if we never get back to Seattle.
Because nothing adds up. When you look, how could I have confidence in a team winning a World Series with a 540 OPS?
Right. No, because I have more confidence that all of a sudden Cal Raleigh or Suarez will all of a sudden get hot and just start tearing the cover off the ball than this lineup.
I don't know. But then again, I'm confident because I feel like this team gets every break. Hey, you need Josh Naylor to boot a football? Boot a baseball? Who cares? Josh Naylor, go be with your wife.
Or like you said, Raleigh gets up there, first pitch swing.
No, even the McKinstry thing. Yeah. They got to walk into a wild pitch into a ball that never should have got out of the infield on a broken bat, but it wins the game. They have that moxie to them. It's almost like they create their own luck because they get you muddy enough, the other team eventually just submits. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Help Nona find her pills. 248. All right, you've heard the ads. Over there. Lawyers bragging about some giant verdict like it's a trophy. Look, David Femminino is different. Yes, he wins big, but it's not about bragging rights. It's really about you. It's personal. It becomes a family matter. Your case, your life, and if you're in an accident, call David Femminino, 855-65-CRASH, or go to getpaid.com. All right, let's get to the people. Trying to figure out where your confidence level is and where you're at with your team. Because if you're a baseball person, it's very hard to understand how a team could strike out 59 times in 5 postseason games and go anywhere, yet they're here. And then the pitching's good, except you have a bunch of guys that aren't good outside of Skubal. The offense, I can't explain it. I can't explain the runners in scoring position. I can't explain, but they're there. And I'm still picking them to win. But watching it, no, it's terrible. I mean, it's the equivalent of watching Navy football. It's not for me. What?
No, I'm laughing because if you don't like this, you hate the Tigers. Kind of like if I don't like the Army-Navy game, well, you hate the military.
No, I don't hate anything. I just think sports is an entertainment product.
It
and
is.
This is Iowa football. Watching these at-bats, I'm pulling my hair out. Because, again, like one productive at-bat interwoven between one of the walks. I mean, look, between last night in the 5th inning Saturday night in the 5th inning, all the way till about the 5th inning of this game last night, they had 2 hits total.
Mm-hmm.
Yet they had every right to win both. They could have lost both. I don't know what to do with it. So I'm asking the people.
No, you're right.
Let's go to the people. We'll go to John, 97.1. John, what's going on?
Good afternoon, fellows.
Johnny?
You guys love... Yes, sir, you there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what's up?
You know, I love your enthusiasm because you look at both sides of the ball. But you know what? Let's just ride it and see what happens. All this complaining and bitching or barking about them and all that, that ain't helping nobody. That's getting everybody more fired up. I think they have a chance. That's why they're there. The Bad News Bears had a chance.
Riveting.
You know, I mean...
I picked him. I picked him to win the series, John. But we're not allowed to talk about the series. I just want to make sure I'm following your rules. So we don't talk about the game. We just watch the game.
We talk about the game, but you say they're going to win, but you're bashing them.
I'm not bashing them. I'm using facts, John. Facts don't have feelings. 59 strikeouts in 5 postseason games and a 540 OPS. Is that bashing, or are we dealing in reality? Yeah, I didn't think you'd have much to say. Choke on your tongue?
But you know, no.
Here's what John wants. There you go. Go play your kazoo, John.
John bought a ticket to the movie, and he just wants to sit back and wait until
That's fine.
to see the end credits.
That's fine. Don't call up a radio show then. We talk sports. You're bashing them, cutscene, by saying what happened in the game.
No, but you're not waiting for the plot twist like he is.
They're all plot twists. Every inning's a plot twist. That's why we talk playoff baseball.
John can't be happy watching the game. He can't be sitting there last night and saying, this is fun. It's not.
You know what? No. I promise you he is, because in John's world and people like John, they'll just find a way to win. I don't know how it's going to happen.
No, and they might.
But they'll find a way to win. So I'm ready. I got my kazoo in hand, and I'm ready to start going. Let's go.
This is the problem where people in this town are at. You've lost the ability to talk sports. You think it's all kazoos and slap and tickle. No, we're going to talk about that. Hey, Lions look great yesterday. You know who didn't? Terry and Arnold. Going to talk about it. It's what we do.
Oh, boy.
What?
How dare you bash them? No, you're right. That's a whole nother topic for a whole nother day. But yes.
No, it's a topic for today. I'm happy to talk Lions. Thrilled they won.
No,
and
I'm talking about Terry and Arnold.
Look, it's going to be a developing situation, especially without DJ Reed. Period. Mm-hmm. You're lucky you played the Montreal Alouettes yesterday. Bottom line, it's like you talk sports. What am I supposed to do? Hey, Tigers at bats were terrible last night. Let's see it play out. Then what do you listen for? Go to Jack, 97.1. Jack, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Hey, man, doing good, man. I got to talk about A.J. Hinch. You know, pulling Skubal there at 97 pitches, I thought that was a risky move and a disaster. I don't like the way Hinch has managed, the postseason. He's been terrible, in my opinion.
What did you want him to do with Skubal, just so I understand? You wanted to keep him in another inning?
Another inning at least.
But that's just not what they do with Skubal.
It's tough because he's in a career high right now. And Jack, if I'm off by an inning, forgive me. I think he's at 197 innings as he entered that game last night. He's already gone way further than he's ever gone before. And I'm with you that on pitch count, you go, well, what the hell's another inning? The problem is it's an extra inning. It's another set of warm-ups. It's more of the adrenaline. If you wanted him in the eighth, you wanted to go to 110, I'm not mad at you, Jack. But I also can't freak out. No. He pitched 7. He pitched great. He made – look, you got to give the credit to the other guys. They're allowed to swing the baseball bat too. Polanco got him twice.
And I got to think that, you know what, aside from Polanco, if you're AJ, you're thinking – if we need this guy, if we could pull this game out, we need him for game 5, I'd rather pitch him longer in that game because that's the elimination game.
Look, the other thing, too, is Skubal, while he didn't get himself in trouble, per se, there were at-bats where he struggled to find the strike zone, raising the pitch count. Now, look, he's still really efficient for a high strikeout pitcher. He is. But you get tired. The playoff games, everything is heightened. And they've treated him the same way. I'm with Rico on this. Generally they allow him to go 6. He's going 7 now.
Yeah, this should not be shocking. This should not be a surprise. This should not be people saying, well, they need to pitch him longer. Guys, they don't do that. At some point, you have to accept the fact he's not Justin Verlander.
I think the bigger
Just
mistake.
say that to yourself and you'll be okay. He's not JV.
The bigger mistake to me, I wouldn't have gone to Finnegan to face the top of the order again. I would have brought in Vest. Yeah. And if I need a 6-out save, great. After that, I'm going to take my shot. Then Finnegan will close the game later if I'm so lucky. I wouldn't have had Finnegan back out there because I don't like using him back-to-back.
No, not with the top of the order. No.
So, I don't know. Guys, this is, again, I think you're looking at the wrong stuff. 59 strikeouts in 5 games. Horrific with runners in scoring position and a 540 OPS. Let's talk about that.
You just did it. You're right. You're exactly right. That's why I can't stand calls like that, because that isn't the reason why we lost the game. 97 pitches what he had. He looked great. I get it. He gave up the 2 home runs. But the problem was he's only had 105 as his highest. He's going past that if he goes another inning. It's not happening, people.
And David, I think people are angry because, well, he's going to win the game if you just leave him out there and pitch a complete game.
He doesn't hit.
We needed that. It's like, okay, guys. If
he was a 5th hitter, then cool. Blame him.
Here's the other thing. No offense to anybody, but if you're pulling the guy out, if you're taking him out early and you're protecting a 1-0 lead, there's also a different mindset to that. That wasn't situationally what you were doing. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to take the focus away. These bats have to help him. They got to help this team.
Right, but nobody sees that. They see, well, if Skubal would have just kept pitching, we would have won this thing. Right. It's like, guys, he doesn't bat. This isn't old school National League baseball.
As much as you'd like it to be.
Oh,
you didn't respond last night when I said Rico may have messed himself. Here's a bunt.
Oh, well, you know what? Sometimes silence is the victory.
Got it. Elevate your tailgating. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Best game day start with a brand new 26 Silverado Crew Cab right now. Lease one just $349 a month, 24 months, $999 down. And the entire team at Moran, they make the process simple, fast, stress-free. Your current car's not running right? Bring it in for certified service at Moran. And unlike other dealers, Moran gives you free loaner cars when you schedule your certified service. So find your ride at MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. David, we'll check the ticket text. I'm trying to figure out where people are at with their team because it's 1-1. You feel like it should be 2-0, could be 0-2, and nothing will surprise me because you got to leave all baseball data behind if you watch this team. And that's hard for me. I mean, I picked them to win the Cleveland series. I thought they'd win it in 2. They won it in 3. I got it wrong. Here I said Tigers in 4. It's very possible. Yet, watching this team at the plate, you wonder how they're going to beat anyone. You're asking pitching and chaos largely, because let's be fair. Mize isn't going 7. Jack's not going to go 7. Scooble's your only real starter that's going to go. And you're asking this team to basically hold their opposition scoreless. It's very difficult. And then it's like you say the obvious out loud. It's like the 04 Pistons. They were a hard team to watch, but they were good enough to win. I feel the same thing here. So we're just rapping about it. And again, data doesn't have feelings. Take that to a different day part. This team strikes out entirely too much. Their quality of at-bats is entirely too inconsistent. And I don't know, but yet there they are.
No.
They're in the 7th inning. They're within a run or tied, and you're like, well, here we go again.
No, I think the 04 Pistons are the great comp. And what do we say about that team? If it ain't rough, it ain't right.
Oh, I said they were a crime against basketball. David, ticket text, go ahead.
The Tigers got lucky to win game 1 because Carey owns that pitcher. Outside of that, the offense was hapless. Someone else says, I feel significantly worse. This offense is absolutely terrible, and I don't trust either starter we're rolling with in the next 2 games.
But yet it wouldn't surprise me if they win the next 2. I swear to God. Right. I'm already mentally prepared for Tigers Blue Jays. Yet the data doesn't support that they should even be here. But they're doing it.
Hey, you don't believe that the Yankees can come back and win 3 in a row?
No, I'm in full spite mode there. I want Boone gone, so I don't care. Okay. I hope the Blue Jays drop another 12 bomb on them.
It looked like y'all stole something from them.
Hey, Canadians are pacifists, but it's bell to ass right now north of the border.
I was just like, did you say something to somebody's wife? Like, what is going on here? Like, am I watching a football game? Like, wow.
Jason in Heartland says, I leave it at quote-unquote baseball is weird. I have no explanation, no expectations moving forward. I'll be happy if they win, and that's where I'm at.
Yep.
The Tigers are the girl you like, but continues to play head games with you. I honestly don't even know what to think of this team anymore. Hats for bats.
I hit straight ball very much. Let's go to the people, shall we? Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Mike, when I was listening to you when I was driving, and when you said they're so hard to watch, this team drives me insane. I'm an old man. I've been watching these guys since 1959. No team in all that time has made me this angry. They can't. God, somebody drive in a run, for God's sakes. It's awful. I go to bed angry after watching this team.
Mike,
I'm
they're
just going to record the rest of the series.
Mike, they tied. They're tied. Either in the ALDS, and you go to bed feeling like you just got put through a meat grinder.
I've been thinking about this all day. I'm so steamed up about this team. I texted my brother and I said, I can't watch this anymore. I'm just going to record the games. Maybe I'll watch it later. But I can't sit and watch this. I wanted to kill somebody last night. They drive me insane. And Harris has way overrated these players. They are what they are. It's just a bunch of average players that don't hit in the clutch.
No, it's
hard. They were great the first half of the year, but now they're at their level.
And you know what's interesting too, and Mike, I don't want to put too much stock in this. And I don't want to nerd out too much, but like when you look at the amount of qualified batters who come through in the clutch with 2 outs or in late inning situations, your top 2 players are Kerry Carpenter and Riley Green. They're bottom 5 in baseball as far as clutch. You know, that's pretty damning. That's the problem.
What's so frustrating.
I know. I understand.
When is Parker Meadows going to do something? Torres has completely disappeared. I mean, Perez they all just left the process from September the 1st on. I don't know what's going on.
Look, Mike, this is the biggest issue. When you look at when they were really hot as a firecracker, the first 60 games of the year, they got out and got this massive record, massive lead. Mm-hmm. But when you dissect it and you go, all right, well, what have they been the last, not 8 games, not 18 games? How about the last 80? They're a sub-500 team. And when you look at Glaber, as you said, look at Glaber post-All-Star break. It's ghastly. You know, you start to look at a Wenzel Perez who, when the playoffs started, he was in a 5 for 50 slump. Mm-hmm. That seems like it's about 6 for 80 now. So it just.
But he had his big moment in Cleveland.
Yes, that's the whole thing. It's as bad as frustrating as they can be, they'll have these moments. And you're like, case in point, you look at game 1. Seattle hit like 80 balls to the warning track. Yes. None of them get out. And they're hanging around. Boom. Walk, wild pitch, broken bat. Good night, everybody. So you, on the other hand, you go, they play the right way, and they're here. But like last night is where I'm like that caller. You got the winning run on second base. Nobody out. Oh, my God. I won't even say the quality of the at-bats because none existed. 9 pitches, 3 outs.
You know what they should have did, right?
No. I'm not letting you say it. You and your satin jackets and little bunts. No. How dare you? Go to Pete, 97.1. Pete, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How are you?
Good, Pete. What's on your mind, bud?
Listen, I'm going to take the blame for the loss last night, and here's why. You know, they won. I'm thinking, oh, man, what an opportunity. We got school on Sunday night. That game was so lame last night. I'm watching. Seattle's got 2. I actually fall asleep, guys. And then I wake up, and the first thing I see on the TV is the second run coming across the plate for the Tigers. I'm like, oh man, they're tied the game. I'm all excited. And then they come up, and I see a double into the right field corner, a double in the left field corner. It's 3-2, and I said to myself, why didn't I stay asleep?
Right.
I should have just kept sleeping, dude. And maybe they would have won. I'm taking the blame, guys, okay?
You would have been much better off waking up to the box score.
Right, exactly. Have a great afternoon, guys.
You too, Petey. And again, nothing will shock me. They could win the next 2. I mean, I picked them in 4. Can I explain how they're going to do it? No.
I mean, you kept saying, trust me, they're going to win 3-2 tonight. They're going to win 3-2.
I felt it last night. I wasn't that wrong. You Rieger cookies, and you're all like dour, and I'm like, fellas, it's in the bag. They're winning 3-2. It's written in the stars.
Downloading 3-2 Tigers. And
I was almost there.
You were. I'm like, I'll be damned. This tied up.
It's just what they are.
And David, he said this like after the second run, like, no, don't worry about it. It'll be 3-2 Tigers.
All right, Cookie said to be talked off the ledge. He was ready to walk into traffic. I go, Jim, it's going to be 3-2 Tigers. They're going to win. I can't explain this team. I'm done trying. I'm just asking you what the hell we're going to do here. Because they're tied in the ALDS. But here's, the problem. I think the problem for people, not all people, but like a good amount of this fan base is, they know they're capable of winning, but are they capable of winning the big one? It's like Iowa. Yeah. Kirk Ferentz will win 9 games. Are they going to win the important one? No.
No, but I think for a lot of people, Mike, they're just, you know what? Let's not focus on the World Series. Let's just enjoy this next game. And if we get there.
Have we met before?
How can we enjoy the next game when they're going to strike out 10 times?
Because you can, David. You can strike out 12 times and win 2-1.
Yeah, but the problem is when you're batting .090 with runners in scoring position, at some point the strikeouts become
problematic.
Well, it's beyond problematic. It's killing you.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're not putting the ball in play.
Right. But like you said, but somehow they'll win 2-1.
Or they're going to go 5 for 5 with runners in scoring position tomorrow, and none of us will be surprised.
Right. And you'll be like, I don't know how they won, but you know what? They won, and
Here
they
we
can
are.
close out on Wednesday.
I tell you one thing, those Seattle fans are annoying. Ooh, what a
They hadn't won a game
what
in a
collection
long
of
time.
nerds. How about the dude crying in the 9th inning? Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I was just like, please
Hey,
tell
buddy.
me.
It's not even like it'd be different if he was standing there with his dad's urns in a Starbucks, his dad's ashes in a Starbucks cup in the 9th inning of the World Series.
Yeah.
You want to shed a tear because Pappy's with you? I get it. Hey, Spank, it's the ALDS.
Right.
It's game 2.
Please tell me that you're the father to one of these players, maybe?
Dude, the guy looked like he was 18 years old.
I'm just like, what is going on here?
What a collection of weirdos.
And they hadn't won before.
F them. All right, FanDuel. Your home for NFL bets, including touchdowns and things. FanDuel's got you covered. Giving all customers a 30% profit boost token for Monday Night Football. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can bet on the game and play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Get back to business momentarily, but you do know what a piece of today is. Can we say that Mondays? Music, please. Rico Beard to the main
Yes,
stage. What do you
Mike.
got? Let's hear it.
Can we say, college version, that Nico Iamaleava is back after defeating Penn State? 5 touchdowns on the day for the young man.
He had eight yards passing in the second half. So I'm going to hit the pause button on that.
Okay.
They are also somehow inexplicably, intergalactically 7.5-point underdogs.
We're not
this
no.
week. Okay. I'm going to say no to that.
Okay.
But thank God, the irony in Nico nailing James Franklin's coffin shut. Tremendous. David?
No, we cannot say that, but thanks to King Joffrey for being his offensive coordinator this weekend.
Neuheisel's kid, it looked like he was wearing a wig. It looked like a bad SNL skit. Unbelievable.
It did, but you had to be happy for him.
He didn't even know how the headset worked. Did you hear him say that? The install was done 24 hours before the game. He had never practiced with a headset. He had to learn how to use the headset to call the plays in. UCLA football, catch the feeling.
Wait, maybe that's why they did that. Nico was like, I heard half a play. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to run the ball. You guys all block. Hit somebody. There you go. On 3. Can we say that somehow or another Penn State alums and boosters need to find $85 million to buy out James Franklin's contract?
I don't see a point in existing if you're Penn State. Like, you're never going to win the big one. Tim Skipper, UCLA's head coach, has now matched James Franklin for top 10 victories. One problem, that was Tim Skipper's first opportunity. You're not going to go to the playoff. They are going to lose at Ohio State. I wouldn't be shocked if Indiana comes down and beats them. What's the point of any of this? So to me, they have to get rid of him. They have to find a way out.
$85 million.
You know what? All these schools want to brag about all the money, all the golden toilets, all this TV money. It's like the lottery money in the roads. Fix the damn roads.
Okay.
You paid for it, Penn State. Go
Okay.
sell another ice cream cone at the dairy store.
Okay. David?
No, Mike, you're exactly right. They can't coexist anymore. This is not a Ryan Day situation. At least he won the national title. Sure, they don't like it that you lost to Michigan 4 times in a row.
Can you repeat? Won the national title.
That's what I'm saying. That's never going to happen at Penn State. So bye-bye.
Well, let's stick with that. Should North Carolina find a way to pony up and just buy out Bill Belichick? This is a failed experiment.
It's a one and done. That crowd was leaving in the second quarter against a limp, you-know-what, Clemson team. Bill, now the rumors are coming out. He's telling social media they can't reference the Patriots or Drake May. Listen, the whole thing's a cluster bleep. You got a 74-year-old man having conjugal visits on the sideline. The whole thing's a disaster. Hey, here's Bill pregame.
Maybe that's why he doesn't care.
But it's a joke. It's a joke. You got this bag of bones out there. Please, this is worse than Jordan with the Wizards.
I don't know how I got looped into that somehow, but thank you for the drop.
Oh, hey, Bill.
It's my voice. Stop that.
My God. I don't think they have to worry about finding the money to let him go. All these celebrities that showed up, just have Jordan call them and tell him, look, dude, just move on. Say you want something else.
Yeah, it looks like it's just $1 million.
Oh, but bye-bye.
To get rid of it.
Bye-bye.
It dropped from $10 million to $1 million.
That's what Jordan rolls his cigars with. You're all set.
Can we do a personal, can we say, like, this is truly what I said in my living room. Can we say that MSU is on pace to finally get to 6-6 in year 4 under Jonathan Smith?
No.
You can't even give me that.
Nope. This is not a well-coached team. They have no identity. They have no talent. And they play like a collection of idiots. So, no. And frankly, if the school had any chops, they'd buy his ass out and move on. It's not going to work.
Million.
It doesn't matter. It's not going to work. I mean, but you liked him at Oregon. Doesn't matter. This isn't Oregon State. This isn't the old way of college football. You don't have 5 years. It's a questionable fit, which I said from day one. It isn't working 17 games in. It's not working.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. Hold on, David. I'm with you. And it reminds me a lot of Rich Rod at Michigan. Rich Rod wasn't a bad coach. He was a bad fit at Michigan. He's gone on and he's coaching again, and he's back at West Virginia. I look at this, and people are like, you got to give him 4 years. I'm like, why? Because in 4 years, I'm probably going to feel the same way where you're going to have to start over. I'll be starting over in 4 years.
Here's where I'm at. They could shutter the program, and I could pass a polygraph telling you how little I care. None of this matters anymore.
Oh, no,
the
no.
program's an embarrassment.
David?
You all said enough.
Okay.
I'm going to leave it to you guys.
Let's be happy just sitting
Why
up
don't
there
we all
on your
go?
throne.
Why don't we all go Ashton Lepo surrender Cobra together?
He looked like Macaulay Culkin from Home Alone with his hands on top of his head.
And he blocked about as well as young Kevin McAllister, too.
I'm like, you want to go help your quarterback out old? He literally was the, oh, no.
I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not afraid anymore.
Also, shout out your quarterback checking himself out of the game and you putting him back in the game. Good look there.
All right, back to some serious things. Can we say Billy Napier saved his job for one more year?
I can't do this anymore. Billy Napier's the Detroit Tigers of college football.
Yes!
He's dead. He's not dead. He's dead. He's not dead. He's great. He's terrible. Horse's ass. I don't know what to do anymore. Sure. Until next week when they lose to the Citadel or something absurd.
It's a win, yes. It's a win to a name, a brand, but Texas is not Texas right now.
Well, let's go to the SEC ambassador. Did he save his job for another year?
I feel expressly the way that Mike Valenti feels about this. I don't know if he's good or if he is absolutely terrible.
He's awesome. He's devil. He's terrible. He's great. He's Jesus. He's crap. The Billy Napier story. There's the title of the book. I don't know what to do.
Well, Kenny, I got 3 for you in the SEC.
Three right in a row, huh?
Yes.
All right.
Well, you brought the first one on. Should Kentucky just move on from Mark Stoops?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
I concur with the guy who moans.
Not my label, not my title.
There you go.
No.
That's affirmative.
No.
Next.
Is it time for
Yes.
Texas to just bench Arch Manning?
1,000% it is, because here are your 3 silos for Arch. He's either hurt and or mentally mind bleeped and or just a terrible quarterback with a cool last name. Any of those 3, and there's no reason to keep playing him. He's terrible.
I was going to go he's either hurt or he's bad, but you added the third one in there. Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Because there's just something wrong. He's not hitting open receivers. You can't win with him. So, yes, it's time. But in this state of this sport, I'm sure somebody who owns an oil derrick would show up at your office saying, you can't bench my guy. I'm wearing a silly-ass hat.
David, comment?
Yeah, bench him.
Okay.
He's only playing because of his name. I think we got fooled because of the name.
We did.
Stop with that drop.
No, that's the affirmative of like we all agree together. It's like Voltron. Here you go.
I don't think we're all agreeing together with that drop.
Can we say we all underestimated Alabama and they are one of the 4 best teams in the nation right now?
No. Because guess what? This week they're on the road at Mizzou laying 2.5. Look out. I'm not ready to go there. I thought their performance was fine enough. Got dressed up a little late with that garbage time TD. I think that game ended when Diego Pavia was doing the victory formation in pregame. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you may not want to poke that bear. I'm going to say no to Bama. More work to be done.
Yeah, there's still much to be proven there. Could they be by the end of the season? It's possible, of course, but not yet.
Okay.
Never change, Pavia. Never change.
Can we say there is no clear-cut Heisman Trophy leader?
I was going to say Dante Moore. Another showcase this weekend against Indiana. They win the game. He will have beaten 2 top 10 teams, one on the road in the whiteout, and he's...
as of right now.
Oh, you can if you want. Yeah, the sport's trash, so sure.
Okay. Finally, Can we say
that Nick Marsh will be at LSU next year? Probably.
Can we say
Aiden Childs will be at Ole Miss? Yes.
Can we say that Notre Dame will benefit from the lack of great teams in college football by backdooring their way into the playoffs?
Because this is a Kenny Cott SummerSlam wrestling product and not a real sport anymore. Yes. Their performance Saturday was disgusting.
Right. But they'll end up 10-2.
Hashtag the brand.
And they'll be okay.
Is there not a big handful of teams that also fit that description of teams that will just benefit because of where the sport is right now?
Well, no, Kenny, the way I said Notre Dame is because Notre Dame plays no
They have
one.
no one.
USC is their toughest game for the rest of the season. So they'll finish off losing early and running the table, and they'll backdoor their way
and
into
the committee will see 10-2 Notre Dame and all over the place.
Gotta stop.
Oh, my God, we can get Notre Dame in?
That is, can we say that, College Edition 97.1.
Brought to you by Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers are off today as they prepare for Game 3 of the series with the Mariners tomorrow. Jack Flaherty has been named as that Game 3 starter. There's still limited tickets available for tomorrow as the team is calling for an orange out as well. They'll also have a drone show tonight at 8, visible from downtown. Lions edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson was tied for the highest PFF grade last week with Fred Warner as well. Jack Campbell ranked 5th. Dan Campbell speaking with the media right now. More on that at the bottom of the hour. Former NFL quarterback and current Fox Sports analyst Mark Sanchez is facing a level 5 felony charge of battery involving serious bodily injury. Sanchez allegedly stabbed yesterday after an altercation with a truck driver pulling into a hotel parking space. The Pistons start their preseason action tonight against the Grizzlies. Hear that 7:35 pregame right here on the ticket. Oilers star center Connor McDavid has signed a 2-year extension worth $12.5 million a year of average annual value. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we start the 3 o'clock hour with Kenny flipping off Jeremy Otto. We're really
The
off and
daily
running
occasion
here.
is not something I don't expect.
Amazing. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get right to the people. Lions are taking a little bit of a back seat. They did what they were expected to do. Thought they played well yesterday against a CFL football team. The Tigers are the main story. They're in the playoffs. Here's the question, and this is what has people talking. Nobody can figure out even where they stand with this team. Because if you're really honest about it, they're really hard to watch. This is a really tough brand of baseball to watch because all in the same game, you can feel like you don't belong there, all the way to we could make the World Series. The level of volatility with this baseball team, and I brought up some data. You watch the games, data doesn't have feelings. Last night, I was so frustrated because, again, the offense, help Skubal out, do something. 59 strikeouts in 5 postseason games for the offense, a 540 OPS, and that having torque at second base with nobody out. And you have 3 pitch strikeouts, 9 pitches, you're out of the inning. Come on, man. You could have been 2-0 in this series. And the flip side of it is they're in every game. Mm-hmm. So I can't write them off. I did pick them to win the series. I'm not going to change. That doesn't, like, who cares, right? It's just, I can't figure them out. I don't know why I think they're going to win. I just feel like it happens. But offensively, Rico, how am I supposed to tell my listeners we can win a World Series with this offense, with the lack of situational hitting? What am I supposed to do?
Offer them hope.
No.
Offer them anything can happen. Offer them.
I ain't going to be your Huckleberry.
Mike's going to take you to 6.
I ain't going to lie to people.
David, I'm sorry.
We've lost Rico. David, you may as well speak. We lost him.
That will never not be funny.
You wanted me to be disingenuous, so I offered you the audio. Hey, can't explain a 540 OPS? Just start tooting that kazoo. 59 strikeouts in the postseason?
That actually happened.
Because it's
But
funny.
on the flip side, they're tied at 1.
Right, and it's funny when you hear that, but it feels like that's what they do when they come up to bat. They have 2 men on, a runner in scoring position, and you hear
3.
this.
But you know what? Here's the thing. I know how you feel, but I think AJ is telling you, I don't think this team could go out there and score runs, which is why all of a sudden you're seeing the bunting and you're just trying to manufacture a run because I don't expect anybody to go out there and just knock the cover off the ball. That's why I was shocked. Like, okay, you got a man on. I was really expecting something like, okay, you got to move him over to third because you can't rely on any of your hitters to just knock him in. And yeah, he was just left there. And the inning's over.
So basically, I'm asking you to help Nona find her meds because I don't know what to do with this team. I picked them to win, and I can't explain why. And the offensive statistics top down are just morbid. But yet, there they are. They're in every game. Even with the limited bullpen, even where you only have one true starter, 1.5 if you want to consider Flaherty. Will he be able to give you another 5? Mize might just be an opener. But there they are. I don't know. They could be up 2-0. They could be down 0-2. It's one of the most difficult teams to figure out in my career in Detroit. But, walk, pass ball, wild pitch, broken bat single, off a pigeon, win.
And somehow it works.
Yes. Let's go to the people. Go to Christian, 97.1. Christian, what's going on, buddy?
How you guys doing?
Good, pal.
This is easily the most frustrating collection of at-bats I've ever seen, honestly, at almost any level of baseball. I don't know where in your kind of progression through different levels of baseball, the protect the plate with 2 strikes kind of goes out the window. But to watch some of these, it's not like these guys, it's not like Seattle's dealing. Like Luis Castillo yesterday wasn't like painting the black the entire game. There were some really hittable balls. There were some breaking balls up in the zone. There was Wenzel Perez took a changeup that was right down Main Street. For what reason, I have no idea. And it's not even, Rico, you just said something a minute or two ago about you don't expect these guys to tear the cover off the ball. Nobody's even asking them to. It's like I never thought I would be here in this position as a fan begging for just a single. It's unbelievable. Nobody's asking these guys to go up and hit a 2-run bomb.
Well, Christian, think about this for a second. Think about this. How am I supposed to tell my audience we can win a World Series when from the 5th inning Saturday night to the 5th inning on Sunday night, I had a grand total of 2 hits? What the hell am I supposed to, I can't even process that.
You can't honestly tell anybody that we're going to win the World Series. The Tigers have been given a gift. The offense has been given a gift, and that is competent pitching and a competent bullpen. The pitching's done their job. If you can't muster up not even a single, but like a productive out, the strikeouts don't help you. You get a runner on second, say there's 1 out, runner on second, you strike out. It's not productive. The runner didn't advance. There's nothing. You get on base and you're dead. You're standing there until the inning's over. I've never been this frustrated with a team.
Well, think about this too.
To say that because we're tied 1-1.
Christian, you brought up Castillo, and it's a great point. The amount of times in the playoffs that if the opposing pitcher gives you 4 free passes in 4 innings, you have to score.
It's inexcusable. It's unbelievable. It's like this team's full of Ramon Santiago, Don Kelly, and Ryan Rayburn. I don't understand it, man. I'm begging for a single. I'm out in the driveway in a cotton shirt, singing in the rain, begging for a single.
You've said it, Christian. And again, guess what? Watch. They'll win the next 2 games. Nothing will surprise me. It's just emotionally watching the games, it is a struggle. I get so angry at these at-bats and situations, and I'm like, that McKinstry at-bat last night, I went, oh, my Lanta, you've got to be kidding me. It was like Major League. Strike 3, strike 6, strike 9, strike 12. How? You know what? To hell with it.
Seriously, Matt. But in the end, they find a way to get competitive And they may even steal a game.
They might win this series. Look, I picked them in 4, and I didn't have a ton of reasons other than Seattle. And they're here. They split. But, Rico, they lost the School Bowl game.
I know, but then people will be like, well, that's why you guys are too negative, and they just find ways to win.
No, it's not negative to talk about facts. That's called honest. If you think if we're negative, then you're dishonest. How about that?
Right, but then when they win, it's like, what are you going to say?
But you talk about the game.
I understand.
I mean, it's sports, man. It's not Middle East peace. We're not trying to solve a global conflict. We're talking baseball. The numbers I'm giving you are real. So you're put in a place of conflict of numbers mean you're going home. Weirdness means winning? ?
They lost the games they're supposed to win. They won the game they were supposed to lose. Play the kazoo.
Bro, it's like when Cookies put that little stat in the group text about, what is that, 59 strikeouts in 5 games. 59 strikeouts. To break that down, that's almost 12 strikeouts a game.
Stop being mean. All right, football's back.
I got to take a break.
Okay, then. If your TV's playing like Jake Browning, replace it. Sony 98-inch 4K TV, front row feel, the LG 65-inch OLED. Perfect for Red Zone, especially if you mute it and don't have to listen to that idiot Scott Hansen. Listen, Paulson's has their Video Matters 2 event. Wednesday the 15th, 5:30 to 8:30. Reps from all the major brands, great savings, and full demos of some of the latest and greatest stuff, including a 163-inch TV wall, the largest display in Metro Detroit.
Or go for the 77-inch like I got.
You know what? Hit that kazoo. Paulson's, Farmington Hills, 248-553-4100. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. All right, let's get to the people. And again, there should be a sense of excitement, but it's a sense of strife almost. It's like the Tigers are tied at 1, but if you watch the anatomy of the games, you want to believe so badly they can go to a World Series, right? It's baseball. Rico always makes fun of me. Well, baseball's weird. No, it is. Baseball's a very weird sport. But the things
they're the poster child for it. It's baseball.
They good and bad.
Yes.
That's the thing. So I'm asking you guys, basically Nona's asking you, where are my pills? Find my pills for me. I don't know what to do with your team anymore.
They're next to the kazoo.
Right. Because I watch the games and I don't know how we're here. And then there are times I feel like there's no way you're losing. Last night, down 2-0, I told Rico and the guys, you're absolutely winning this game 3-2. Watch.
And I was okay. I was like, Mike, they're not going to lose this Scooble. Oh, my goodness, it's tied.
They're just like a barnacle on the bottom of a boat, and you can't scrape it off. Like, you can't kill this team. It's part of their resolve. But from a data standpoint, you go, this is untenable offensively. I mean, I don't want everything to revert to, well, if you play if anyone plays the Dodgers, you're going to be an underdog. But, like, can they do this in a 7-gamer against Toronto?
No, because best case scenario, you'll get Scooble twice. Like right now, if you see Scooble again, I think that's a good thing for the Tigers. That means you're at game 5. So I don't know what happens in those other 2 games on Tuesday and Wednesday, but somehow you split again and you get Scooble. A 5-game series means you're going to need either some solid pitching that they got in game 1 with the bullpen day. I didn't think it was going to work that well.
I thought Melton did a really nice job. Nice job.
Yeah, I was like, wow, okay. If you could steal this game and now you got Scooble, you're coming back 2-0. It may be Tigers in 3.
Maybe that's part of my angst is I feel like they blew the Scooble game, so it angers me more.
Huge missed opportunity.
Because it should be 2-0.
Yes.
When Scooble goes out and gives you 7 innings of 2 earned runs, like, how do you not win that game?
Right. And now you have 2 games coming back home with the crowd behind you. And, yeah, you just got to win one of those, and then you're off to either Toronto or New York. I still have faith in your boys.
Oh, please. Let's go to Albert, 97.1. Al, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Albert. What's up?
Well, first I want to say, Mike, sorry about your Yankees. I don't know if I've ever seen a series start
not
off
over
like
yet,
that.
Albert. It's not over yet.
Albert,
I don't know. It sounds like you've given up.
I have. If it gets Brian Cashman and Aaron Boone out of my life, go Jays, go. We're all Canadian, okay? Just make it happen.
Fair enough. My biggest thing, because like you said, it feels like a wasted start. It feels like a wasted opportunity to go two up, coming back to Detroit. And, last night when the top of the ninth started, typically I'm an optimistic guy when it comes to sports and baseball. Anything can happen. I knew with McKinstry, Baez, and Meadows going up to bat, I knew there was absolutely no chance anything was going to happen because the quality of at-bats that those guys showed throughout the game, I've never seen somebody take so many pitches down Broadway like Zach McKinstry did that game, or Parker Meadows not be able to hit a ball outside of the infield. Javi Baez swinging at pitches that are not in the same zip code. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
That's the part of it where I go, all right, then maybe I'm an idiot for picking them to win this series. But then in the same breath, Albert, you were hanging. You were on the edge of your seat because they're in all of these games.
Yeah, of course, and that's what's frustrating is that we had problems with pitching throughout the years sporadically, and I think pitching has started to really come around. Flaherty pitches well against good teams. Same thing with Mize. Scooble. And they're giving you good quality pitching, and the offense can't give you more than 3 runs a game, which is not asking for much, And for a team that's in the ALDS that could make it to the ALCS, you would expect them to be able to score at least 3 runs every few games. And we haven't really got that outside of the one Cleveland game.
Do you believe they can make the World Series?
Absolutely not. I think if they face Toronto, especially with the way Toronto's hitting right now, Vlad seems to have found his stride, and all these guys, all their role players are doing their roles, and I don't really see the Tigers doing that. I don't see their hitters doing that. And again, it goes back to Scott Harris not being aggressive at the deadline. I think if we had another batter, even if it is Suarez that has struggled in this series and struggled since he got to Seattle, he still is a 49 home run guy on the season, where we don't really have that outside of Riley Green, who still can't hit a ball, a high fastball.
And again, look, Albert, I can't bring myself to writing them off. I can't. I still deep down, for cosmic reasons, believe they're going to win this series. Now, the Suarez thing, I never went crazy over. I didn't yell about it at the deadline. He's a rental. And look, watching his at-bats in this series, let me tell you something. That looks like a guy who's ready to go to Cabo. His at-bats are the laziest, nonchalant garbage you'll ever see.
To me, he looks like a guy who's in the home run derby. I'm just going to knock it out the park, or I'm striking out and going back to the bench.
I mean, does his presence matter on paper? Yes. But, man, when you're watching those at-bats, I don't know. Like,
he doesn't look like a guy who's just trying to drive the ball somewhere to get on base or score runs, Mike. It's just like, yep, I'm going to knock this one into the upper deck.
The only one less interested is Naylor. Go on paternity leave already. He waddles up there, swings at the first pitch. All right, roll over. Did my wife text? Can I go have a baby now?
But did you see his
honest
shoes?
To God, you know what? I've always hated him. I hated him when he was in Cleveland. I thought he was out of my life going to Arizona. Now he's back here. His face angers me. His general existence upsets me.
Bedazzled shoes? Cleats? Wow.
Oh, I've got a yellow belt on. Great. Swing at another first pitch and roll over to second. Have your helmet fall off. The guy's the only player in the history of the league who can't keep his helmet on. Get a bigger helmet. I can't stand Josh Naylor. I can't stand him. Can't stand him. Go on paternity leave, will you please? Oh, and by the way, that's the other thing.
Naylor or OBJ?
Do you know how? OBJ.
Okay.
I hate Naylor. No, here's the other one I couldn't. I want to ask David, since you have a kid every 3 minutes. Is it wrong for me that when they were like, oh, yeah, his availability's in question, don't you just see the kid get born and then you're back to, you have to play? It's the playoffs.
Well, in the playoffs, I would think you, yes, play.
Plus, why didn't he time it out better? Congrats on the sex. It's not a mystery when the kid's going to be born.
I don't know if you could time that out.
Yes, David.
He had a feeling.
You know what?
He had a feeling.
David's
got experience.
No, the point is David can miss shows at any point. There's no radio playoffs.
Okay, but here's
you
the
also
thing. Have to remember, he was a Diamondback, probably had no idea he was going to be in the playoffs.
Oh, you know what?
Okay.
David
wins.
Because, David, here's the thing.
This team stinks. Goulet.
Hey, honey, extra glass of wine.
You'll just gloss over the congrats on the sex drop there? Or no?
No, not at all. Please feel
All right.
free.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't the only one that heard
I
it.
was
Because here's the
beside
thing.
myself last night watching the game, and I'm going, is anyone just going to say, like, Brzezinski played the game?
Right.
AJ, step up to the plate and go, hey, I'll see the baby in a minute. It's the playoffs.
I got to think, you know what, honey? We're going to induce labor.
You could do that.
I'm going
yes.
to come straight from the ballpark to the hospital. We'll have the kid. Guys, I'm going to fly out on another flight.
I mean, they didn't play for a week, so you could get that done.
Even if you did it last night, hey, we're going to do it tonight. I'm going to fly out later.
Maybe he did do it last night.
But the baby's going to be just as baby as it was after the game as it was before the game.
And you know
know?
what, Kenny? The baby won't remember if you are there or
you
not.
have to be there.
Do
if
you?
You're not there for the baby.
Why couldn't
you're
you
there
just
for
have
her.
a Prince hologram? Do a Josh Naylor hologram at the hospital.
Right. FaceTime. Go
Whatever.
ahead.
If he was a Tiger, my head would be caving in on itself. Because if the Tigers are about to lose a guy they traded for, he's got to go on a paternity list. Excuse me? It's the ALDS.
I think we'd be okay without Charlie Morton. So,
actually, permanent paternity leave. Do whatever you want. Leave. 248 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls coming up next. 97.1.
you going to stop that. All right. I can't. Hey, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, do exactly what I did. Head out to Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and when you get into your new Chevy out there, they will blow a kazoo as well. Whether you're looking for a tough truck, sleek sedan, or a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory and the selection is best right now. Head into Hamilton to get you on the road. They'll fit a vehicle that'll fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the October Rico deal. A new 2026 Chevy Trailblazer. Get this, $289 a month for 36 months. Walk in with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Lions coach Dan Campbell just back at the podium this afternoon. He provided the latest on corner Terrion Arnold. Campbell also noted that Khalil Dorsey would also be out for a while with a wrist injury. The Mariners are going through their workout now at Comerica Park. The Tigers not expected to do much today as they stayed the night in Seattle yesterday. We do know Jack Flaherty will start on the mound tomorrow. You can hear the game right here on the ticket. The Pistons start their preseason against the Grizzlies. Hear that 8 p.m. first pitch. Tip-off right here on the ticket as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97onetheticket.com.
Well, that's some interesting news, isn't it? Look, good, bad, or otherwise, you need Terrion Arnold healthy. And the Lions are doing the right thing. It's the same thing they did with DJ Reed. They're not going to rule anything out, but Reed's going to be gone for a good long while. Even Reed said he thought when he got hurt, it was a wrap. So he's going to be gone for a good long while. Terrion Arnold may be gone for the year. It becomes a real issue. Rakestraw is gone for the year. But again, this is football. It does become next man up.
Right.
And you have no injuries on offense. None. You know, Taylor Decker missing a game against Cincy, that's management. I told you Friday. Like that's one where you could just give him a week.
Yes, but you got to hope that it's nothing serious that he aggravates in the next game against Kansas City, because I don't think that you can go up against good teams with Manu.
No, you can't. But here's the deal. How many offensive lines are intact league-wide? You've been living a spoiled life that yours is. O-line injuries happen.
Everybody else is dead, Mike, so, you know.
No, not you.
Oh,
I'm saying Lion fans have gotten very comfortable that the same 5 guys line up every week. That's not how it works.
Right. So, yeah.
Last year, you lost a starter on the O-line for 3 games. It was Decker. Okay, you had 1 week here where I think if this is a playoff game, he plays. They managed him. That's all. He's a vet. They knew who they were playing.
Exactly.
The Edmonton Eskimos.
They can't come out and say, well, we're going to win this game.
Correct.
It's our homecoming game, but yeah.
But no, the secondary thing's going to become a real problem when you face good teams.
Rock your sin.
Cool. 248-539-9797. David, let's check in on the ticket text. What do you got?
I am absolutely crying over the kazoo. Kazoo is the new chair drop. More, he says. Another person says, I ask seriously, have you ever seen this many professionals not named the 03 Tigers swing and flat out miss pitches this much? There's Mike in Clarkston.
Look, it's 56 strikeouts in your 5 postseason games. It's really hard to fathom. Yet, they're in every game. And they're tied at 1. I'm not going to change Tigers in 4, but like it's hard to say it and believe in it because I don't have a lot of great reasons. Not after what I watched this weekend. Yet they should be up 2-0. They are one of the most confounding teams of my career.
The only thing I can say about the Tigers is that they are absolutely exhausting.
Yes, that's a great word.
The highest of highs to the lowest of lows, just exhausting. Dingler, Perez, and McKinstry all have 1 hit each in 5 playoff games. The team has 50 Ks and 32 hits. How have they won 3 games?
Well, you played the worst team to ever make the playoffs in Cleveland. Let's start there. That was a big part of my pick is Cleveland ain't going to do this to us again. It's not going to happen.
Right. They were worse than the Tigers. The Tigers out Cleveland.
Right. Cleveland had a negative run differential. The Mariners are just different. It was the rest versus rust argument. It was Skubal figuring you'd be able to split. I thought the offense would pick up a little. It didn't, but you still split. But you lost the Skubal game inexplicably.
Right, but it's still a little bit of rust, so you should have actually come back 2-0.
Yes, and I think that's part of my angst. David, one more and we'll get to the people.
There is no situational hitting because they never changed their approach to match the situation.
Okay, then. We go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Hey, gentlemen. The one thing that I end up screaming at the television about is the fact that they never hit to the opposite field. Torkelson's hit was the opposite field. When's the last time I think the last time I saw any hits to the opposite field when they were losing to Cleveland 5-2 before the game they wrapped it up. Green actually hit one to the opposite field, and I don't remember who else, but there were 2 hits back to back. And they're watching pitches go over the outside corner, over the plate, and they're watching it for a strike 3 on a 3. It almost seems like on 3-2 counts, they're trying to get a walk rather than get a hit. It's inexplicable to me. I see other teams go to the opposite, way quite a bit, and the Tigers never seem to even adjust to try to do that. So I think that you ought to send some kazoos to Hinch. Maybe you can play the kazoos so these guys loosen them up before they go to bat.
No, I mean, Mike, at a certain level, though, here's the problem. They've done a nice job drawing some walks, right, working the count, but it does become a bit of a talent issue, no? Like in the playoffs, this is what I talked about all year and why I so desperately wanted them to go get some reinforcements. The pitching's going to be better. The bullpen usage is higher. And at the end of it, how many really good high-level players do you have on offense? That's the problem here.
It absolutely is. But it seems to me these guys should be good enough if it's a 3-2 count and the guy just – you got to sometimes go up to the plate. Sometimes I see the first pitch, they go up to the plate. And it just seems to me sometimes they're not really ready to hit. They're almost ready to take the first pitch no matter what.
Well, that's part of a patient approach. I mean, Mike, look, here's the other side of it. How many at-bats have the Mariners thrown away casually swinging at the first pitch? We just talked about paternity leave. Naylor. Every one of his stupid at-bats. He bumbles up to the plate looking like he's hungover, roll it over to second, waddle back to the dugout. How about Raleigh? I mean, Raleigh game, all these at-bats, they're all first pitch swinging. Now, sure, he had a broken bat single or two. He only really did his damage last night. There are so many of these guys swinging at the first pitch. I'd rather the Tigers have a patient approach, but the problem is the patience is resulting in an inordinate amount of strikeouts. And when you have guys on base, those are wholly unproductive outs. Last night, you had a man on second with nobody out. You have got to get him home. Have to.
Right. But you didn't. And that's the part that's just so it frustrates you.
Oh, goody, coming up. Bag of mayo.
Jonathan Smith is up next, folks. In case you were wondering.
Here's a preview of his presser. Actually, if you wanted to know Ashton Lepo's inner monologue in pass protection.
See, I thought you were going to go to doot, doot, doot.
Actually, dead. Hey, it's 3rd and 9, Ashton. How you doing out there? Dead. Dead. Dead.
Rico did a double take. I'm like, we're in the middle of a show. Why is he asking for a bag of mayo?
Right. And then I looked. I was like, it's Jonathan Smith coming up next.
248-539-9797. Get more of the people. And it is a Can We Say That Monday. We will open up the phone lines for some of that. And it doesn't have to be about the Tigers. Happy to do it. But we can move into some other things. Also, the Terrion Arnold injury. I mean, you're down your starting 2 corners for indefinite. No bueno. Hungry Howie's. They've got Detroit-style pizza. You've got baseball games to watch this week. It's a match made in heaven. Plus, watching the Tigers attempt to hit a baseball, you may want to eat your feelings. In-house made dough, real cheese, the best ingredients, and priced competitively at only $12.99. So get on over to hungryhowies.com and celebrate boldly with authentic Detroit-style pizza. hungryhowies.com. All right, we're going to get to the people. We've got to do, can we say that as well? And it could be Tigers, Lions, anything you saw from the weekend of football, Michigan State, if you like, whatever. Hell, it could even go to Arch Manning. Can we say that he sucks? Yes, we can. But the Tigers tied at 1. They win the bullpen game. They lose the Skubal start. It's got people twisted up. The strikeouts, the 540 OPS in the playoffs, but yet they're here. They're in it. I don't know what to do. We've asked you to help Nona find her pills. Go to Evan, 97.1. Ev, what's going on, pal?
Hey, guys. I think game 1 and 2 are actually really similar other than, like, the strike zone. And I think that benefited us in game 1 due to our lack of command over it.
Well, yeah, I believe in the ump's name escapes me. I think I read he missed 26 calls in that game. 26.
So I have 26 too, but it was the 26th worst game this season called by an MLB umpire.
My God. We really need robot umps, man.
Yeah.
No, I know. But I genuinely think that benefited us in that first game because of our lack of command of the strike zone. And you have a team that is, to me, leagues above us in hitting. Just command of strike zone, power, every single aspect. So I think that was a lot harder for them to work with than it was for us.
Probably. Yeah, sure. I can go with that.
Yeah, and then so when game 2 comes around, you have an elite pitching performance where in a playoff series against a team like Seattle where they continue to have good hitting, top to bottom, and you have our bottom, let's say, batters 6 through 9, excluding Javi Baez and Parker Meadows, depending on when they're batting that day, you have people looking for walks. And when you're going against a team like Seattle, it seems like they're going a lot more aggressive toward hits there, and they have a lot better command of the strike zone. So when game 2 comes around and you have Skubal only giving up two runs, which in the playoffs to me, it's good enough to win.
Absolutely.
You need to score more than 2 runs to win in the playoffs. And when you don't have, I don't know, just when you're not getting lucky, I guess. You know what I mean?
But see, there's the problem. Well. There's the unexplainable part of this team is that they do seem to have a rabbit's foot. So you're waiting right for it. Like last night, they were down 2-0, and Rico and Riggs and Cookies are in the group. And I'm like, guys, just chill out. They're going to win 3-2. Why? Reasons. Like they just
right, because they're going to get a hit.
It just keeps happening.
They do good.
But then you look at the data.
They only scored 2 runs, though. They only scored 2 runs.
You look at the data, and it's inexplicable.
To me, that's hard to win. It's a lot harder to win with 2 runs than it is with 4.
Do you think they can go to the World Series
in the playoffs? I mean, everything. The ball bounces right. Anything can happen. It's playoff baseball. But realistically, I don't think they need to have outstanding pitching to finish the series. They need to give up less than 2 runs a game average for the rest of the series to have a chance at making it to the next round.
If that's the standard you're holding them to, then I know you don't want to say it, then the answer is no. If you are asking your pitching staff to hold opponents to 2 or fewer runs all playoffs long in order for you to get to the World Series, then the answer is no. The bats have to get better now. And not great, not even good. I would take subpar at this point. Right now, they are on a historic run with runners in scoring position, with an unplayable cumulative OPS, and with the strikeouts. The offense must help this pitching staff, and it has to start tomorrow.
Well, you got to hope that coming home, crowd and everybody that maybe you've been gone for so long, it'll help you, the bats warm up. I don't know.
No, file it under baseball reasons. Because from a data standpoint, you don't have a lot to go on. I'm not mad at you. Go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, pal?
Hi. Well, most of the points I was going to say have been gotten to, but I want to make this. I'm just about 60 years old in a few weeks, and I've been watching, baseball probably since, Lou Whitaker, Alan Trammell days. So they've had 3 aces in my lifetime. I mean, talking, that starter, that's your ace, and everybody knows. They've had Jack Morris, Justin Verlander, and now Skubal. And one common theme is they support them horribly. I looked at Justin Verlander. He's got 266 wins. It seems like he should be about 285, looking at 300, but just terrible run support. If it's I don't know if it's just the other pitcher types up against them or they just hit poorly when those guys pitches, but it seems like it's carrying on with Screwball. Is it just facing better pitching, or is it what I see that they just don't support those guys?
No, it's that you have comprehensively. Look, there's data from April and May and June, and then there's what do you think of these ball players comprehensively? You have the worst lineup left in the sport. That's all this is. Yeah. The opposing pitchers are better than your collection of hitters. I mean, Jeff, look, well, at one point we had the second most home run. Not in the playoffs. That's the problem. What you do in April and May, and you're teeing off on bad teams, a lot of the data with this team, and this is, again, I picked them to win the series, but then I can find reasons why I don't believe, and it just F's me up. You played in the worst division in baseball, with the lowest payrolls in baseball, with the worst pitching staffs, not named Cleveland, in baseball. How much of the data is trumped up by existing there? So then you look at it now and you go, well, maybe I shouldn't be surprised they can't hit. You're not getting to face that.
No. And then when they do hit, Mike, it comes in bunches like you saw in Game 3 against the Guardians, and it's like, and there it is.
Yeah, and it was also Hunter Gaddis, 70 pitches deep in 3 days. Bullpen exposure. Yeah. So that's and look, they're still capable of it. There's a middle ground between what we're getting and then dream state, it's May, and buy your Javi t-shirt. Just find the middle ground, and they can do this. Mm-hmm. But holy hell, watching these at-bats, is it bad?
I think exhausting. A caller said that. That's the best way to put it. Exhausting.
Yes. It's a lot like MSU football.
No, that's just pathetic.
Correct. 248-539-9797.
At least the Tigers, you could say they got a chance to win.
Yeah, you're right. It's fair. I got nothing. David, ticket text? Question mark.
Wait, here you go. Your boy's coming up.
Oh, go to hell.
Well, Michael, I think we can win this game. My offensive line didn't play that badly.
Rip that TV off the wall.
I can't believe he said that.
That was amazing, wasn't it? The tackles played well. And then today, well, whatever.
He saw that, like, you mean to tell me you couldn't see from the sideline that your offensive line was bad? What are you looking at? Are you serious? You actually said that. Well, you know, they played okay to me. Really?
I thought it was fake.
Your quarterback died.
I thought it was fake.
He died. He came back. He asked out of the game. You put him back in the game. It looked okay to me. Wow. Okay.
Says, no, kid, get back out there. We're going to kill you today.
Are you done?
Oh. You guys hit the nail on the head. My wife asked me last night, why even watch the Tigers if all they do is make me unbelievably angry?
I don't know.
It's a great question.
I don't know. I need you to talk to that TV and get that off the TV. Get it out. I don't even want to look at them. Get them out.
Well, Michael, you know, we're
turn it off.
We're going to come out and we're going to play UCLA
Let's just
tough.
take care of some business.
We're going to play UCLA tough, and I really like these guys, and there's no quitting this team. Don't.
Turn it off.
There's no quitting this team.
I hate you.
We're going to represent.
David, hit music now.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. Dan Campbell said that Terrion Arnold will be out for a while with Reed out as well. Does that change their schematics this week? The Red Wings have finalized their roster for the regular season that starts Thursday at LCA. Winger Michael Brandsegg-Nygaard is in, so is center Emmett Finney and defenseman Axel Sandin Pellikka. They all make the team. Nate Danielson will also start the year on injured non-roster. Michigan football's kick time has been set for noon next week against Wisconsin while airing on Fox. Sharon Moore says that starting left guard Giovanni Alhadi and tight end Hogan Hansen are probable to play this week. Tigers are back in Detroit here today. They won't do much of a workout. Seattle is currently working out down at Comerica Park right now as they prepare for that 4:08 first pitch tomorrow. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, David, hit the music. It is Monday. It is Can We Say That? Let's see what Rico's got for us.
Can we say that?
Well, you can't say anything if your mic's not on.
There we go. Can we say that going 2 for 14 on third down is not a good thing? That was MSU on Saturday. All right,
will you leave it alone?
Can we say that Drake May is a top 10 quarterback in the NFL?
I've been preaching the gospel of him since
This one
draft
is a
night.
layup for you.
Yes.
There you go.
It's Drake May season. Come on. David, what? You're waving it off.
No, you can have it. I'll wait some more, but you can have that.
What's the problem with just acknowledging he's better than Caleb Williams, and he always has been?
I will acknowledge it the minute that North Carolina University acknowledges it.
Okay.
Okay. Well, good luck with that egomaniac Belichick. But yes, I thought last night was a good announcement to America. Drake May is real.
Can we say that Drake May broke your heart, Mike, because Buffalo came out in these?
I did not like, in this case, the whites are not better. I didn't like Buffalo's helmet uniform combo at all.
You didn't like the iced out look?
No, it was too white. No.
Okay.
No, I didn't
From
like them at all.
Tecumseh.
There you go. I'm sure Tom loved those uniforms.
Like, now you're starting to finally make some sense here.
Can we say that Emeka Ibuka is everything we were told
Yes.
Marvin Harrison Jr. was supposed to be?
Stud. Just all pro. Yes. What he did yesterday against Seattle is the only really healthy wide receiver for that team. Remarkable. How about this? He's running a seam route. Now, you might get killed / break your neck in the goalpost, and the sun's in his eyes. Late hand, snares it, toe tap, touchdown. He's playing like he's been in the league for 5 years. He's phenomenal.
He looks like a steal by Tampa.
They need to change all the rules, take the rookie off of his title. He's no longer a rookie anymore. They can actually extend him to a contract in 2 weeks.
He's earned his pension.
Can we say that the Bucks in Seattle had an excellent uniform game?
Best uniform game I can remember. I felt like it was 1993 with Vinny Testaverde against Chris Warren and the Seahawks. I loved it. The uniforms are awesome. I wish they just full-time both teams go to those. They're fantastic.
Well, because they really didn't have much luck. Tampa did in those uniforms.
Hey, State hasn't had much luck. What's their excuse? Go ahead, next.
I thought we were just sticking with the
I'm
pros.
sorry.
You're projecting. You shut your mouth when I'm talking to you.
You take the airline miles.
Can we say A.J. Brown's going to be demanding a trade within a matter of weeks?
Trying to figure out A.J. Brown is like figuring out the Detroit Tigers. I can't. 1 week it's great, 1 week it's terrible. It should work, but it's not. But then it does. I don't know what to say anymore. There's something there. There's something with him and Hurts, and I can't figure it out. But yet, his demeanor on the sideline was good yesterday. It was solid. I mean, he pepped up his teammates a couple of times. Rico, I don't know what to do. I'll lean on David for this one.
What I enjoyed about the story from this weekend is that Oh, hold on. But Devontae Smith also is having trouble. He doesn't like the way the offense is going. It's like, AJ, stop trying to pull everybody else into your problems. You have a problem with Hurts. Figure it out or be gone.
Well, the biggest problem for the Eagles is they can't run the football.
They can't.
45 yards rushing again yesterday. They can't run the ball. I think a lot of their problems are with the passing game are tied to the fact they're awful running it. Sorry, Rico. Go ahead.
No, speaking of trades, Mike, can we say that your Giants will trade Russ somewhere, like to Cincinnati or somewhere?
Sure. You can have whatever you like. Any Lion fans, do you want anything off the Giants carcass? It's BOGO. It's 2 for 1. You trade for one player, we give you another as well. Yeah, Russ, Thibodeau, you want a piece of our secondary not named Paulson Adebo? Go for it.
If we get Thibodeau, you got to throw in Famous Jameis. I need him here.
It's BOGO. Whatever you want.
I need
Take whatever you like. You let the Saints put a baby in you. Your season's over. So whatever you want.
Yeah, Spencer Rattler.
David, would the Steelers like anything from the Giants goulash pot?
They just had Russ. No, they don't want him back.
Well, perhaps we have something else we could offer you.
I have to look at the roster. I'll let you know.
Can we say that the 49ers are a legit NFC contender?
No. And I need you to stop being a fanboy.
No, that's what I'm saying.
No.
Can we say
no?
4-1?
You're done. No.
They've beaten 3.
I refuse to accept a
Rams?
world where you get to have fun with football.
Okay.
No.
Rams?
David, you're next.
Rams, Seattle, they beaten all the teams, and Arizona.
No, you're not. No, you're not a contender. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry.
That's
you're
right.
not a contender.
Why
Why are they not a contender?
Because they're not. Their
'Cause you
defense
root
isn't
for 'em.
good. Their defense is not good. And you're looking at offensively, what do they have?
But they keep winning.
Okay, and then there's a 17-game schedule, right?
Okay.
So
Eventually
basically,
it'll
you're
come
the
around.
Tigers.
Yes.
The Niners are the Tigers of the
Yes.
NFL.
It'll come around.
You can't
Yes.
explain
Football.
it, but it works.
Any given Sunday.
Oh, hey, look, Mac Jones is like Bo Brisky last year.
Ugh. Kendrick Bourne. What?
Can we? You two are just mean. And
What about
hateful.
Shanoris, Ladoris, Medoris?
Diamolo Lenore? Can we say, Michael, Gino needs to be benched?
Yes. Gino, you got paid. You look like you want to go on vacation. 9 interceptions. It's week 5. You must sit Geno Smith. I don't care who the backup is. I don't care. It could be Jared Lorenzen. He's dead. Start him.
Rico, is this the Raiders Gino or the Seahawks Gino?
This would be the Raiders, Gino.
Oh, okay. Just want to clarify.
And
that.
I think you got to sit him. It's unbelievable watching him play football right now. David?
Nothing else to be said. He sucks.
Can we say you got to feel sorry for Mike's Arizona Cardinals yesterday?
No.
And how they lost?
No.
I want to tell you, I disavow. I never will say a nice thing about that team again. The last 3 weeks are every reason why you're a loser effing franchise. And I would have, honestly, cut DeMercado before he got back to the sidelines. Son, you're a 4th-string running back. No one has heard of you since what you did to U of M in the playoff game. Kid, do me a favor. Pack your stuff. Why? You're on a 76-yard touchdown run. You can do full Broadway production celebrations in the end zone. Hey, look, Kenny's a bowling pin, and I'm going to knock him down. You do whatever you want. Why do you have to drop the football? The Cardinals are losers. They have loser DNA. They should have won the last 3 games. You know how many they won? Stugotz. Right. I'm out.
You know, it's funny because in
losers
in the state of Arizona and city of Phoenix, they're known as it was same old Lions, it's same old Cardinals. They find ways to lose, and that was the most Cardinal-esque way of losing.
It was
I
unbelievable.
was like, wait, how did you?
Only to be outdone by their loss to your BS team. To hell with the Cardinals.
Why are you so angry, man?
And if their quarterback would grow a foot, maybe the ball doesn't hit him in the head.
See, I don't think Kyler's their problem, but go ahead. Let's make fun of the short person.
Wow. You know what? What happened to you two?
You can't start a Garden Gnome as a quarterback.
Wow,
It's that
and
simple.
now you just drew Kenny into this. Wow. Damn. You are angry. Why are you angry?
Because I don't have any joy in sports. What don't you get? Spartans, Yankees, Giants. Yeah, there you go. Hey, look, Big G's walking on Telegraph right now. No idea. There you go. Hi, Dad. My dad's walking the streets with a kazoo and a tutu. That's what sports has done to this family.
Okay. Two more, David. Two more.
Somebody wave to my dad on 696, will you please?
Michael, you have to go watch in another room.
Okay. Can we say
sports are going to drive my dad to drugs? The guy's 70.
Can we say that maybe we overhyped the Los Angeles Chargers?
No. The offensive line injuries have fallen apart. Justin Herbert has 53 pressures the last 3 weeks, 20 each of the last 2 weeks. The Chargers were fine. They keep losing O-linemen, and they can't protect Justin Herbert. I'm not ready to say we did anything wrong. Injuries taketh away.
You're exactly right, Mike. He's on pace to get hit or sacked more, whatever it is, more than what Andrew Luck did in his entire 6 years.
Woof.
Wow.
So,
can we say that Derrick Henry is toast?
Just say the Ravens are dead. Despite being the favorites to win that division in Vegas, how can anyone have faith in that operation? A 50-burger to Houston?
So then why are they still favored, Mike?
Because it's the AL Central. That's what the AFC North is. Burrow's dead. The Browns' head is eternally up their own ass. And they got old balls and ayahuasca at quarterback. That's why.
I got one more if you want it.
Sure.
I wish you would stop pointing to me when he says old balls.
It's very uncomfortable.
I meant just your quarterback.
Maybe the most uncomfortable I ever felt.
I'm sorry. I hate sports.
Weird story this weekend. Can we say we've seen the end of Mark Sanchez for a while?
I need more details on it, but the pictures they showed of that truck driver and then the Sanchez bleeding, stumbling down the street, I'm going to stay away from. But the fact they sent him to the hospital and arrested him in the hospital, yeah, I'd say he's going away for quite a bit.
Yeah,
but I don't have all the details.
No, I
but
know. I'm just saying, but I don't think we're going to see him for the rest of the season.
Seems like, sounds like, feels like he's going to be spending some time away from home.
Okay. Can we say that?
Can we say that sports is nothing but pain?
Yeah, because you're very mean. Very mean. Projecting. You're projecting.
That's great. That's because my baseball team has Vladdy Guerrero. Please, just please.
All right, let me tell you about Matrix Basements. No, Matrix Basements.
Help you fall down the stairs going to your basement.
You know what? If I did, it wouldn't matter because it's such a great luxury that I love my basement, guys. And you too will love your basement if you get it done by Matrix Basements. They took a totally unfinished basement, and now I'm simply waiting for the inspectors. But yes, the TVs got hung today. This thing is immaculate. I got the glass shelves hung up. Trust me, if you're looking to add to your basement, or if you got a totally unfinished basement, or you want to put, a game room in there, or an extra bedroom, or a bathroom, or a bar, Matrix Basements will take care of you. Check out matrixbasements.com. Tons of great ideas, great before and after photos. You get a free consultation. They'll come back to you with awesome ideas, and you'll sit there and you'll figure out exactly how you want your basement to be done. They are very timely. They are about business. And before you know it, you will be enjoying your basement the way that I'm about to enjoy mine. Check out matrixbasements.com and let Matrix Basements turn your basement dreams into reality.
All right, listen, I know it's beautiful out right now, but probably going to snow next week the way weather works out here. Get your furnace in order with Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They'll do a complete checkup, make sure it's running properly, and more importantly, safely. Right now, only $79. That's $30 off the regular price, so call today before the spots fill up, and they fill up quick. Mastercraft, Plumbing, Electrical, generators as well, all at discounted prices. Do it right now at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, we have a bevy of topics floating in the cosmos here. Obviously, the Tigers are going to be number one with a bullet. They get the road split in Seattle. But feels like sounds like a lot of people are just exhausted watching this team. I mean, I picked them to win the series. I don't feel great about it because I don't have a lot of reasons. I just feel like they're just going to, look at Saturday night. A walk, a wild pitch, a broken bat single. Game over. I just feel like that's who they are. But then the offensive data, they're horrendous. And I admit this. The split, if you told me we would split in Seattle, I'd say, great, I'll take it. The fact that they lost the Skubal game is only a part of it. It's how they lost it. Mm-hmm. The at-bats. My God. So, look, Tigers are in the mix. I want to know, what do you make of your team here? Because I could totally see them winning the next two. I can totally see them losing the next two. They are confounding to me. And I'm asking anyone who calls in to just, do you believe they can make the World Series? And there seems to be a consensus of people calling saying no. I'm not going to write them off because I can't. Baseball things, weird. But also the Terrion Arnold injury now could be season ending. They won't go that far. They're just going to say the same thing with DJ Reed. He's going to be gone for a good while.
Question mark?
Shoulder. Can we say that Monday returns? Which means Michigan, Michigan State, Lions, Tigers. It's all in play. Anything from the weekend that was in the world of pain, I mean sports. We have open phone lines for the first time today. Respectfully. 248-539-9797. Bring it.
Now, you guys hurt my feelings.
Why?
Because I asked one question, and you and David just said, no, I can't have nice things.
No, you don't deserve it.
But you know what? I did talk to Big G, and he said, thanks for the shout out.
He's currently walking in a hospital gown on Hines Drive.
Someone did just text in, my sides hurt from the last segment. Someone get Big G from 696, please. LOL, Eric.
He looks like the Joker when he blew up the hospital right now. That's what the Giants did to him. He's in a gown.
Walking away.
Yep. There you go. Hey, he's right there on Hall Road, just sauntering around.
Sorry, Big G.
That's what the Giants did. That's what sports did to him. If you're a fan of the Spartans, the Giants, and the Yankees, you end up like the Joker leaving the hospital.
I didn't even realize.
Yeah, it's because you don't care about people. David, go ahead.
I had fun Thursday night.
Can we say that the next man up mentality is not going to work and Brad Holmes needs to make a trade now for a cornerback?
We can, but we're not. It's like saying, won't the Tigers go out there and just get 12 runs? We can.
Right.
They won't.
I'm not going to bail on any of that because I do think comprehensively the Lions are the best team in the NFC. That's what they've shown after 5 weeks. The problem is what Dan Campbell said. We don't want to not play man. I just don't know that if you're without Terrion and Reed long-term, yes, Amik is going to play really well. But long-term, how much of their scheme will they have to compromise? That's a question. I can't answer it.
Right, unless you just bring just the blitz and hoping that the quarterback won't have enough time to find receiver.
And that's what Aaron Glenn
did.
did last year. 53% blitz rate once the injuries really set in. You're nailing it. I got to see it.
See, you heard what I heard because I said the same thing to Kenny. I said, that doesn't make sense to me that Campbell can make that comment. And we saw what happened in the Ravens game. When Shepard decided, he's always said his philosophy, he doesn't like the QB spy. In the second half, they shifted, though. They cannot be so stubborn and say we're going to be man-to-man no matter what.
I don't think they will be.
I hope not. Because when you're losing these many guys, you got to make adjustments based on who you have.
But I think the
available.
more guys they lose, David, the more it's going to look like Aaron Glenn last year, where, you know what, just send the house. Send the house again. We're just going to make that quarterback uncomfortable.
And guess what? You're an offensive football team, and it's okay to say it. If you're going to average 33 points a game, it's like a horse race. Catch me if you can. Yeah. Break from the gate, get to the lead, go ahead. What are you going to do about it?
Right.
Go as fast as you can for as long as you can. Well, guess what? If that's their game plan, they've got the offense to do it.
Right. And the only problem is when you have that quarterback who can now elude the blitz, sidestep it,
Jared Goff,
and hit the wide open receiver.
Oh, you're talking.
No, I'm saying when you blitz and then all of a sudden that guy sidesteps and now you're out there, you're Josh Allen, you're Jaden Daniels. Now your
Baker
guys
Mayfield.
Right.
He can slide out and
your
cut
guys
out,
are now vulnerable because it's like, oh boy, we didn't get to him, and our receivers are getting okay.
David, go ahead.
Can we say that Mac Jones should be starting over Brock Purdy?
No.
Shown in Ann Arbor.
No, as much slander as I've offered to Purdy, that's not fair. It's one game.
Can we say that MSU should fire Coach Smith Sunday morning if he loses to UCLA?
Yes, but it won't happen because they're a Mickey Mouse operation, and we'll hear fans cry about needing time or buyouts or all the rest. I'm tired of all of it. If MSU,
Mike, he inherited a bad team.
That's
he had
great.
To start from
no
nothing.
one is asking for 10 wins. No one's asking for Indiana. I know Cignetti's a unicorn. I said to you at the start of the year, this is the easiest schedule they will ever have. 8 wins and beat one team. I care one. Beat any one decent team.
Well, here's your sad reality, and you brought this up, Mike, because why we can't have nice things. His one good victory, the double overtime victory at Spartan Stadium to Boston College.
And BC sucks.
One problem. BC, I believe, is 1-4.
Including they just got Pat Narduzzi just put a baby in them, 48-7. They lost to Stanford, who sucks.
1-4. So that was your best victory since you've been at MSU.
Congrats. So, yeah. Memorable. Yes, David.
Can we say, this is for Kenny, can we say we are excited about the Red Wings due to the fact that they have 3 kids?
No.
Okay.
No,
Whoa.
no, we can't.
Whoa.
No.
Why?
Because, Mike, we had this conversation maybe 2 years ago, but it was like, okay, the Red Wings are going to bring up the young guys. You know that means that there's a real good shot they don't get better. They got worse. If you bring up young kids to replace, I don't know, anybody with NHL experience, you're getting worse. Right off rip, you're getting worse. Hopefully they work out. Hopefully Sandy Pelika's the next, Bobby Orr. I don't know, but you're going to get worse. Happy 100 years.
Happy centennial, Kenny. Happy 100th. Look, you can. I don't know, man. What if one of the. Look,
what if is not a strategy, Mike? What if is not?
Montreal had Hudson and Caulfield, and they were young and lit it up. I mean, why can't one of our players do that?
Can, but you're relying on hope an awful lot in this argument.
Hey, Kenny, it's hockey.
Puck luck? Question mark.
Astounding analysis by Rico. It's hockey.
Well, no, it's Mike's. Well, it's baseball. Hey,
baseball is weird.
It's hockey.
All right.
I'll listen to It's Hockey more because it's on Knife Shoes on Ice. So, yes, it is hockey, but it is. It's Knife Shoes on Ice. Anything can happen.
Kenny sounds like a guy from Belgium describing hockey for the first time. He's wearing knife shoes. David, please.
Me explaining hockey to my 5-year-old.
Let me tell you about Corsi, all right? Jeez.
Can we say that we're one more bad child's game away from a QB controversy?
I don't care.
I don't think so.
I'm done. I don't care. It doesn't matter behind that offensive line.
Yeah, I'm going to sit here and say this. Childs wasn't right. He got hit hard multiple times. He probably shouldn't have been in the game.
Just call it what it is. It felt like our version of Shane Morris.
Yeah.
Call it what it is.
Yeah.
And when he put him back in the game, I wanted him fired right there.
Yeah.
Because at that point, The timeout wasting, the whole bit, and then you put a kid back in the game who took himself out. What adult looks at a kid who says, I gotta come out of the game, turns him around? This isn't the Junction Boys. He puts him back in. He kills a worm 15 yards short of the receiver because he can't throw it. And then on fourth down, it was Leonard Marshall on Joe Montana 1990 NFC title game.
No, Mike, you're right.
It's ridiculous.
His interceptions was like the guys were standing there, they're wide open. It's like, Aiden, are you okay? Like, who are you throwing the ball to, son?
Then again, he's the same coach who didn't recognize his right tackle was a construction barrel.
He said, you know what? You win.
Let's do some business. We're going to get to the people next. Call in with your Can We Say That's. Go ahead.
Can we say we can't have nice things?
Football's back. And if your TV is playing like Michigan State's Ashton Lepo, upgrade. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. Sony 98-inch 4K TV. Front row feel, shorter bathroom line, and it won't anger you like MSU football. LG 65-inch OLED. Fantastic as well. They have their Video Matters 2 event coming up Wednesday, October 15th. Reps from all the major brands, deals from all the major brands, demos from all the major brands, including the debut of a 163-inch TV wall, the largest on display anywhere in Metro Detroit. They'll sell it, install it, design it. Paulson's does it all. It's Paulson's Audio Video, your technology partner.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Dan Campbell said today that Terrion Arnold will be out for a long time. He was asked if it would be a season ender. He replied with, "I don't know, but it will be a while." The Red Wings have finalized their roster for the regular season. That starts Thursday at LCA. Winger Michael Brandsegg-Nygaard and defenseman Axel Sandin Palika both made the team. Kenny's already ordered his white T-shirt there. Nate Danielson will start on injured non-roster as well. It's a workout day at Comerica Park before tomorrow's 4:08 first pitch. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5. We're at 97onetheticket.com.
All right, let's get to the people. Can we say that? Also, if you have Tiger thoughts, if you want to rap about the Lions, the Terrion Arnold injury, or anything from yesterday's game. And look, I know it's a way, 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 way less important thing, either Michigan or Michigan State. You can do whatever you like. So let's rock and roll. We'll go to Jerry, 97.1. Jerry, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, nice talking to you, Mike and Rico. I'm in Arizona. I've been here for 50 years. I've been a Tiger fan since I was about 8 years old. And I remember the Good Lion team when they won in 57, so that tells you how old I am. But I was listening to you talking about Naylor and Suarez. And they weren't very good with the Diamondbacks towards the end. I'm glad the Diamondbacks got rid of those two. And actually, the Diamondbacks went on a little run once those guys were gone. And they almost made a run for the playoff. And another thing about the Tigers, I have a pacemaker, and I had a call from the cardiologist. He wanted me to come in and check on it. He said, "Oh, you're getting more palpitations." I said, "Oh, maybe that's because I'm watching Tiger games." He said, "Well, cut it out."
I mean, Jer, I can't tell you you're wrong. They're hard to watch.
They are. I can't watch them anymore. And what I do is I wait for 3 hours when I know their game on, and then I go to my iPad. Oh, they lost 2-1. And there was 1-1 in the 8th inning, and they lost. And I think, oh, my God. And at least the Diamondbacks got really good on scoring runs, so I was starting to watch them. But, yeah, I kind of miss Tigers. I'm an old guy, so I remember 84 and 68, and I guess that's all I'm going to have.
No, but Jer, listen, here's the problem, right? The AL's as bad as it's ever been. I'm sure you know that as a baseball lifer.
Yeah.
They're tied at 1 with Seattle. Seattle's home and road splits, when you talk about their pitching, is night and day because of their grotesque ballpark.
Yeah.
If this offense, Jerry, would do anything, they're going to win this series. I just can't tell you they're going to, because every game I watch, I'm pulling my hair out.
It's hard to watch them, though.
I know.
If my pacemaker starts making more noise, I may be sitting in my chair. My wife will say, "I wonder what happened to him. He's not breathing anymore."
Oh, dear. All right.
Well, I got another. Can we say? And this is a tongue in cheek.
Okay.
Can we say that James Franklin would make a good coach for the Michigan State, because at least he would win 8 to 9 games, and we'd get to in the Bahama Bowl?
Yes. Honestly, it's where James Franklin belongs, because he sure as hell isn't fit for a national blue blood. Honestly, that would be the last phase of my sports hell. Like, that would be the 7th realm of Dante's Inferno, where James Franklin is MSU's head coach. That would be the final hellscape for me.
Just 1-0, 1-0 every week. Yeah. That would be bad.
That poor guy and his pacemaker, man. Jeez.
Right.
Good Lord.
I was like, is he joking? No, I think he's serious.
Let's go to Rico, 97.1. Rico, what's going on, buddy?
All right, this is Rico from Romulus. Nice talking to you guys. I listen to you guys more than I got white hair. All right, so that being said, I'm 68 and a half. I remember the 67 Tigers. They lost, I think, to Boston, or no. Did they? They lost in 67, but in 68, they took it all. So we're gonna go with that. And then the other thing is the Michigan State O-line. Oh, please! My daughter graduated from Cooley Law, went to Michigan State on a full scholarship. We are a divided family. I have always loved Michigan, but then when my youngest daughter, turned around and went to Michigan State, what was I supposed to do? So I supported them.
Oof.
So we'll figure it all out, and I'm going to listen to your comments.
Well,
Go ahead.
Rico,
you could have just been a divided family.
Yeah, Rico, you should have stuck to your guns, to be honest with you. But okay, here's my comment. By all accounts, right now we're about halfway through the season. They did a terrible job in the portal. They're not prepared to play each week, and I'm done. I don't care. They can do whatever they want. Buy them out, don't buy them out. If you told me tomorrow, article in the Free Press, that Michigan State was shutting down their football program like they did the swimming program, I could pass a polygraph and tell you I don't give an F.
Yeah, for everybody, it's like, oh, you got to give him time. Then you know what? Extend him. Give him a 10-year contract. If you feel that way about him, he just needs more time, lock him up now for cheap.
Here's what I would say to those people. Time for what?
Oh, I'm with you.
Because here's the deal. If he was hired 10 years ago, you'd have to give him time to recruit, develop, retain, culture, the whole thing. The game doesn't work that way anymore. So here's the question you can fire back at these people. What are you seeing after 17 games that is suggestive of a foundation of anything other than sand? Is it the high school recruiting? Is it the portal? Well, we just talked about the lousy portal haul. Okay, well then what is it? Is he a fundraiser? Is he a schmoozer? Does he have a personality? Is there a juice to the program? Is there something we're seeing schematically where you go, hey, they're doing a lot right? No, there's none of it.
No.
Mike,
I'm with you because I remember early Pat Narduzzi defensive coordinator days, it was just like, I don't know if this dude has. And he's like, no, this scheme will work. I need better players. And it did. I don't know what they run. I don't know what they do. You got Nick Marsh basically telling Aiden Childs, I'm open. Even when I'm being guarded, I'm open. Throw the ball at me
Rico.
And let me do something. I can't go through a game with just 6 attempts. You got to do something.
All the money they spent on wide receivers, and from a scheme standpoint, they don't make anything easy. We can all talk about how bad the O-line is. It's like saying the Tiger offense is bad. That doesn't mean you compliment it with a bad approach. They don't scheme anybody open.
No.
And they don't make anything easy, meaning don't talk to me about these goofball swing passes that never work. Where's the screen game? Where are the easy throws to get the ball out, have the defense on their heels? Right. And I'm with you. You got Nick Marsh. You got to target the kid 10 times a game. If you didn't target him 10 times a game, you're not doing your job, period. So it's all fugazi.
I'm saying if you got a special player, 10 to 50, if I got to move Nick Marsh to punt return and kickoff return, the ball needs to be in his hands, and let's see what he can do.
Do yourself solid. Move the kid to Coral Gables or Baton Rouge.
That's all. I just say,
if Nick Marsh were sitting here today, you know what I would say? Thank you. Thank you for trying. Thank you for
Coleman.
I'm dead serious.
No, I'm saying.
I appreciate the fact you wanted to stay loyal and you're a Spartan and you wanted to play near home. Respect. Here's what you need to do now. You need to look out for you because this program's a road to nowhere. So you know what you ought to go do? Go get paid, get drafted in the top 15 from a school that knows their elbow from their bleep hole. And I say thank you with no animus in my heart.
Well, no,
Leave.
and that's what I said. Keon Coleman still says, hey, dude, I'm a Spartan. I just had to go to Florida State because it was a business decision. But he still shows up to the game, still wears Spartan gear, still
great.
claims MSU.
I don't care.
They even talked about it last night as Tirico. You know, he played on the basketball team. Like, guys, he barely played, but yeah.
Okay, and Izzo was friends with Mariucci. I mean, how many tired narratives are there? So, yeah, I don't know what to say. Oh, give him time. Time for what?
Yeah.
Because guess what's going to happen at the end of the year? You're going to lose a bunch of players. You'll lose anybody who's any good. The recruiting class is going to fall apart. You're probably not making a bowl. Okay, what do I have to look forward to?
Yeah, no, because I said this year it was 8 wins was the floor. Like, I've looked at the schedule and said, you should be able to win 8 wins if you're that guy. Last year, that was the 6-6 year. You finished at 5-7.
And you could quibble if they were 7-5 with the right win. That right now, they're going to be fortunate to be a 5-7 football team. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Or guess what? Keep them. I don't care.
Because next year, that's just going to go up higher. I need to see at least 9-10 wins. And I know that's
okay.
And that's not going to happen.
Now, you may as well play your kazoo. You're out of your mind. 10 wins. They'll be lucky to have 10 players left on the roster.
But, hey, you can't just use what Kirk Cignetti did at Indiana.
No one is, you dummies. You stupid, dumb sons of bitches. No one is asking to make the playoff. You dumbasses. If I have to hear another thing about, oh, you're unfair, Cignetti's a unicorn. We know. 8-4. Not 9, not 10, not 11, not playoffs, not about, I win. Google this, bitch. No one said that. 8. Bag of mayo. Gonna go 5-7 back-to-back years.
If that.
Dumbasses with that constant straw man. No one is comping Jonathan Smith to Curt Cignetti. It wouldn't be fair.
No, the only thing I've said is it's a damn shame. I'm jealous of Indiana football. Never thought I'd utter those words.
Jealous of Tulane. All right, let's keep it moving. Well, John Summerall runs a really nice program. All right, if you're a business owner who needs health insurance or you purchase your own, it's time to shop for 26. You need to call Mike Papura National Benefit Plans. He will shop every health insurance plan available. Make sure you and your employees get the best bang for your buck because Mike's got 30 years in the game. He will get to work for you, and he'll guide you. And whether group coverage or better to stay on an individual plan, all the headaches gone. Mike will deal directly with the insurance companies on your behalf. You don't have to. You want coverage for 26? Start the process now. A phone call to Mike Papura. You'll be able to check it off the to-do list. Call him today, 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. Get back to business momentarily, but you do know what a piece of today is. Can we say that Mondays? Music, please. Rico Beard to the main stage. What do you
Mike.
got? Let's hear it.
Can we say, college version, that Nico Iamaleava is back after defeating Penn State? 5 touchdowns on the day for the young man.
He had eight yards passing in the second half. So I'm going to hit the pause button on that.
Okay.
They are also somehow inexplicably, intergalactically 7.5-point underdogs.
We're not
this week. Okay. I'm going to say no to that.
Okay.
But thank God, the irony in Nico nailing James Franklin's coffin shut. Tremendous. David?
No, we cannot say that, but thanks to King Joffrey for being his offensive coordinator this weekend.
Neuheisel's kid, it looked like he was wearing a wig. It looked like a bad SNL skit. Unbelievable.
It did, but you had to be happy for him.
He didn't even know how the headset worked. Did you hear him say that? The install was done 24 hours before the game. He had never practiced with a headset. He had to learn how to use the headset to call the plays in. UCLA football, catch the feeling.
Wait, maybe that's why they did that. Nico was like, I heard half a play. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to run the ball. You guys all block. Hit somebody. There you go. On 3. Can we say that somehow or another Penn State alums and boosters need to find $85 million to buy out James Franklin's contract?
I don't see a point in existing if you're Penn State. Like, you're never going to win the big one. Tim Skipper, UCLA's head coach, has now matched James Franklin for top 10 victories. One problem, that was Tim Skipper's first opportunity. You're not going to go to the playoff. They are going to lose at Ohio State. I wouldn't be shocked if Indiana comes down and beats them. What's the point of any of this? So to me, they have to get rid of him. They have to find a way out.
$85 million.
You know what? All these schools want to brag about all the money, all the golden toilets, all this TV money. It's like the lottery money in the roads. Fix the damn roads.
Okay.
You pay for it, Penn State. Go
Okay.
sell another ice cream cone at the dairy store.
Okay. David?
No, Mike, you're exactly right. They can't coexist anymore. This is not a Ryan Day situation. At least he won the national title. Sure, they don't like it that you lost to Michigan 4 times in a row.
Can you repeat? Won the national title.
That's what I'm saying. That's never going to happen at Penn State. So bye-bye.
Well, let's stick with that. Should North Carolina find a way to pony up and just buy out Bill Belichick? This is a failed experiment.
It's a one and done. That crowd was leaving in the second quarter against a limp, you-know-what, Clemson team. Bill, now the rumors are coming out. He's telling social media they can't reference the Patriots or Drake May. Listen, the whole thing's a cluster bleep. You got a 74-year-old man having conjugal visits on the sideline. The whole thing's a disaster. Hey, here's Bill pregame.
Maybe that's why he doesn't care.
But it's a joke. It's a joke. You got this bag of bones out there. Please, this is worse than Jordan with the Wizards.
I don't know how I got looped into that somehow, but thank you for the drop.
Oh, hey, Bill.
It's my voice. Stop that.
My God. I don't think they have to worry about finding the money to let him go. All these celebrities that showed up, just have Jordan call them and tell him, look, dude, just move on. Say you want something else.
Yeah, it looks like it's just $1 million.
Oh, but bye-bye.
To get rid of it.
Bye-bye.
It dropped from $10 million to $1 million.
That's what Jordan rolls his cigars with. You're all set.
Can we do a personal? Can we say, like, this is truly what I said in my living room? Can we say that MSU is on pace to finally get to 6-6 in year 4 under Jonathan Smith?
No.
You can't even give me that.
Nope. This is not a well-coached team. They have no identity. They have no talent. And they play like a collection of idiots. So, no. And frankly, if the school had any chops, they'd buy his ass out and move on. It's not going to work.
Million.
It doesn't matter. It's not going to work. I mean, but you liked him at Oregon. Doesn't matter. This isn't Oregon State. This isn't the old way of college football. You don't have 5 years. It's a questionable fit, which I said from day one. It isn't working 17 games in. It's not working.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. Hold on, David. I'm with you. And it reminds me a lot of Rich Rod at Michigan. Rich Rod wasn't a bad coach. He was a bad fit at Michigan. He's gone on and he's coaching again, and he's back at West Virginia. I look at this, and people are like, you got to give him 4 years. I'm like, why? Because in 4 years, I'm probably going to feel the same way where you're going to have to start over. I'll be starting over in 4 years.
Here's where I'm at. They could shutter the program and I could pass a polygraph telling you how little I care. None of this matters anymore.
Oh, no,
the program's an embarrassment.
David?
You all said enough.
Okay.
I'm going to leave it to you guys.
Let's be happy just sitting
Why
up
don't
there
we all
on your
go?
throne.
Why don't we all go Ashton Lepo surrender Cobra together?
He looked like Macaulay Culkin from Home Alone with his hands on top of his head.
And he blocked about as well as young Kevin McAllister, too.
I'm like, you want to go help your quarterback out old? He literally was the, oh, no.
I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not afraid anymore.
Also, shout out your quarterback checking himself out of the game and you putting him back in the game. Good look there.
All right, back to some serious things. Can we say Billy Napier saved his job for one more year?
I can't do this anymore. Billy Napier's the Detroit Tigers of college football.
Yes!
He's dead. He's not dead. He's dead. He's not dead. He's great. He's terrible. Horse's ass. I don't know what to do anymore. Sure. Until next week when they lose to the Citadel or something absurd.
It's a win, yes. It's a win to a name, a brand, but Texas is not Texas right now.
Well, let's go to the SEC ambassador. Did he save his job for another year?
I feel expressly the way that Mike Valenti feels about this. I don't know if he's good or if he is absolutely terrible.
He's awesome. He's devil. He's terrible. He's great. He's Jesus. He's crap. The Billy Napier story. There's the title of the book. I don't know what to do.
Well, Kenny, I got 3 for you in the SEC.
3 right in a row, huh?
Yes.
All right.
Well, you brought the first one on. Should Kentucky just move on from Mark Stoops?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
I concur with the guy who moans.
Not my label, not my title.
There you go.
No.
That's affirmative.
No.
Next.
Is it time for
Yes.
Texas to just bench Arch Manning?
1,000% it is, because here are your 3 silos for Arch. He's either hurt and or mentally mind bleeped and or just a terrible quarterback with a cool last name. Any of those 3, and there's no reason to keep playing him. He's terrible.
I was going to go he's either hurt or he's bad, but you added the third one in there. Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Because there's just something wrong. He's not hitting open receivers. You can't win with him. So, yes, it's time. But in this state of this sport, I'm sure somebody who owns an oil derrick would show up at your office saying, you can't bench my guy. I'm wearing a silly-ass hat.
David, comment?
Yeah, bench him.
Okay.
He's only playing because of his name. I think we got fooled because of the name.
We did.
Stop with that drop.
No, that's the affirmative of, like, we all agree together. It's like Voltron. Here you go.
I don't think we're all agreeing together with that drop.
Can we say we all underestimated Alabama, and they are one of the 4 best teams in the nation right now?
No. Because guess what? This week they're on the road at Mizzou laying 2.5. Look out. I'm not ready to go there. I thought their performance was fine enough. Got dressed up a little late with that garbage time TD. I think that game ended when Diego Pavia was doing the victory formation in pregame. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you may not want to poke that bear. I'm going to say no to Bama. More work to be done.
Yeah, there's still much to be proven there. Could they be by the end of the season? It's possible, of course, but not yet.
Okay.
Never change, Pavia. Never change.
Can we say there is no clear-cut Heisman Trophy leader?
I was going to say Dante Moore. Another showcase this weekend against Indiana. They win the game. He will have beaten 2 top 10 teams, one on the road in the whiteout, and he's...
as of right now.
Oh, you can if you want. Yeah, the sport's trash, so sure.
Okay. Finally, can we say that
Nick Marsh will be at LSU next year? Probably.
Can we say
Aiden Childs will be at Ole Miss? Yes.
Can we say that Notre Dame will benefit from the lack of great teams in college football by backdooring their way into the playoffs?
Because this is a Kenny Cott SummerSlam wrestling product and not a real sport anymore. Yes, their performance Saturday was disgusting.
Right. But they'll end up 10-2.
Hashtag the brand.
And yeah, they'll be okay.
Is there not a big handful of teams that also fit that description of teams that will just benefit because of where the sport is right now?
Well, no, Kenny, the way I said Notre Dame is because Notre Dame plays no
They have
one.
no one.
USC is their toughest game for the rest of the season. So they'll finish off losing early and running the table, and they'll backdoor their way
and
into
the committee will see 10-2 Notre Dame and all over the place.
Gotta stop.
Oh, my God, we can get Notre Dame in?
That is, can we say that, College Edition 97.1.
Brought to you by CNL Ward. This breaking, according to Tony Paul of the Detroit News, Comerica Park will be renamed possibly by 2027. This due to the Comerica Bank and Fifth Third merger. Quote, we'll definitely come back to that and work with all the partners to say what's the right name to be on the ballpark. It's an iconic asset in the city of Detroit, end quote. That's according to David Geardat, Fifth Third's Michigan regional president in that article. Tigers and Mariners have a workout today before Game 3 tomorrow at Comerica Park. Lions coach Dan Campbell said today that corner Terrion Arnold will be out for a long time, but would not commit to his shoulder injury being season-ending. Edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson was tied for the highest PFF grade last week throughout the entire NFL with Fred Warner. Jack Campbell ranked 5th. Former NFL quarterback and current Fox Sports analyst Mark Sanchez is facing a level 5 felony charge of battery involving serious bodily injury. Sanchez allegedly stabbed yesterday after an altercation with a truck driver pulling into a hotel parking space. The Pistons start their preseason action against the Grizzlies tonight, right here on 97.1 The Ticket, pregame at 7:35. Oilers star center Connor McDavid has signed a 2-year extension worth $12.5 million a year of annual average value. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
5 o'clock, good to have you with us. So we'll just do a quick rundown. It is a Can We Say That Monday. Anything, any take you are considering from the weekend is welcome. Tigers have taken the main stage. They're tied at 1. But man, is it frustrating because, A, watching them is a arduous task. 540 OPS in the playoffs, 56 strikeouts in 5 games, and an ungodly failure rate at runners in scoring position. Yet, tied at 1. I picked them to win the series in 4, and I don't have great faith, yet I'm not writing it off either. They're like a barnacle at the bottom of a boat. You can't scrape them off. So I feel like, okay, maybe they do win the next 2 days. Yeah. I want to know where you're at with what is really becoming a confounding team to watch. And saying it's not a good watch is not an insult. It's a statement of fact. If you enjoy it, God bless. It's not for me. But they're 1-1, and you're like, all right, yeah, they could win this series.
No, it's almost like, look, pick up the pace, guys, and start playing some real Major League Baseball or just go away. But the roller coaster ride, every pitch, every at-bat, every inning, every game becomes exhausting because you think you know how this is going to end, but they just won't end it. So then you get a little bit of hope, and then they go back to being, 59 strikeouts in 5 games.
Look at last night. You steal game 1. I know AJ had a big problem with it. We earned it. Okay, it's a figure of speech. Calm down. But I expected to win last night. Mm-hmm. And if you told me Skubal gave them 7 innings, 2 earned runs, I'm going, they win that game 99 out of 100 times. Nope. Yeah. And the lazy nonsense at bats, especially when you got a man on second, nobody out. It's like a split, but somehow I ended up disappointed by it.
Yes, because all of a sudden it looked like the Mariners were handing you the game, where it was like, okay, and next thing you know, you just scored, and the first baseman, and he gets the error, and it's like, okay, maybe they don't want this thing. It was Rust versus Rest, and it looks like Rust had hit the Mariners.
Tell you one thing, the way Suarez and Naylor are playing, it doesn't look like they want to play baseball.
No.
I think Naylor would rather be up in the hospital watching the birth of his baby, because it is roller to second, first pitch swing, and I'm going, why is this guy even in the lineup?
Yeah, see, Suarez, it looks like he wants to be the MVP of this series, and he's just trying to knock the cover off the ball.
Oh, he's being the MVP of the worst at-bats. Yeah, his at-bats are nonchalant garbage.
Fair.
All right, the other storylines. Terrion Arnold might be out for the year. Dan Campbell did not rule that out, but he's going to be gone for quite some time. So now you're down with DJ Reed, who's gone indefinitely, and Terrion Arnold gone indefinitely. Rakestraw gone for the season. 3 of your top 4 corners are gone. It's got to be something concerning. It's nothing I'm going to freak out about based on we saw last year with the adjustments they made defensively. Dan Campbell said, I don't want to not play man-to-man. They may have to. But let's see, starting next week against Kansas City, what it all looks like. But of course it's a problem. I mean, go around the league. If you just saw the news that the Eagles lost Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, you'd be like, damn, they're effed.
Yep.
Well, then when you look in the mirror with the same situation, I'm not telling you you're effed. Look at it honestly and go, hey, that's a concern.
That's a great way of putting it, Mike. Because sometimes when you have to see it from through another team, because you would do victory laps saying, oh, I can't wait to play the Eagles.
Correct. And that's what people are going to view you as. Now, again, you're an offensive football team. I don't think there's ever going to be a time you're not. This offense is averaging 33 a game. They're going to have to carry the mail. And I expect them to. So right here, right now, comprehensively, they're the best team in the NFC. Can it stay that way? Well, we're going to find out because it's going to be a challenge now. Losing your top 2 corners in a 2-week span that's pretty brutal.
And you don't even have Rakestraw to look forward to.
No, I
don't even know if he exists.
I've given up on him like Michigan State football. So can we say that's in play? Tiger Talk's in play. We go to the people. Julian will bat lead off 97.1. Jules, what's going on, buddy?
Gentlemen, bottom of the afternoon to you. Thanks for having me on the show.
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
So I've been watching the Tigers and, of course, the Jays. And in the year of things, I offer 2 observations, Mike, to you and Rico. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. And then afterwards, I've got a slightly, well, it's on the topic of postseason baseball. I want to get your thoughts on this scenario. Going back to, I think, September 24th, I think it's about 10 or so games, the Tigers have not lost back-to-back games. It's not a huge sample size. I would call it a trend. And I look at it to say they won the first game in the ALDS. They've got the advantage. So if this trend continues, they will win the series.
Okay.
The other observation, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't go too far with that because now you're in the playoffs. But it's fine. But I could also tell you that they've been a sub 500 team since the All-Star break. That's a trend too.
For sure. The other observation I have is despite the abysmal hitting, they're finding ways to win games. And in that last game against Cleveland, the bats came alive. So I wonder if they continue to steal games with this horrendous hitting streak, can they, when the random game comes along, when there's a full moon or the stars align and the bats come alive, that's another wild factor. So, as a non-baseball guy.
Right here, right now, Jules, are they winning a 7-game series against the Blue Jays to go to the World Series? Yes or no?
Well, it's funny, Mike, because that's where I was going to go. So I talked to you guys before the postseason. I said my dream scenario is Jays, Tigers, ALCS. And I would be lying if I said that, us Jays fans aren't sitting high and mighty, but there's a cautious optimism, right? In baseball, anything can happen. Winning the closing game is the hardest game. I think if the Jays continue this unbelievable hitting, which on the flip side of what we're talking about the Tigers, I don't know that they can hit the ball throughout the playoffs the way they're hitting it. I, of course, hope they do. But, yeah, if the Jays hit the ball the way they're hitting it, and if their pitching can also keep up. Yes, Savage coming out of nowhere and just shutting down the Bombers.
Yeah, a first-round pick coming out and basically blanking the Yankees and making them look stupid. But, again, Julian, this is the thing. In a 7-game series, you get worn down. That Jays lineup is unrelenting. Now, are they relying on home runs? Sure. That's a weakness.
For sure.
But you're going to see the same pitchers and the same bullpen for 7 games. That does – look, I have always picked the Tigers in 3 and 5 game sets. When it goes to 7, I think it's different. That's my concern.
I think I agree with you in the sense that with the current trends of how the Jays are hitting and how the Tigers aren't, a 7-game series undoubtedly fancies the Jays or favors the Jays. But let me ask you this, Mike.
Sure.
Going into the ALDS, who did you have as the better hitting team? The Mariners or the Jays? Or the Yankees?
Not the Yankees because they're playoff choke artists. Boy, that's tough, brother. It's kind of 1 and 1A to me.
I probably would have said the Mariners.
And here's why I ask. Is the Mariners' lack of hitting just things and October, or
No.
is it the Tigers? And if it's the Tigers, does the same apply to the Jays? That can the Tigers shut down the hot bats and just almost like a war of attrition, just grind out a
I think
series?
the Mariners'
that
problem. Here's the Mariners. To me, this is the Mariners' problem, Jules. Not that it's our problem here in Detroit, but you're asking me a question. I think their approach has been very lazy. And I don't want to hear about, well, swinging at the first pitch, it's aggression. No. For instance, when you're going against Tarek Skubal, you have got to outlast him. The blueprint is there. Cleveland just showed it to you. Every time you go up swinging at the first pitch, I think it's just broad stupidity, especially on a night where Skubal, he got himself into some trouble with longer counts. But what offset it was, oh, hey, here's Pete Naylor up here again with his beer belly. First pitch swinging.
Yep.
Cal Raleigh, first pitch swinging.
No, because, with Skubal, you almost have to outlast him. You had to get him to 70, 80 pitches knowing he's going to get taken out of the game.
Right, the best at bats are 7-8 pitches.
Yeah.
You foul off some of the offerings. You're just trying to wear him down.
Yes.
I mean, yes. Can you swing at the first pitch, have success, and maybe fine. I just think their approach kind of sucks. And they're getting nothing from Suarez. They're getting nothing from Naylor. The bottom of that order with Bobby Costanzo, or whatever the hell his name is, he sucks. Luke Raley sucks. Look, the top of that order turns over. That's where the magic happens. Mm-hmm. So I think the Jays have a better approach. I think the Jays, right now, no one's better than Vladdy Guerrero. Yeah, I can't pick the Tigers in a 7-game series when I feel like, from a trust standpoint, we have one starting pitcher. No, I do not trust Jack Flaherty every game. No, I do not trust Casey Mize every game. And no, over the course of a 7-game series, look at what happened when you pitch Finnegan back-to-back.
No, Mike, that's why at the trade deadline, people are like, you got to add this. Get a second arm. Get a number 2
They do.
starter.
They got Charlie Morton.
That's what I was asking for, not Charlie Morton. I actually joked and said, they'll go and get Charlie Morton. And then you were off that day. I'm like, oh, wow. They actually went out and got Charlie Morton. If you have a number 2 starter that you could pair up with Skubal in a 7-game series, that means they're going to pitch 4 of the games.
But I still believe the Tigers are winning this series. It's the same feeling I had against the Guardians. And you're going to be like, why? And I'm going to say,
I'm not going to even question it. No,
you're not wrong, because what you're doing is you're appropriately calling me out because I'm Mr. Data.
No, it's
I
not,
don't have it.
Mike, it's not that. I've gotten to the point now where it's not about trying to call anybody out. It's accepting, you know what? Maybe he's right. Don't throw Data out the window and just go with, hitting chaos. And they'll just find ways to make things happen.
The other side of it is, maybe, look, as bad as their bats have been, for me to say positive regression is due, that they can just, instead of being horrific, just be bad or below average. This is a lot like when idiot State fans do this with Cignetti. No one's saying that. I just need you to be better than ass. So, like, if they're just slightly better with running scoring position, they're generating walks. I just feel like they're still going to win this series, because the splits for Seattle's pitching on the road are terrible. Brian Wu I don't think is coming back. He ain't pitching game 3.
No, he's not in. No,
he's not even on the ALDS roster.
They left him off the roster.
Okay, so there's your benefits. He's their best pitcher. And even at worst, they got to split at home. You're going to get Skubal back in the saddle game 5. I got to believe they win this series. The problem is I do feel like the ALCS is the end of the road.
But see, here's the thing, though, Mike. Any other team, yes, but Seattle, they're not afraid of Skubal. They can hit Skubal.
They beat him 3 straight. It's true.
Yes.
FanDuel Sportsbook app, your home for all your NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to sides and totals. Tonight, FanDuel giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. You can get in on the action with Monday Night Football. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions do apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we're talking a little bit of everything from the Tigers to the Lions. Terrion Arnold looks like he's going to be out for a while, to our new Monday staple of Can We Say That? Open phone lines, 248-539-9797. David, a couple ticket texts, and then we're going to get to the phone lines.
Can we say that this is the greatest show ever? How come you guys are not national? Love Can We Say That, he says.
I'm glad you like Can We Say That. So, yeah, it gives the people a chance to say what's on their mind, because we all see stuff over the weekend that you're like, okay, is it just me, or can we say that?
Can we say that the Tigers and Mariners are just playing to see who gets annihilated by the Blue Jays?
No. Baseball's weird. No. The Tigers, if their offense would simply just come closer to the mean, they can make the World Series, because the pitching, but on the other side of it, this team is so confounding. I don't know. Leave me alone.
Can we say that Married Kenny sucks? Have some hope. Have some hope in the wings, he says.
As a married man,
I have no hope.
No, what has sent Kenny to the moon, let's just be honest. Let's cut the crap. The Wallman thing has really sent Kenny to the moon, because today, the player you said was so bad, I just got to get him up out of here, that you paid to jettison, who was later then traded for a first-round pick, has been extended on a 7-year, $7 million a year deal by the Edmonton Oilers, who also, by the way, extended Connor McDavid for not a penny more. Cap will go up in a few years. He'll get his money, but they're projected to have $25 million of cap space for 2026, and they're a contending team. So Kenny's upset for a myriad of reasons, and I'm allowing it. I'm here for it.
Oh, yeah, and just sit on $10 million in cap. I don't even know what he's doing with that, by the way.
You're going to get Erik Karlsson's plastic feet.
Wow. Let me show you my excited face, Mike.
The opposite of...
That is not my voice.
All right. Let's go.
Shout out Knife Shoes.
Let's go to the people. Luke is up next, 97.1. What's up, Luke?
What's going on, guys?
How you doing, brother?
It's the longest I've ever been on hold, so please hear me out for a second.
Take your time. The floor is yours.
I have a Tigers take, but let me give you a couple comments on that last section. Can we say that Mac Jones is the Bo Brisky of the NFL? You're funny, dude. That got me.
It feels like it, doesn't it? The guy comes from nowhere. You thought he was dead, and instead of throwing 100, he's going Drew Brees, like 23 of 25. I quit.
I have if I was coach, DeMercado would have had to Uber home.
Yes.
And then what about, can we say that Giovanni Manu should never play another snap in the NFL?
I will just say he needs more time, and I do think some of the Manu super fans probably need to calm down.
I think so, too. Also, can we say that Coach Smith should be fired even if we beat UCLA?
If he finishes 5-7 or worse, yes.
Okay, but the bar is
with you there.
If you beat UCLA, like you're supposed to beat UCLA. So.
It's the only game they're favored in here on out.
Then I'm out.
Yeah. So go ahead.
You.
No, you're good.
Can we say that the front office / ownership did an awful job at the deadline and they only made one contending move? Like, why is nobody talking about the ownership in the front office here?
Well, we've talked about the deadline for a long time. I mean, Luke, it's just because a team wins, it doesn't mean you let them off the hook. It was one of the worst trade deadlines for a contending team in recent memory of the sport. And do I think if they had made some moves? How about this? If you had acquired a second high leverage reliever, you're up 2-0 in this series. Because you know what you're 100%. Not doing? You're not going to Finnegan back-to-back nights. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
But,
so here's my main take is the Tigers roster is just simply not good enough. You couldn't even get one bat, not even one competent bat. I'm not talking about a big name. Just somebody that doesn't take pitches right down the middle.
Luke, I lean that way. The thing is, they still stole Saturday night. They still rose up and beat the Guardians in Game 3. Luke, I'm with you that on paper, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. And I don't want to hear about, well, Zach McKinstry's OPS. The bottom line is when you get into a playoff format and your answer in the 3-hole of a World Series is Wenceel Perez. No. It's the same feeling I used to have with the Oakland A's teams, the Moneyball teams, that they are good and they can win games and they hang around and they grind. But when push comes to shove, you're just not good enough. But on the flip side, this team does find ways.
You can scratch, you can claw, you can win ugly. But yes, you're right. If you have the stars, that's when you can sit there and say, okay, our number 1, 2, 5 hitters, we can get some runs out of them. You don't really have that with the Tigers.
But what you do have is it's so bad with runners in scoring position that even a small regression to the mean would provide you with the runs necessary that they can absolutely win the series. And me picking against them in a 7-game set is just simply roster construction. That's all. It's not mean.
No, it's not Mike,
smarmy.
But if you have that guy who automatically, every time he's at the plate, he can help us win, then you don't take Riley Green out of a game because he's your guy.
I know. I picked him to beat the Mariners, and I'm going to stick to it. Do I have great reasons? No. But I just feel like they're going to not go 4 for 60 with runners in scoring position.
Hey, Tiff, Tigers in 4.
I don't even feel good about it, but I just.
It works either way.
You know what? Yes, it does. There. I got to stick to it. We'll go to Al, 97.1. Al, what's going on, buddy? Al.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Albert.
First time caller.
What's going on, Al?
Hey, I love the show, gentlemen. You guys do a great job. So thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir.
I'm calling in to inject some optimism into the fan base. I'm going to tell you why we're going to win this series. I mean, I'm a season ticket holder. This team is trying to kill me. I get the pessimism, right? But optimistically, a split on the road, I mean, it sets you up pretty well, right? It's 3-game series. We, 2 at home. And then your road start is Schuylkill. But objectively speaking, the middle of that infield for the Mariners is terrible. These guys, I mean, J.P. Crawford can barely throw the ball first. That dude's got no range. Eugenio, how do you say it first name, Suarez, that dude cannot field his position. And then second baseman Polanco, that guy's guessing out there. So what's going to change? I believe the approach at home, I think these bats, we're going to put the ball in play, and these guys are going to make mistakes defensively. These guys are not Gold Gloves.
Well, hold on. Look, Naylor's regarded as one of the better defensive first basemen in the league. He botched a ball last night. Polanco's a really good player. Look, if you want to make fun of Suarez's nonchalant at bats, I'm good with it. But, I mean, look, if you're depending on defensive errors from another team, that's kind of a pretty damning statement, no? How about we just hit the baseball, Al? Hit ball.
I agree. I'm not confident we're going to be hitting doubles down the line or home runs. But I think if you change your approach to just bat to ball, objectively, those guys cannot field their positions at a high level like the rest of the middle infielders in the MLB. That's their weakness. It's the middle of that infield. Actually, and third base.
All right, listen. I mean, Al, look. I just gave you, even on last night's broadcast, you hear him talking about what Naylor is and what Polanco is. You got an issue with one guy, that's fine. But let's not act like they have Derek Jeter the late years out there where he's in a wheelchair. I don't think that's accurate either.
Right.
And by the way, I'm sorry, was I in a time capsule where Zach McKinstry became an elite third baseman? Or Torkelson became an elite first baseman? Or Gleyber Torres, who led the league in errors last year and has the range of a construction barrel? Like, hey, you want to launch bombs, we can do it, but we're going to turn it around a little bit, and the bombs are coming back at you. You don't have some great infield. So let's just go. Now, Dingler, phenomenal. But while he doesn't have the arm of Dylan Dingler, do you know who hasn't allowed a pass ball all season? Cal Raleigh. So just be careful about that part. I'm fine with the optimism. But gee whiz. Yeah, I mean, the way he was talking, it was like...
Mike, at this point, you might as well, because you can't explain it. Just hop on the train, man, and just ride this thing.
Well, I picked him in 4. What do you want from me?
No, I'm saying, but it's just be optimistic.
No.
That's not you.
I'm realistic. That's all. But these games hurt.
Okay, right. But being realistic and this Tiger Magic, they don't go together.
But they have to. Okay, you know what? Tell me
Mike,
about your
you're
basement.
Mr. Kazoo, man. What are you talking about?
Right. You nailed it. You nailed it. Tell them about your basement, will you please?
97. Can we say that Emeka Egbuka is everything we were told Marvin Harrison Jr. was supposed to be?
Stud. Just all pro. Yes. What he did yesterday against Seattle is the only really healthy wide receiver for that team. Remarkable. How about this? He's running a seam route. Now, you might get killed / break your neck in the goalpost, and the sun's in his eyes. Late hand, snares it, toe tap, touchdown. He's playing like he's been in the league for 5 years. He's phenomenal.
He looks like a steal by Tampa.
They need to change all the rules, take the rookie off of his title. He's no longer a rookie anymore. They can actually extend him to a contract in 2 weeks.
He's earned his pension.
Can we say that the Bucks in Seattle had an excellent uniform game?
Best uniform game I can remember. I felt like it was 1993 with Vinny Testaverde against Chris Warren and the Seahawks. I loved it. The uniforms are awesome. I wish they just full-time both teams go to those. They're fantastic.
Well, because they really didn't have much luck. Tampa did in those uniforms.
Hey, State hasn't had much luck. What's their excuse? Go ahead, next.
I thought we were just sticking with the
I'm
pros.
sorry.
You're projecting. You shut your mouth when I'm talking to you.
You take the airline miles.
Can we say A.J. Brown's going to be demanding a trade within a matter of weeks?
Trying to figure out A.J. Brown is like figuring out the Detroit Tigers. I can't. 1 week it's great, 1 week it's terrible. It should work, but it's not. But then it does. I don't know what to say anymore. There's something there. There's something with him and Hurts, and I can't figure it out. But yet, his demeanor on the sideline was good yesterday. It was solid. I mean, he pepped up his teammates a couple of times. Rico, I don't know what to do. I'll lean on David for this one.
What I enjoyed about the story from this weekend is that, oh, hold on, but Devontae Smith also is having trouble. He doesn't like the way the offense is going. It's like, AJ, stop trying to pull everybody else into your problems. You have a problem with Hurts. Figure it out or be gone.
Well, the biggest problem for the Eagles is they can't run the football.
They can't.
45 yards rushing again yesterday. They can't run the ball. I think a lot of their problems are with the passing game are tied to the fact they're awful running it. Sorry, Rico. Go ahead.
No, speaking of trades, Mike, can we say that your Giants will trade Russ somewhere, like to Cincinnati or somewhere?
Sure. You can have whatever you like. Any Lion fans, do you want anything off the Giants carcass? It's BOGO. It's 2 for 1. You trade for one player, we give you another as well. Yeah, Russ, Thibodeau, you want a piece of our secondary not named Paulson Adebo? Go for it.
If we get Thibodeau, you got to throw in Famous Jameis. I need him here.
It's BOGO. Whatever you want.
I need him.
Take whatever you like. You let the Saints put a baby in you. Your season's over. So whatever you want.
Yeah, Spencer Rattler.
David, would the Steelers like anything from the Giants goulash pot?
They just had Russ. No, they don't want him back.
Well, perhaps we have something else we could offer you.
I have to look at the roster. I'll let you know.
Can we say that the 49ers are a legit NFC contender?
No. And I need you to stop being a fanboy.
No, that's what I'm saying.
No.
Can we say
no?
4-1?
You're done. No.
They've beaten 3
I
of their
refuse to accept
Rams?
a world where you get to have fun with football. Okay. No.
Rams.
David, you're next.
Rams, Seattle. They've beaten all the teams, and Arizona.
No, you're not. No, you're not a contender. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry.
That's
you're
right.
not a contender.
Why
Okay?
are they not a contender?
Because they're not. Their
'Cause you
defense
root
isn't
for 'em.
good. Their defense is not good. And you're looking at offensively, what do they have?
But they keep winning.
Okay, and then there's a 17-game schedule, right?
Okay.
So basically,
it'll
you're
come
the
around.
Tigers.
Yes.
The Niners are the Tigers of the
Yes,
NFL.
it'll come around.
You can't
Yes.
explain it, but it works.
Any given Sunday.
Oh, hey, look, Mac Jones is like Bo Brisky last year.
Ugh, Kendrick Bourne. What?
Can we? You two are just mean. And
What about
hateful.
Shanoris, Ladoris, Medoris?
Diamolo Lenore. Can we say, Michael, Geno needs to be benched?
Yes. Gino, you got paid. You look like you want to go on vacation. 9 interceptions. It's week 5. You must sit Geno Smith. I don't care who the backup is. I don't care. It could be Jared Lorenzen. He's dead. Start him.
Rico, is this the Raiders Gino or the Seahawks Gino?
This would be the Raiders Geno.
Oh, okay. Just want to clarify.
And
Okay.
I think you got to sit him. It's unbelievable watching him play football right now. David?
Nothing else to be said. He sucks.
Can we say you got to feel sorry for Mike's Arizona Cardinals yesterday?
No.
And how they lost?
No.
I want to tell you, I disavow. I never will say a nice thing about that team again. The last 3 weeks are every reason why you're a loser effing franchise. And I would have, honestly, cut DeMercado before he got back to the sidelines. Son, you're a 4th string running back. No one has heard of you since what you did to U of M in the playoff game. Kid, do me a favor. Pack your stuff. Why? You're on a 76-yard touchdown run. You can do full Broadway production celebrations in the end zone. Hey, look, Kenny's a bowling pin, and I'm going to knock him down. You do whatever you want. Why do you have to drop the football? The Cardinals are losers. They have loser DNA. They should have won the last 3 games. You know how many they won? Stugotz. Right. I'm out.
You know, it's funny because in
losers
in the state of Arizona and city of Phoenix, they're known as it was same old Lions, it's same old Cardinals. They find ways to lose, and that was the most Cardinal-esque way of losing.
It was unbelievable.
I was like, wait, how did you?
Only to be outdone by their loss to your BS team. To hell with the Cardinals.
Why are you so angry, man?
And if their quarterback would grow a foot, maybe the ball doesn't hit him in the head.
See, I don't think Kyler's their problem, but go ahead. Let's make fun of the short person.
Wow. You know what? What happened to you two?
You can't start a Garden Gnome as a quarterback.
Wow,
It's that
and
simple.
now you just drew Kenny into this. Wow. Damn. You are angry. Why are you angry?
Because I don't have any joy in sports. What don't you get? Spartans, Yankees, Giants. Yeah, there you go. Hey, look, Big G's walking on Telegraph right now. No idea. There you go. Hi, Dad. My dad's walking the streets with a kazoo and a tutu. That's what sports has done to this family.
Okay. Two more, David. Two more.
Somebody wave to my dad on 696, will you please?
Michael, you have to go watch in another room.
Okay. Can we say
sports are going to drive my dad to drugs? The guy's 70.
Can we say that maybe we overhyped the Los Angeles Chargers?
No. The offensive line injuries have fallen apart. Justin Herbert has 53 pressures the last 3 weeks, 20 each of the last 2 weeks. The Chargers were fine. They keep losing O-linemen, and they can't protect Justin Herbert. I'm not ready to say we did anything wrong. Injuries taketh away.
You're exactly right, Mike. He's on pace to get hit or sacked more, whatever it is, more than what Andrew Luck did in his entire 6 years.
Woof.
Wow.
So,
can we say that Derrick Henry is toast?
Just say the Ravens are dead. Despite being the favorites to win that division in Vegas, how can anyone have faith in that operation? A 50-burger to Houston?
So then why are they still favored, Mike?
Because it's the AL Central. That's what the AFC North is. Burrow's dead. The Browns' head is eternally up their own ass. And they got old balls and ayahuasca at quarterback. That's why.
I got one more if you want it.
Sure.
I wish he would stop pointing to me when he says old balls.
It's very uncomfortable.
I meant just your quarterback.
Maybe the most uncomfortable I ever felt.
I'm sorry. I hate sports.
Weird story this weekend. Can we say we've seen the end of Mark Sanchez for a while?
I need more details on it, but the pictures they showed of that truck driver and then the Sanchez bleeding, stumbling down the street, I'm going to stay away from. But the fact they sent him to the hospital and arrested him in the hospital, yeah, I'd say he's going away for quite a bit. Okay. Yeah, but I don't have all the details.
No, I know.
Like,
I'm just saying, but I don't think we're going to see him for the rest of the season.
Seems like, sounds like, feels like he's going to be spending some time away from home.
Okay. Can we say that?
Can we say that sports is nothing but pain?
Yeah, because you're very mean. Very mean. Projecting. You're projecting.
That's great. That's because my baseball team has Vladdy Guerrero. Please, just please. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. Tomorrow we are on Before Tiger Baseball, 4:08 first pitch. Weather could be somewhat of a factor, but we'll see. It's Mother Nature. But again, they can absolutely win this series. But my
that Emeka Egbuka is everything we were told Marvin Harrison Jr. was supposed to be.
What do you got? Stud. Just all pro.
Regarding
what
the
he did
Tigers,
yesterday against Seattle is the only really healthy wide receiver for that team. Remarkable.
Voodoo.
How
That's
about this?
all I can
He's
figure out
running
with this
a
team.
seam
It
route.
must be.
Now, you know you might get
voodoo.
killed.
They're confounding.
They are. Break your neck in the goalpost.
Some
and
swings
the
look
sun's in his
lackluster
eyes.
last night.
Late hand
Defense looks good.
snares it.
Torque's
Toe
playing
tap,
good,
touchdown.
hoping the home crowd
He's playing like he's been in the
can
league for 5
propel
years.
them to the
He's phenomenal.
ALCS.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's not baseball. Like, it's not like you're playing a football game at Arrowhead in the playoffs. It's just different.
No, but we've hit a bunch of non-baseball. That's baseball, and I can't sit here and get angry at that.
Look, you're wearing a fashion hat today. I can't argue.
That's the hat that I wanted. Can we say that Aiden Childs is not our guy? Should be a running back, can't throw? Wow.
I'll leave
I'm going to say no, because before he got knocked out of the game this year, he only had one interception, and it was a tip pass. So
Look,
he improved.
He's got a ton of ability. He's on a horrific team.
Right.
There's no other way to say it. I mean, the offensive line's a disgrace. I always laugh, too. It's almost like making the only transfer running back you got from Sacramento State was a bad idea. They've got no elusiveness in the backfield, no athleticism.
You got no offensive line opening up holes. Or pass protecting.
Now,
you can put Julian Sand back there, and he's going to look like, oh, this guy sucks.
Yeah, he reverted to bad habits, but that happens when it's basically he played the role of Jake Browning.
Well, the funny thing was, and kind of like Browning, he just said, you know what, F it, I'm running the ball. I'm just this is backyard football.
Look, it's a horrible product. I don't care. He could stay, he could go. If I advised the kid, I'd take off. I'd go somewhere with a better infrastructure and a better offense. I'd play 1 year and try to get drafted. Because staying there, it's injurious to your health and confidence. Oh, Lenny said, yeah, I did say it. I said what? The quiet part out loud? The part that players' families are talking about? Yeah, I said that. Oh my God, I'm the devil. Yeah, or I could do like, oh, well, why can't you be like Wolverine media? No, they should really stay. Why? Reasons. I don't have a reason.
Here's the thing. You say what you want, but Sharon Moore may not be a great coach. I can bring in recruiting classes. He can bring in players. He can
they have
reload the cupboards.
They have NIL.
Well, they also have history and prestige.
No, it's boats
It's
and
the
hoes.
NIL,
It's boats and hoes. They
Yeah.
have NIL, okay?
Because he's no one special.
No, the point is they have a great NIL program, and they're trying to win. And I respect it. I don't have to like Michigan to respect it. MSU, what are we offering? What are we offering? A little slap and tickle? We offering a free trip to the dairy store? What are we offering?
I think it'll get better. I'll leave it at that.
Oh, good. And you want to let the milkman
No.
spend the money?
No, I did not say that. I didn't say that. I don't want him shopping. No, but I'd say it will get better, but he doesn't need to shop for the groceries.
Can we say that we shouldn't have mocked the "we're good" comment because the Lions are second in the NFL in sacks?
No. You play a bunch of garbage backup tackles, go for it. You played Cleveland without their starting tackles. You played the Cincinnati Bengals at the worst O-line in the league. You want to touch your chandelier, go for it. Show me against good teams.
But think of all the sacks that you would have gotten if it wasn't for Terrion Arnold. You'd have had more. And if Aiden doesn't jump offside, that's like Aiden.
Case
you
in
lined
point.
up offside, buddy.
Getting all hot and bothered about that is the equivalent of if you play the Chargers and getting hot and bothered about your pressure rates. The Chargers have allowed 53 pressures the last 3 weeks. That doesn't mean the teams they're playing are good. It just means they're bad. So, no. For me, it's always put the rev limiter down. And if you're really good right now, you're the best team in the NFC, go be the best team in the NFL.
And if you're going to go by that rationale of the stats against bad teams, then you know what? Dak Prescott will be the MVP of the league.
Sure. And again, the Lions bombed Baltimore. I'm not going to sit here and act like we knew Baltimore was terrible then. They're terrible now. You're part of the reason they're terrible. I'm not doing the you haven't played anybody. But when people want to do this receipts crap, go ahead and do it. Show me your trophy case. Go and get better. And you know what they did last year at the deadline? Even though we have sacks, you traded for Zadarius Smith. They know, and it's the same damn thing at this deadline. Go get another pass rusher. Because newsflash, you're not finding lockdown corners at the deadline. It's going to be real hard and real expensive. So I would encourage you to get the best pass rush you can with the most depth you can. Because with DJ Reed and Terrion Arnold out for most or all of the season, yeah, you're probably going to need to do some different things.
Well, you said it best. Because your secondary is lacking, if you can get to the quarterback, if you add more people, if you have a rotation, if you can keep your defensive line fresh, then you don't have to necessarily worry about your secondary because the quarterback's not going to have time to find that second and third read.
Right. Bears, Browns, Bengals. And we got hyenas on ticket text, pimping sack total. Okay. Cool.
4-1, man.
And they're awesome. But that doesn't mean I don't have grave concerns when you face real offensive lines. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I live in reality. My bad.
You better stop that.
Let me play my kazoo. David?
I'm expecting 2 blowouts at Comerica. It won't matter if Schoolboy is scheduled to pitch Friday because it won't make it to Friday.
I don't see it. I just, you know what? I'll leave it alone. I won't be surprised they win 12-0 tomorrow. They are confounding. Rico, take him to church. We'll talk more Tigers tomorrow. My God.
Lions report coming up next.
Lions review, yes.
Lions review. Okay. All right. The other day I'm over at a friend's place and he's pumped up to watch football, but the setup, total mess, lagging, buffering, switching between apps, trying to find the game. He claimed he was a big fan. Felt like I was being fan-fished. See, if you call yourself a football fan, you got to have Xfinity. It is the ultimate sports destination. I can find the best games and my favorite teams all in one place. And the way I watch, next level. It's the perfect fan flex. I've got all the action right in front of me in my living room. Plus, Xfinity's best picture and sound with enhanced 4K. So clear, feels like I'm actually at the stadium. It was actually how I was watching the Tigers game. Sometimes I've got 4 games going on all at once because, hey, why not? On top of that, I get real time.
Michigan State sucks.
I get real-time notifications and live stats right on my TV. It's the best seat in the house every time. Next game day, make sure that big fan isn't a big fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Multi-view requires Xfinity 4K capable TV box.